Hello everyone, welcome to What If Naruto Lost Everything 'Cause of Ishikki and Returns for Revenge Part 1. Before we start, please go support Javier Ramirez 042 for writing that awesome fanfic. Now let's begin. This is the translated version I made. There will be some wrong he or she calling here because it's translated, so let me clear this. Naruto is a male in this story. Clarifications. First, Naruto will have a harem because he will have the goal of rebuilding his clan with this new opportunity. At the beginning I tell you that Sakura and Hinata will be in the harem, and if you are wondering how Sakura will be, I will give you a surprise. Second, Naruto will have the maturity of his time as Hokage, but he will learn other things that he could not learn to be able to face Ishikki in the future. I ask for suggestions that I can learn. Third, Naruto will have gifts given by whoever sent him, such as a Dojutsu and other things. Recommend me gifts that I can get. Forward. We can see a destroyed Konoha, with the faces of the Hokages unrecognizable and the buildings collapsed. In the middle of all that, we can see Naruto watching everything with horror. In front of him were the bodies of his friends, the town, and above all his family. He saw with horror the lifeless bodies of Sakura and Hinata, his children Boruto and Himawari, and his companions of the 11 rookies on the ground. He couldn't believe what he saw, but he heard a voice above him saying, "Do you feel alone after losing what matters most to you?" Naruto looked up and saw the person responsible for all of this floating in the air. "Ishikki," shouted Naruto with will. Ishikki looked at him with an amused smile and used his eye to attack Naruto. A huge block appeared above him, and when he was going to escape, Ishikki grabbed him, saying, "I won't take any chances with you. You are the most dangerous of all the insects that live here." The block began to lower towards Naruto, who was trying to free himself but couldn't, until he fell and the rest was darkness. In a spiritual dimension. Naruto got up from the ground and looking around, he noticed that he was in a white room. "Wow, it looks like I've finally died," said Naruto. "You could say it, but I think it's only half of it," said a voice behind him. Naruto turned to see his great teammate and friend Kurama. "Kurama, it's good to see you. What did you mean by that?" Naruto said, confused. "We can explain that to you," said another voice, approaching. Then, Naruto could see 7 people approaching and recognized 2 of them. "Old Hagoromo, how good to see you. But what is Kagaya doing here?" he said, pointing at the woman. "You see, Naruto-kun, I have changed after seeing what Ishikki has done in the world. I have seen everything that has happened after I was sealed, and I realize that humans are capable of anything to protect what is precious to them. And besides, I'm very interested in you, Naruto-kun," Kagaya said with a slight blush. Naruto got nervous about that, but he saw the other people and asked, "Who are they?" "Ah, Naruto, I will introduce them to you. The first is my brother Hamura Otsutsuki," said Hagoromo. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Naruto, and I thank you for all the love you have given to my descendant," said Hamura. "Are you Hinata's ancestor?" Naruto asked, surprised. "That's right, and I see that your children had a great destiny on their path," said Hamura. "Well, brother, I must continue. The next is Kami, the great goddess," Hagoromo continued. "Nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. I have seen your life from the beginning and I find you someone interesting," Kami said. She was a beautiful woman with knee-length silver hair, E-cup breasts, and a figure that made you think of the divine. Naruto couldn't help but blush when he saw her, since she was more beautiful than Hinata and that her wife didn't hear it. "Next is Yami, the goddess of darkness," Hagoromo said, pointing to her. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Naruto-kun. I can't deny that you are a handsome man," Yami said. She was a woman of beauty just as divine as Kami's, jet black hair down to her back and E-cup breasts like Kami's. Will we also compete for Naruto-kun's attention, Yami-chan?" Kami asked with a mischievous smile. Yami looked at her angrily and shouted, "At least I'm a better woman for him than you, little light." Kami got angry and shouted, "Look who's talking, the dark one who only walks at night and has darkness in." "Shut up, if you don't want me to send you into a black abyss," Yami shouted, even more furious. "Please, don't fight now that I must continue with the presentations. The next is Shinigami, The goddess of death. Hagoromo continued, separating the two. Nice to meet you, Naruto-kun. Please don't see me as a cold person. I am someone with a lot of life, said Shinigami. She had shoulder-length gray hair and D-cup breasts. She was quite beautiful, and Naruto reminded Hinata in her adult appearance. And to finish, this is Jashin. You will have heard of her in your past, Hagoromo said. Of course, that scythe man always mentioned her and did some kind of ritual in honor of her, Naruto said, remembering. Please don't mix me with those practices that I hate so much. I am a goddess linked between Shinigami and Yami, so my power is between death and darkness. But anyway, it is a pleasure to be in front of you, and I think I can make good use of you, Jashin said, somewhat offended. She had hair between a mix of black and gray that reached her back in a ponytail. Her breasts were a D-cup, and she had a face that reminded Naruto of Shizuka from the women's tribe. It's nice to meet you all, but why are we here? Naruto asked. You see, Naruto, we have seen the chaos that Ishikki caused and the destruction of the world at his hands after that. Which is why we have decided to avoid it, sending you to the past to stop it, Hagoromo explained. Will I really be able to go back in my life? Naruto asked excitedly. That's right, Naruto-kun, and we will give you some special gifts so that you can be successful in your return, Kami said. This is wonderful. Being able to avoid many bad things that happen, don't you think it's great, Kurama? Naruto shouted, looking at his partner. Yes, I know, and it would be good if you took advantage of this opportunity, Kurama said somewhat angrily. Naruto saw this with confusion and asked, What's up, friend? Hagoromo saw this with amusement and said, Wow, you are a very jealous girl. Isn't that right, Kurama-chan? Girl? Kurama-chan? Naruto asked, even more confused. Father, please, Kurama begged with a blush. Ha ha ha, it is true that the Bcuz do not have a defined gender, but when they are locked in Jinchurikis they take the gender of the first one, Hagoromo said, laughing. Naruto looked at Kurama in surprise and asked, That's true? Kurama just buried his face in his paws, and Hagoromo said, Come on, daughter, show him your human form. I'm sure you look beautiful. Do you have human form, Kurama? Naruto asked in shock. Kurama just grew and a torrent of red chakra formed around him. When she disappeared, in her place there was a girl of about 18 years old with crimson hair, fox ears and 9 tails, E-cup breasts, a big butt, and a beauty that made all the goddesses in the place jealous. The 3 men had a nosebleed since Kurama was naked and showing her entire body without being ashamed. How are you, Naruto? Kurama asked with his hands on his waist. But why didn't you tell me anything? Naruto asked, trying not to look at her. Because I didn't see it necessary, but for some reason I developed feelings for you and I can't help them, Kurama said with a blush. I see, but could you put on some clothes? It's hard for me to see you naked, Naruto said with a blush. Kurama looked at himself, and then back at him with a foxy smile. That? Does having such a hot slut naked in front of you cause you problems? Bold, she said mockingly. Don't make fun of me, Naruto shouted angrily. Kurama laughed heartily and made a kimono appear covering her, and Hagoromo drew attention. Well, Naruto, I will tell you about your return and the gifts you will receive. We will take you back to when you were a child, when you were 5 years old, so that you can prepare early. You can change whatever you want since you will be able to make a new life. Now the gifts. My gift will come along with Amura's, a Dujutsu of my own that will be the union of the Rinne Sharingan and the Byakugan, Hagoromo said. He and his brother put their hands on Naruto's eyes, causing him a slight pain, and when they finished, Naruto's eyes changed from sapphire blue to blue eyes with a pentagram. You can change them at will so that they don't see them. And what name will give you your new eyes? Hagoromo said. Naruto thought about it for a moment, and then said with a smile, I will call him Uzurigan, in honor of the Uzumaki clan. Hagoromo smiled and continued, Good name, and just so you know, this Dujutsu can be passed down to your children and the next generation. The Uzurigan has several abilities of the Mangekyo Sharingan that you will discover over time, all the abilities of the Rinnegan, various abilities of the Rinne Sharingan, and the capabilities of the Byakugan. Naruto smiled at the great power of the Uzurigan, and already wanted to show it to Sasuke to see his face. Then, Hamura approached him and said, Naruto, I want that when you see Hinata and give her what we will give you for her, you take her to your mental landscape to give her something special. Okay, Naruto said. Then, Kagaya approached him and said, I will unlock your Uzumaki genes, make you suitable for the 5 chakra elements, and give you the power of the sun that you used against me. But I want to ask you to free me at 16 so I can be with you and help you against Ishikki. But to do so I would have to capture the Bcuz and awaken the Jubi, Naruto said upset. Kagaya formed an orb with her chakra and gave it to him, saying, Just make the statue consume this orb and the Jubi will transform into a cocoon where I will be transported. But you will have to make sure that no one does anything to him until he manages to get out of it. Naruto took the orb and put it away, saying, Okay, I will do it since I can see that you are good. Kagaya smiled, but a voice caught Naruto's attention. Hey boy, I'll help you so everything goes well. Naruto looked everywhere until he looked at Kagaya's mage and saw someone he remembered well. It's you, Zetsu! I shouted angrily. Don't worry, I'm on your side and I will make Akatsuki do everything in your favor. So trust me, father, Zetsu said with a smile. Father? Why do you call me father? Naruto asked, confused. That's because mother will become your wife and will have many children who... Zetsu said, but Kagaya closed his mouth. Zetsu, shut up, she said angrily. Wife? I can't, I already have Hinata, Naruto shouted, somewhat nervous. Hey, you are one of the last Uzumaki, so you can ask the CRA to restore your clan. Think about it. You can bring back your mother's clan faster and return Yuzu to his former glory. Come on, I only trust you to make mother happy, Zetsu said with a childish smile. Naruto thought about it for a bit, and then said, I have to talk to Hinata and depending on her response I will act. Kagaya nodded with a smile, and it was Kami's turn to give her gift from her. My gift is the Koton element, the element of light and complete mastery over it. Also, I would like you to include me among your wives if you accept the CRA, she said with a blush. I'll think about it and thank you for the gift, Naruto said. Next was Yami, who approached with a smile and said, My gift is the element Meitan, the element of darkness and complete dominion over it. And I have the same request as the little light. Thank you for the gift, Yami-chan, Naruto said. The next was Shinigami and said, My gift is a contract with me with which you can have certain privileges over death. But you will only have it when you are 7 years old, and it will have a very special cost. And I have the same request as them about being your wife. Thank you for the gift, Shini-chan, Naruto said. Shinigami blushed at the way he called her and walked away to make way for Jashin, who said, My gift is pseudo-immortality, so you will live longer than a long-lived Uzumaki, and you will not die unless it is from something very powerful. And I want to be included in your family. Thank you, Jashin-chan, Naruto said. Then Kurama approached him and said, Naruto, I will give you the fox contract when we return since you are worthy of possessing it, and I want to ask you to include me in your family. Find a way to free me so I can be with you. Thank you, Kurama-chan, but I don't know how I can do it without the key, Naruto said. Don't worry, I will send you with the release seal, and I advise you to use a shadow clone into which you can transfer Kurama's chakra. When it is transferred, the clone will take the form of Kurama, and within your seal only the small percentage of it will remain in the form of a fox, Hagoromo said. Sounds good, said Naruto and Kurama. Now I have to tell you something important. I will give you the memories of the people you have known throughout your life and those who have lived with you to support you in your new life. You can give them through your Uzurigan by looking at the person in the eyes. Eat, said Hagoromo. Naruto approached, and Hagoromo placed his hands on his eyes. After a while, Hagoromo smiled and said, Then go, we trust you to change the future. Then, Naruto was covered by a bright light and knew nothing more. Konoha altar, Naruto apartment. Naruto suddenly woke up seeing that he was in his old apartment, and that he was a child again. I did it, I went back to the past, he shouted with joy. Congratulations, Naruto-kun, but what will you do now? Kurama asked curiously. Well, the first thing will be to take care of certain important things. The first thing will be to give Hinata the memories of her once and for all and to be able to talk to her father about her. Next will be the Uchiha Massacre. I won't be able to completely avoid it because of that damn Danzo, but I can at least save the life of Sasuke's mother with the help of Itachi. Naruto said seriously. That sounds good to me, father, said a voice in the room. Naruto watched as a Venus plant appeared before him, showing someone important. It's Yozetsu. I assume you have everything under control in Akatsuki? Naruto said seriously. Of course, father. Everything will be done according to your plans, said Zetsu. Okay, go back to them and I'll call you when I need you, Naruto said. Zetsu nodded and left the room. Hey Naruto-kun, what are you going to do with the old mummy? When she finds out about your gifts from her, she will do everything she can control you, Kurama said seriously. I know, but I won't show anything to the world until I know everything I can do. I will hide my gifts and only certain people will know about them. And as for the mummy, I know how to keep him a little away from me, Naruto said with a sly smile. I'm looking forward to what will happen, Kurama said with a foxy smile. And with that, Naruto has returned to the past for his new life. Chapter 1: Testing the Gifts and Hinata. Naruto decided to train his Dijitsu skills to know them once, and to be able to train them better in the future. He discovered how to use the Sharingan abilities as well as the Mangekyo Sharingan, and what abilities he possessed. He had the Kamui, the Amaterasu, the Tsukuyomi, his own Susanoo and the Kodo Amatsukami, surprising himself to possess the most powerful abilities of the Sharingan. As for the Rinne Sharingan, he discovered that he had Kagaya's Amaminimika to transport himself, Sasuke's ability to exchange himself with something or someone, and his own ability with which he could stop the time of an object or a person for a minute, in addition to the original Rinnegan abilities. As for one of the Rinnegan's abilities, he had a plan to use it on a certain person. Then there was the Byakugan. When he tried it, he realized that his veins stood out like a hyuga when he used it. He had the advantages of all Byakugans, such as seeing through walls, checking the flow of chakra and seeing pressure points in that flow. He decided that he would ask Hayashi to train him in the arts of the same. After checking all of the Uzurigan's abilities, he decided to check out his new items from him. He has already possessed the Futon, the Suiton and the Doton from his past life, in addition to the secondary elements from the Bijus. He now possessed Raiton and Katon, giving him the 5 main elements, but what interested him were the 2 new ones that they gave him. By testing the Koton element, he discovered that he could materialize light and use it in many ways. She decided to train it well to put it to good use and make great attacks with it. With the Maton element, she was able to do the same with darkness, giving it great inspiration for great attacks. With that, he had already confirmed his gifts from him, since he would obtain the Shinigami and Kurama contracts at 7 years old. He had checked the date of his arrival, and saw that it was January, so he had 2 months to train before meeting Hinata. He decided to leave the skills for another time and focus on strengthening his body as well as brushing up on his taijutsu. 2 months later, Naruto was on the same swing waiting for Hinata to save her and give her the memories of her. He now had a better appearance, as she had some red streaks in her golden hair, and it was a little longer. This was due to his Uzumaki's genes successfully mixing with his father's, giving him an appearance like that. He didn't have muscles from being a child yet, but he didn't have the baby fat of his past life, and he could be seen as a very handsome boy to girls. Suddenly he heard the stupid children bothering Hinata, and he disappeared from the swing, exchanging for one of them. The children looked at him with open mouths, and Naruto said to them, "Leave Hinata alone." Then, he hit them with his own style of taijutsu, sending them flying, and the boy who was on the swing ran away scared. Naruto turned to Hinata, who was looking at him with great amazement, and said, "They won't bother you anymore, Hinata. I gave them what they deserved." Thank you for saving me, but how do you know my name?" she asked, stuttering. Naruto smiled and, looking into her eyes, said, "Because I know everything about you, my Haim." Then he made the Uzurigan appear, and when Hinata saw it, the same Uzurigan appeared in her eyes for a moment, and then disappeared. She looked everywhere, then at herself, and as she looked at Naruto, tears came out of her pearly eyes. Naruto-kun, is that really you? Are we really alive? She asked, extending her hand. Naruto took her hand from her and put it on her cheek lovingly, to which she caressed it, causing a purr from the blonde. Yes, Hinata-heim, it's me, and we have returned to the past, he said with her classic smile. Hinata couldn't take it anymore and threw herself into the blonde's arms while crying. Naruto-kun, I'm so happy to be with you, to have another chance to be by your side, she screamed, clinging to him. Naruto just hugged her lovingly, while caring for her back, but the moment was interrupted by Hinata's caretaker, who arrived shouting, "Stay away from Hinata-sama, demon!" But to the surprise of the caretaker and Naruto, Hinata stood in front of the blonde in a combat pose. "Don't touch him, he has my protection, and I will take him to my father to talk to him," Hinata shouted, showing her Byakugan. "But Hinata-sama, I can't allow," the caretaker tried to say. "Nothing, I am the heir of the clan, so I order you to let Naruto accompany me to see my father," she ordered with determined eyes. The caretaker couldn't believe that the girl, who seemed to be weak because she was gentle, suddenly transformed into a figure of power. He had to resign himself and said, "As you order, Hinata-sama." Thus, the three walked towards the Hyuga complex, and on the way Naruto talked to Hinata about some things. "But how could you come back?" she asked, confused. "It was thanks to old Hagoromo and other people," Naruto answered. "I see. And what were those eyes I saw?" Hinata continued, curious. "One of the gifts they gave me. I'll explain everything to you when we talk to Hayashi-san," said Naruto. "Do you really think my father will understand everything?" she asked, worried. "Don't worry, I have the memories of your father and your cousin Niji, so there were no problems," he responded with a sly smile. "That's great, I'll be able to see Niji-ni-san again and we'll get along well," Hinata said excitedly. They arrived at the Hyuga complex, and upon entering, they were greeted by the same Hayashi Hyuga who, upon seeing Naruto, asked, "Why do you arrive with this boy accompanied by my daughter?" "I'm sorry, Hayashi-sama, but Miss Hinata-sama demanded to speak with you and that the child accompany her. It was an order from the heiress," the caretaker explained. Hayashi opened his eyes in surprise at that, and looked at his daughter to find her looking at him seriously. For a moment he felt proud of that look, and then he looked at Naruto, analyzing him. He didn't hate the boy since he was one of the few who knew that he was Minato and Kushina's son. They were both his friends, and he respected Kushina for having been friends with his wife. He could see the will of both reflected in his eyes, so he said, "Very well, both of you come with me." They both followed him, and he took them to his office, where the two of them sat in front of him, and Hayashi asked, "What do you want to talk to me about?" Hinata looked at him very seriously and said, "Father, Naruto-kun and I have come from the future." Hayashi stood still for a moment, analyzing what he heard, and then said, "It would be something impossible to believe, but just by seeing your sudden change I can tell that it is true." "I'm glad you see it like this, Hayashi-san, but you will also return from the future with us," said Naruto, showing the Uzurigan. Hayashi, upon seeing him, froze, and the Dojutsu showed in his eyes for an instant. Hayashi looked at the two and suddenly hugged her daughter with affection as she said, "Oh Hinata, it's good that we came back from that tragedy. My last thoughts were that you would survive." He, it's good to have you back, Ota-sama," Hinata said with a smile. When Hayashi let go of his daughter, he looked at Naruto and said, "It's good to see you alive too, son. Now I would like you to tell me how all this is possible." Naruto agreed and told how he fought Ishikki after losing everyone, how he managed to kill him, and how he put Kurama in death. He recounts how Hagoromo and the others gave him a chance, and the gifts he received. Finally, he told them about his plans and what he did so far. At the end, Hinata and Hayashi were surprised by what they heard, and Hayashi said, "It is good to see that the goddesses have given you their blessing for your purpose, and with this I have no doubt that you are a great boy." Naruto smiled and then looked at Hinata nervously. "Hinata, I must talk to you about something important," he said with some fear. "What is it about, Naruto?" she asked in a serious voice. Naruto swallowed. She only called him without the kun in 2 situations, when she was angry or when they had to talk about a serious topic, and it was always scary in both. She gathered her courage and said, "What happens is that Kaguya, the goddesses, and Kurama-chan asked me to make them their wives." Hinata looked at him with a frown, and sensing the danger, Naruto hurriedly continued. "I explained to them that I was already with you, but Setsu came up with the matter of the CRA and that it would be beneficial for my mother's clan. I told them that I would talk about it with you and that depending on your decision I would act." Hinata closed her eyes to meditate on what she heard, and Hayashi added his opinion of her. "Daughter, in my opinion it is something with benefits since it will help you grow your clan faster. Furthermore, since his new Jujutsu is hereditary, it will be an advantage for him to enter the CRA. But be sure to maintain your position as the matriarch of the clan." Hinata was silent and with her eyes closed for a long time, causing fear in Naruto, until she asked, "Naruto, you said you possessed the memories of the entire Rookie 11, right?" "That's right, I have everyone's memories," Naruto responded. She agreed and opened her eyes, said, "I have decided that I will allow it since I consider that my father is right, and that it would be offensive to deny something like that to the deities after what they have done for us. But, it must be clear that I am the matriarch of the clan and that is not going to change." Naruto sighed and then remembered something very important. "Hinata, old Hamura asked me to take you to my mental landscape so that he could give you something," he said seriously. "Hamura-sama? She must be something very important, daughter, so she goes with him," Hayashi said, surprised. Hinata nodded, and taking Naruto's hands, she suddenly found herself in his mental space. He saw that they were in a very beautiful grass field and that there was a house near them. "Naruto-kun, you said your mental space was like a sewer?" Hinata questioned curiously. "That's how it was, but I asked Naruto-kun to change it so that it would have a good place until I free myself," a voice said. The two looked towards the house and saw Kurama at the door with a foxy smile. Hinata looked at her carefully, and couldn't help but feel jealous of such beauty. "So this is your true form?" she asked with serious eyes. Kurama laughed at his look and said, "Don't be jealous, girl. I heard the conversation and I accept that you are the matriarch. Anyway, Uncle Hamura and the goddesses are inside waiting for them." The 2 children were surprised by this and entered the house. Upon arriving at the dining room, they found Hamura with the goddesses drinking tea with rice crackers, and upon seeing them, Hamura said, "Oh Naruto, Hinata, eat, we were waiting for you." They both sat with the others and Hamura continued, "It is good to be able to see my last descendant, and see the closeness she has with my brother's descendant. But let's get to the most important thing. Hinata, I wanted to see you to give you a special gift. I will evolve your Byakugan to the Tensigen that I possess, and with this you will be able to access the true power that sleeps in you." Hinata was shocked, and Hamura went towards her to place his hands on her eyes. For an instant, she felt intense pain, but when Hamura removed his hands from her, Hinata's eyes changed to the Tensigen, and she was able to see things differently. "There, now you have the Tensigen and you can deactivate it whenever you want with your will," Hamura said with a smile. Hinata understood, and the Tensigen changed into her normal pearly eyes. Then, Kami said to Hinata, "We want to thank you for allowing us to be part of Naruto-kun's clan. And don't worry, we will accept that you are the matriarch." Hinata smiled and said, "It's good to hear it, because I don't care if they are deities, I will protect my place in the family." The goddesses felt some fear at those words, and Naruto said, "If that's all, we'll go back outside." "Of course, have a good life," said Hamura. "Goodbye Naruto-kun, we will wait for you until you are 16 to join your family," Kami said. "Sure, see you," Naruto said. With that, they both returned to Hayashi, who was drinking tea while he waited. "How did it go?" asked the curious one. "Wonderfully, father. Hamura-sama granted me the Tensigen," Hinata reported, showing it to him. Hayashi opened his eyes in shock when he saw him and said, "It's surprising that you have the strongest Jujutsu in the clan." "Yes, it is something very beneficial for both clans. Also, I have met the goddesses and I have made my position in the clan clear to them," Hinata said proudly. Well done, daughter, it is important that you show that you deserve that position. Now we must fix the situation with Niji, said Hayashi. He sent for Niji, who arrived with his arrogant look and said, Why did you call me, Hayashi-sama? I sent for you because Naruto-san has to talk to you, Hayashi said, pointing at Naruto. Niji looked at Naruto with angry eyes and said, I have nothing to talk to someone whose destiny is already written. Naruto laughed, which annoyed Niji, and said, Believe me that your vision of destiny is wrong, and I will prove it to you in the most violent way. But with this you will return to being who you should be. He made the Uzurigan appear before him, and after a while, Niji looked around saying, How is it possible? How did I get here, and why am I a child? Niji ni-san! Hinata shouted, hugging him. Hinata-sama? It's good to see her alive, but how did we become children again? Niji asked, confused. Maybe I can explain everything to you, Naruto said. Niji looked at him and said happily, Naruto-san, it's good to see you, but what's happening here? Naruto sighed and proceeded to tell him everything since he died. When he finished, Niji had his eyes open and said, It's wonderful that Hinata-sama achieved what she always wanted. What I heard about my nephews makes me happy, and what happened to those Otsutsukis worries me. Yes, but now we have another opportunity to prevent that tragedy from happening again. But I apologize for not having been able to prevent your father's death, Naruto said sadly. Don't worry, I understand that they could only send you this year and that you couldn't do anything, Niji said with a smile. But we can teach a lesson to the one who started it all. Since the third Raikage was responsible for what happened, I will give the memories to Old A and Hokage Jiji to act against him. I know Old A will be happy to teach him a lesson, and we can order something for ourselves, Naruto said with a sly smile. It sounds good, but I want to ask you something else, Naruto-san. I want to ask you to accept my daughter Hanabi into your family, Hayashi said with a smile. Are you sure? Naruto asked a little nervously. Of course, I would like my daughters to be with you since I only trust you to take care of them, Hayashi said, still with his smile on his face. Naruto looked at Hinata and asked, What do you say, Hinata? Except, Hanabi was not interested in anyone about her because of her position, and I also know that you would be a good husband for her, she said with a smile. Naruto sighed and said, Okay. Thank you, Naruto-san, and I would like to offer you to live in the Hyuga complex during your childhood, said Hayashi. I appreciate it, but I will ask Jiji to give me my parents' house and I will live there, Naruto said seriously. In that case, Hinata will move in with you when you have your house, Hayashi said with a smile. Naruto knew she was doing it to satisfy her daughter, so he didn't say anything against it. Then, Hayashi looked at Niji and said, I would like you to train Naruto-san in the arts of the Byakugan since he has the Dijitsu in his Uzurigan. You could do it? Of course, Hayashi-sama, I'll be happy to do it, Niji said, bowing. Well, sleep with us tonight, Naruto-san, for what you did for my daughter. Thank you, Hayashi-san, Naruto said, bowing. And so the day ended, with Naruto sleeping next to Hinata as before. Chapter 2, Talking to the Sandaime and Meeting Sakura Again. Naruto was walking towards the Hokage's office to talk to his Jiji and give him his memories of him. He came up to the secretary and said, Hello, I want to talk to Jiji. The woman looked at him with a bad face and said, Follow me. Naruto could only chuckle and follow the woman to the Sandaime's office, where he found him fighting his worst enemy, paperwork. Naruto grimaced when he saw that powerful enemy who made him suffer too much and didn't let him live with his family. Hokage-sama, the demo is looking for him. I mean the Uzumaki boy. I'll leave you alone, the woman said, leaving with annoyance. Oh, Naruto-kun, what do you bring here? The Sandaime asked happily. Naruto looked at the door and said, If that woman knew who my father was, she would surely be licking my feet. Ha 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 ha, I don't doubt it. She was like a fangirl behind him when she was. How do you know about your father, Naruto? The Sandaime asked when she realized it. Naruto just looked at him with his Uzurigan active and said, Because I come from the future, Jiji. After having the memories, Hiruzen looked everywhere, and when he saw Naruto, he shouted, "Naruto-kun, how is it possible that we have returned at this time?" "Calm down, Gigi, I'm going to tell you everything that happened until my death," Naruto said, calming him down. Hiruzen took his pipe and lit it. He relaxed, saying, "I hear you." Naruto agreed and told him everything that happened after the Fourth Great War since he was there. When he finished, Hiruzen had his eyes wide open and said seriously, "Thank goodness I put the privacy seals. The council can't find out about this. But with this, we now have the opportunity to change many things." "That's right, and I want to ask you to give me everything I inherited from my parents," Naruto said seriously. Hiruzen smiled and went to the photo of the Yondaime, removing it to reveal a sign behind it. The Sandaime put chakra into it, and took out some scrolls with some keys from it. "Here, everything your parents owned and the keys to the house where they lived. But I also want to give you the Uzumaki complex, although we must wait for you to become Chunin to give it to you," said the Sandaime, handing him everything. "Thank you, Gigi, and I must also inform you that Old A will have his memories of him, and that you will talk to him very soon," Naruto said, getting up to leave. "I understand, and I will talk to the council to make your origin known, and for them to put you in the CRA," Hiruzen said with a smile. "Sounds good to me, and make it clear to them who the leader of the village is. When I was Hokage, I didn't let myself be manipulated by anyone," said Naruto. I imagine it. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. See you, Naruto-kun," said the Sandaime. "See you, Gigi," Naruto said, leaving. When Naruto left, the Sandaime looked at the pile of paperwork and sighed bitterly. "Damn paperwork, why didn't you let me rest, Naruto-kun?" he said with anime tears. One day later, Kumo. A blond boy can be seen in front of two muscular men who looked at him with a smile. "Wow, boy, I never thought we'd go back to this time," he said with a smile. "Of course, brother, 9 has managed to bring us back for the change, yeah?" he said with style. "I'm too lazy to write his rap from him, so I'll make it normal." "You're right, B. With this we can change many things, and the first thing is the mistakes of that old fool, the third Reikage," he said decisively. "It's true, but remember to apologize to the Hyuga for the incident and return Hisashi's body," Naruto said seriously. "Don't worry, kid, and I'll also go to form an alliance with the Hokage," he said with a smile. Naruto smiled and extended his fists to them, which they collided with a smile. Days later, Konoha, council room. "This is incredible. The third Reikage was defeated and the new Reikage wants to form an alliance with Konoha," Hamura said in shock. The civilian part was in the council, the shinobi part with the clan leaders, the advisors Koharu and Hamura, Danzo and the Hokage discussing what happened in Kumo. "I think we should not accept him." Danzo tries to give his opinion of him. But Hiruzen stopped him with a smile. "I'm sorry, Danzo, but I am the Hokage and I decide what is going to be done. Also, the Reikage is outside waiting to come in and talk to us." "You're going too far, Hiruzen. The council," Koharu tried to claim. "The council only gives its opinion and suggestions, but the Hokage has the final say. Have you ever entered your hard heads?" Hiruzen shouted with authority. Everyone was silent as the shinobi side smiled, except for Fugaku. Then, Hiruzen said to the Umbu, "Show the Reikage in. I look forward to hearing his words from him." The Umbu appeared and disappeared to later enter with Reikage accompanied by Killer Bee and Yujitoni. "The Jinchuriki of the 8 tails and the Jinchuriki of the 2 tails. If I can get hold of them, Konoha and the world will be mine," Danzo thought maliciously. "Hiruzen, it's good to see you, old man," he said with a smile. "I may be old, but I can still fight," the Sandaime said proudly. "Ha ha ha, I don't doubt it. I come to give my conditions of the alliance with Konoha," said A. "Conditions? I thought it was something simple," Inoichi said confused. "Well, I have 3 important conditions. The first is that young Naruto Uzumaki will remain under the protection of Kumo, and that any attack against him will lead to a war," he said with a smile. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and Danzo shouted, "You can't, he is our Jinchuriki and—" "I accept the condition, Reikage," Hiruzen said calmly. Danzo looked at him angrily, But he knew he couldn't do anything against him yet, so he remained silent. The second thing is that I request an arranged marriage between Naruto Uzumaki with Yujito ni Mabui and Samui. Continued. Wait, why a marriage with so many girls? Fugaku asked. I will answer that. Naruto is the son of Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki, so he is the last Namikaze and last male Uzumaki. For that reason we will put him in the Ciare to rebuild his clans. Hiruzen informed. Everyone's mouths were open, but Shikaka said. I knew it, he is a clone of Minato himself if you take away his mustaches. So, who supports Naruto joining the Ciare? Hiruzen asked. I approve, he is the puppy of Kushina, Konoha's alpha dog, and I want to ask that he let me and my daughter Hana enter his pack. I feel that that boy is an alpha and I want to provide it. Sim said with a canine smile. I also approve, and I already have my daughters Hinata and Hanabi included in their family. But I must make it clear that my daughter will be the matriarch of the clan, Hayashi said with a smile. I approve, Shikaka said. Me too, and I will think about whether to include my princess in your family, said Inoichi. I approve anyway, said Choza. Me too, said the leader of the Aburame clan. I approve anyway, Fugaku said, somewhat annoyed. Well, with this I accept Naruto Uzumaki's engagement with Yujito ni Samui, Mabui, Hinata Hyuga, Hanabi Hyuga, Suminazuka, Hana Inazuka, and possibly Ino Yamanaka. It will also be Naruto's decision who he will marry, so I will not accept that they're named civilians, nor will the counselors, Hiruzen said, looking at Danzo. This clicked the tongue, and Shikaka asked, Will we reveal Naruto's origin? Not yet, he told me that it is best to wait for him to become a genin to make it public, answered the Sandaime. Does he know? Inoichi asked, surprised. Yes, he carries the will of fire like his parents and ancestors. Reikage, what is the third condition? Hiruzen asked, looking at him. Yujito will stay in Konoha under your protection and under the tutelage of Naruto Uzumaki, said A. Danzo sothed with fury. On the one hand they had the two-tails Jinchuriki, but on the other he couldn't touch her as he was in the care of Hiruzen and the Uzumaki child. Of course, Reikage, we will take care of her and no one will touch her, said Hiruzen, looking at Danzo seriously. Well, I will come to the Chunin exam so that my village can participate, A said, leaving. When he left, Hiruzen ended the meeting by saying, Well, this meeting is over and I'm going to read my favorite book. Thus the meeting ended, with the shinobi side being the happiest and the unfortunate ones very furious. Moments later, Naruto's house. So the Reikage did that? Naruto asked Hayashi, who came to visit him. That's right, Naruto-san. Besides, Sim was included along with his daughter Hana, and Inoichi is thinking about whether to include his daughter, Hayashi said calmly. Well, about the Inazukas I will have the problem with Kiba since I think he is not going to like it, and regarding Ino, I don't know how she is going to take it given that she was with Sai. As for Yujito-chan, I will receive her here to live with us and I don't see any problems with the other two, I will accept them, Naruto said calmly. Okay, I'll leave you alone, Hayashi said, leaving. When they were alone, Naruto looked at Hinata and said, It seems that the family is growing very quickly. Sister put down the tea she was drinking and said, It is true, but it requires an important member. Quien? Boruto? Naruto asked, confused. Hinata shook her head and looking at him seriously, she said, Naruto-kun, give the memories to Sakura-san. Naruto looked at her even more confused. But what does she have to do with what we're talking about? He asked with a silly face. Hinata laughed and said with a sweet wink, It's a surprise. Days later, streets of Konoha. Naruto walked through the streets looking for Sakura while thinking about what he talked to Hinata about her. He still couldn't understand why he included her in her family if she was Sasuke's wife. Then, he heard some boys making fun of some girls, and when he looked, he found who he was looking for with Ino protecting her from some bullies. Look at that huge forehead, you could hang a painting on it, one of the children said mockingly. Enough, leave us alone, Ino shouted angrily. But suddenly, An orange blur appeared between everyone and both girls could see a boy with blonde hair with red streaks in front of them glaring at the children. Criticism of a girl for her forehead when you have hair shaped like a zombie that just came out of the grave. Before criticizing someone, look in the mirror first, Naruto said with cold eyes. The children trembled with fear because of the blonde's murderous intention and ran away like souls in pain. Naruto sighed and looked at the two girls with a smile. There, it bothers me that they bother someone for something like that, he said with clear annoyance. Sakura looked at him with a grateful smile, and Ino put on a playful smile. Did you play the hero to impress two beautiful girls? He asked jokingly. Naruto looked at her with a sly smile and showing his Uzurigan, said, You tell me, Ino. Ino looked at the Jujutsu and had her memories return. She looked at Naruto and hugged him with tears. Naruto, I'm happy to see you alive! She shouted, clinging to him. Naruto caressed her back and said, Welcome back. They were like that for a while until Sakura spoke. Excuse me, but what's going on here? How do you know him, Ino? Ino looked at her with tears and shouted, Marquis Front, what a joy to see you alive. Sakura didn't understand anything while Ino hugged her, and Naruto said, You will understand everything, Sakura. You will return with us from that tragic day. Sakura saw Naruto's Uzurigan, and after getting her memories of her, she looked at Ino hugging her with tears and saw Naruto looking at her with his classic smile of her as tears fell. Naruto? Ino? Are they really you? She asked, crying. Yes, Sakura, we have returned to the past, said Naruto. Sakura broke away from Ino and launched herself at Naruto while crying uncontrollably into her chest. Naruto hugged her lovingly and they stayed like that for a while, until Sakura separated from her asking, But how is it possible that we are alive and as children? Yes, Naruto, what's going on here? Ino asked seriously. Naruto proceeded to tell them everything about his return and what he did since he returned. When he finished, they were both surprised and Sakura said, It seems incredible, but with what we went through I can believe it. But I want to know something. Does Hinata agree with the CRA? Yes, she has allowed me to thank the goddesses and to rebuild my clan. But she has said that she will be the matriarch of it. She told me to give you back your memories of her, although she doesn't know why, Naruto said, scratching his head. But I do, Sakura said seriously. Then, she rushed towards him and kissed him lovingly, surprising him too much. She had already had her first kiss with Hinata a few days ago, so she didn't feel that guilty, but she was worried about Sasuke. When they separated after a long kiss, Naruto claimed, But why did you do it, Sakura? Because I love you, Naruto, Sakura shouted loudly. Naruto looked at her in shock as he could sense that she wasn't lying. But what about Sasuke? I have asked. Don't remind me. Because of him I had to live in a great disappointment, Sakura shouted furiously. Deception? What are you talking about? Naruto asked, worried. That Sarada was not my daughter. I loved her as if she were my own daughter, but she is not. She is the daughter of Sasuke and Karen. When she became pregnant, Sasuke sought me out for the delivery of her, and I helped her give birth. Then that man told me to treat her like my daughter because he had to protect Karen. He never loved me, I was just a cover for his lie, Sakura said with tears. Naruto gritted his teeth in fury and said, That fear, how could I do something like that? Sakura hugged him and said, Naruto, let me find out your family. I've seen how you are with Hinata and what a good father you are. I have been jealous of Hinata for having managed to be with you, but with this new opportunity one can be happy with the one I truly love. Naruto smiled and said, If that's what you want, welcome to the family, Sakura-chan. Sakura smiled happily, but Ino interrupted them saying, Can I join too? Naruto looked at her in surprise and asked, But what about Sai? Don't talk to me about him. I stopped liking him since he became boring and we only fought about anything. I know that my dear Inochi will not be born, but you are an attentive husband to Hinata when you can, and I like that about you. Please let me join, I begged with the puppy eyes jutsu. Naruto sighed and said, I think I have no alternative, Yor said he was thinking about including you with my fiancés. I will talk to my father to accept. If I ask him, I will accept, Ino said with emotion. In that case, welcome to the family, Ino, Naruto said. Ino hugged Naruto and Sakura with joy. After that, they had a party at Naruto's house for Sakura and Ino's welcome to the clan. Naruto was in the courtyard as he thought that he must soon act in the Uchiha Massacre. Chapter 3: Visit of the Goddesses and Contract. A year passed after Naruto reunited with Sakura and Ino. In that year, both trained with Hinata to regain their strength from when they were adults. Hinata trained her Juken with her father, but she also trained her Tenseigan, remembering how Tonari used it. She had her signature moves again, protective palms and twin lion fists. With the Tenseigan's abilities, she could manipulate the chakra of the 6 aminos, creating black orbs, as well as she could enter her own sage mode. Her father was so proud of her that he praised her along with her wife, who was able to survive Hanabi's birth thanks to Naruto. As for Sakura and Ino, they both set out to remember everything Tsunade taught them about medical ninjutsu. Ino dedicated herself to reviewing all those teachings, but she also dedicated herself to training the arts of her clan with the help of her father. Sakura, on the other hand, set out to regain the strength of her past life and spent several months away only to return with her De'ella symbol on her forehead. She already possessed strength similar to her when she was in the Fourth War, and had all of her knowledge of medical ninjutsu in addition to what she found at the Uzumaki compound. However, during that year the two had an interesting meeting. Flashback no Jutsu. Both girls were in the living room of the Namikaze residence watching television with Naruto, when two women appeared before them. Hello Naruto-kun, I see you are with Sakura-san and Ino-san, Kami said with a smile. Sister, I think we scared them away by appearing out of nowhere, Yami told her in a serious voice. Indeed, the three of them had jumped off the couch in fright due to the sudden appearance of the goddesses. What a scare, my heart almost jumped out of my chest, Sakura shouted, trying to breathe. I think the same. Front, how can they scare us like that? Ino shouted with her hand on her chest. Hey, why don't you knock on the door like a normal person? Naruto shouted angrily. Both goddesses laughed at their reactions and Kami said, Sorry, but we like the reactions of mortals when we appear this way, it's fun. I have to agree with you on that, little light, the reactions are worth remembering for millennia, Yami said, amused. What a way to have fun goddesses have, Ino said with a frown. Well, now let's get to the point we came here for. We have seen a lot of potential in both of them, and we have decided to make them our champions, Kami said with a smile. The three children looked at each other in surprise and Sakura asked, How will we become their champions? It's simple, we will choose one of you and give you a gift so that you can act under our blessing, Yami explained calmly. The two girls had stars in their eyes and Ino shouted, That's great, it will be wonderful to receive a gift from the goddesses and become their champions. You're right, Ino, when Lady Tsunade finds out she will be very proud of us, but who will be whose champion? Sakura asked curiously. Well, we have both talked about it very seriously and after we discussed it in a civilized way, Kami began to say. What civilized way, little light? We almost destroyed the pure kingdom to decide who each one would stay with, Yami told him with a frown. That doesn't matter, Dark One. As I was saying, after discussing it civilly, it was decided that Sakura would be my champion, Kami said, looking at Yami angrily. Yo? And why did you choose me? Sakura asked, interested. Kami gave him a tender smile to say, You are someone who transmits light even in the deepest darkness. You may not know it, but healing is linked to the power of light and that makes you compatible with me. The gift I will give you is the element Kotan, the element of light, and one of the qualities of this element is its usefulness for healing. I know you can use it wisely. He placed his hand on her and a bright light fell on the pink-haired girl. When she finished, Sakura could feel the power of said element, and she materialized white chakra in her hands, saying, Somehow I feel like I can heal better with this element. This is because the Kotan element, when used as medical ninjutsu, can cure loss of limbs by regenerating them, can cure diseases that normal medical ninjutsu cannot and works as mental relief for mental problems. That's why I say that light is the link of healing, and many of the cults towards me work mostly on healing," Kami said with joy. Sakura was amazed by all the healing power of the light, and was grateful for the gift. You don't have to thank you since you will use it to act on my behalf. In addition to healing, the Koton element has the ability to be used as equipment. Let me explain. Your greatest quality is brute strength, therefore you can cover your fists with light to cause a more powerful blow and also use it as a blinder in battle. For that reason, there will be times when I will ask you to go after people who threaten the balance of the light and take care of them as my champion," Kami said seriously. This surprised Sakura even more, but she showed the face she always showed before her teacher and shouted, "Thank you, Kami-sama." Kami smiled, and it was Yami's turn to talk to Ino. "As you see, you were the one chosen to be my champion, Ino," she said, looking at her with a smile. Ino looked at her carefully and had to admit that the goddess had class as well as great beauty. He looked into her eyes and asked, "May I know the reason why you chose me?" Yami gave him a mysterious smile and said, "Because you possess the qualities of darkness. You are mysterious when you should be, daring, playful but also serious, intelligent and calm. These qualities are what distinguish a woman full of darkness, and we are also very good at interrogation. After all, the best turtles, interrogations are made in the dark." "You're right about that. I've seen how they use the dark environment in IT, so I don't see any flaws in that logic," Ino said thoughtfully. "Exactly. Now I will explain to you about the gift that I will give you. It is the element Meiton, the element of darkness, and one of the qualities of this element is its power with the mind," Yami said. He put his hand on Ino's head, and a black chakra settled on her, and then disappeared. Ino looked at each other for a moment, and then said, "I don't know why I feel more skilled with my mental abilities now. I will explain the reason for that. One of the abilities of the Meiton element is mind reading. With this ability you can read the thoughts that your interrogated keeps both in his mind and in his heart, and discover all his secrets. But be careful or you may be somewhat traumatized," Yami explained. "I'll keep that in mind," Ino said. Another of his abilities is mental torture. It works like the Tsukuyami of the Sharingan, but it is much more dangerous. This technique allows you to torture your victim in the mind, but the damage is reflected in the physical body, so be careful," Yami explained with a small sadistic smile. Ino smiled mischievously at that information, and then both goddesses gave their champions scrolls with all the jutsus of their new elements to train. "Well, that's all. But before we go, Naruto-kun, remember that when you turn 16, we will visit you regularly as your fiancés," Kami said with a tender smile. "That's right, and I will show you that I am a better goddess than this little light," Yami said in a flirtatious tone. "Not in 1,000 years will you be, Dark One!" Kami shouted furiously. "Shut up or I'll send you to one of my abysses!" Yami shouted furiously as well. Thus both disappeared, leaving the three children with their eyes open. "Apparently they don't get along so well," Sakura said. "Yes, but they also love each other like sisters," Ino said with a smile. "They look so much like you too," Naruto said calmly. They both looked at each other for a moment, and then burst out laughing. Dispel flashback jutsu. After that, the two girls set about training their new elements with the help of Naruto, who also possessed them. Sakura had managed to train the taijutsu of light, a fighting style in which katas are complemented by light. She managed to cover the light fists from her, and was able to deliver more powerful blows than she had before. At the same time, she trained light medical ninjutsu, taking Naruto as a test patient. She discovered that wounds healed faster, that she could heal fatigue, and that she could heal mental problems such as depression, traumas, and even phobias. As for Ino, she worked on the darkness element abilities, discovering that she could do the same as Sakura using a dark taijutsu where she covered her fists in darkness. However, unlike light, when hitting with darkness she caused more internal damage like the Hyuga's Juken, although this style damaged organs and bones instead of pressure points. By training her mental abilities, she discovered that she could read people's minds and hearts. She checked with Naruto to discover that she truly loved ramen like it was the only thing in the world, and she deeply desired it. Regarding mental torture, Naruto had a very bad time and needed Sakura's help to get out of the trauma. They had already entered the ninja academy with Yujito a few grades ahead. She had already arrived at the Namake's residence accompanied by Killer Bee and the Reikage. Naruto gave her memories of her past life and told her everything about her since they said goodbye in the Fourth War. Yujito was shocked, but she accepted it with a smile, although she kicked Killer Bee when he made a perverted rhyme about the two of them. After that, she entered the academy alongside Naruto, Sakura and Ino but ended up in the grade as Niji. Already at the academy, Naruto asked the girls not to reveal their new abilities to keep them a secret, which he would also do. He managed to meet Shikamaru, Kiba, Choji, Shino and Sasuke with a smile, although he did not want to see Sasuke because of what he did to Sakura and Sarada. He gathered the first four and gave them back their memories, and then explained everything to them. Shikamaru found it problematic, Kiba was eager for the new opportunity, Choji ate happily, and Shino was just calm about everything. However, when he turned 7, Naruto gathered everyone he remembered: Hinata, Hayashi, Niji, Sakura, Ino, Yujito, Shikamaru, Choji, Kiba, Shino, the Sandaime and even Black Zetsu was there. "Why did you bring us together, Naruto-kun?" the Sandaime asked. Naruto stood before them in the training room of the Uzumaki compound and said, "I want you to be present in this. Today I can finally make the contract with the Shinigami and I will be able to know how it benefits me." "A contract with the Shinigami? That sounds terrifying," Kiba said, somewhat scared. "Are you sure about this, Naruto? In addition to being problematic, it can be somewhat risky," Shikamaru told him seriously. "I know, but I trust Shini-chan and I think I can use the contract for a wish I've always had," Naruto said with determination. "Naruto-kun, aren't you talking about?" Ino questioned with some tears. Naruto smiled at him and then proceeded to do hand signals to hit the ground, shouting, "Invocation Jutsu." Instead of smoke, gray flames appeared before them as they formed the shape of a beautiful woman. The girls looked at her with some jealousy while the men blushed at her beauty. The goddess looked everywhere until she saw Naruto and hugged him with joy, saying, "Naruto-kun, how nice to see you. It's good that you called me on your birthday, so I can congratulate my fiancé." "It's a pleasure to see you again, Shini-chan, and I thank you for your congratulations, but I would like you to give me some air," said Naruto, choking on the goddess's large breasts. Shinigami released him, apologizing while Naruto tried to catch his breath and the men cursed the blonde's enormous luck. When Naruto recovered, he looked at Shinigami and said, "Shini-chan, I would like to know the functions of the contract." Shinigami nodded and, sitting on a chair, began to explain. "My contract allows you to ask me for a soul from my kingdom with some conditions. First, it must be a soul that is not cursed or sentenced to my kingdom eternally. 2. You can only ask me for one soul each year, and 3. You must give one soul in exchange for the one you ask for." Naruto was thinking about the conditions when Shikamaru stepped in to ask. "Regarding the third condition, must they be specific souls or can it be any soul?" "Good question. In the case of Naruto-kun, I will only ask him for souls who have committed crimes in his life so that he does not feel bad," Shinigami said. Hearing that, the Sandaime made an umbu with a cat mask appear and whispered something to him. After a few minutes, the umbu returned with a handcuffed man who began to scream. "Where am I? Why did they take me out of prison? Who is Gigi?" Naruto asked, intrigued. "He is a prisoner that I ordered to be brought in to serve as an exchange for the contract. At least we can empty that prison little by little," said the Sandaime with a smile. Shinigami watched the man carefully for a while, until he said, "Yes, I can see many crimes in his soul for which he accepted the offering." Instantly, gray flames covered the man, who gave a frightening scream at the girls, until there was nothing left but ashes. Then, Shinigami looked at Naruto and asked, "So Naruto-kun, which soul do you want?" Naruto stood before her and with determined eyes as well as full of hope, he shouted, "I want my mother's soul, Kushina Uzumaki's soul." Chapter 4, Kushina's Return. "Kushina's soul? Her soul meets the conditions, so I do and see a problem," Shinigami said after analyzing the request. He made some movements with his hand and instantly a kind of blue flame appeared before them. Shinigami looked at Naruto and said, "Here is your mother's soul. However, all I can do is introduce her into your mental space since I am not allowed to revive anyone." "No problem, Shini-chan, I already have that solved," Naruto said with a smile. "What are you going to do, Naruto?" Kiba asked curiously. Naruto just smiled at them and started doing several hand signs and finally said, "The judgment of the Tensei." Immediately, the King of Hell was formed in Kushina's soul, which devoured the soul completely. After a tortuous wait for everyone, the King of Hell opened her mouth and out she came to 24-year-old Kushina Uzumaki, naked and asleep. Naruto took a blanket from her and covered her completely from her male eyes and then looked at Shinigami. "With the Uzurigan I can use the abilities of the Rinnegan, and one of them is the Rinne Tensei. Therefore, I can revive the souls that I ask of you with it, and thus give them another chance," she said with a smile. "I see, it's a good way to bring them back, and with Jashin's gift you don't have the risk of dying," Shinigami said. Then, Kushina began to wake up and look everywhere. She could see everyone present until she saw Naruto. "Sochi? Are you really you?" she asked without being able to believe it. "Yes, Ka-chan, I am your son Naruto," he said with tears. Kushina did not hesitate and hugged her son with so much love that it brought tears to everyone present, especially the girls. "My dear Sochi, I am so happy to see you again, to hug you and touch you," Kushina shouted with big tears. "Me too, Ka-chan, I'm so happy to have you by my side," Naruto shouted with big tears too. They stayed like that for some time, and when they separated, Kushina asked, "But I don't understand, the last thing I remember is talking to you in your mental space and returning to the pure world. What's going on here?" Naruto was surprised to know that she came from that time, but he took a deep breath and said, "I will tell you everything that is happening, Ka-chan, but I ask you not to interrupt, really." Kushina agreed and Naruto proceeded to tell her everything since they met at the seal. When he finished, Kushina was with her mouth open because of everything he heard, and when he recovered from the shock, he said, "I find everything that has happened in your life incredible, Sochi. It must have been horrible to see how your family was murdered before your eyes, and all because of that Ishikki team him. But now they gave you a new chance to recover what you lost thanks to old Hagoromo, his brother, and the goddesses. Although I'm not very convinced that they put you in the CRA, I can't deny that it is an opportunity to bring the Uzumaki and Namikaze clans back to life, in addition to giving me many grandchildren like Borukuin and Hima-chan that I want to hug with all my heart. Now, could you introduce me to your friends?" "Of course, Ka-chan. You already know him, he is Hokage Gigi," Naruto said, pointing to the Sandaime with a smile. "It's good to have you back, Kushina-chan," Hiruzen said, hugging her. "I say the same, Gigi, even though he couldn't fulfill our requests very well, I can't blame him," Kushina said with a smile. "Thank you for those words," Hiruzen said with tears. "Well, now I will introduce you to my friends. First there is Shikamaru Nara. He is one of my best friends and he was my advisor when I became Hokage," Naruto said, pointing to Shikamaru. "Nice to meet you, Uzumaki-san. I can deduce that you are like my mother," Shikamaru said lazily. "Oh, I imagine your mother is Yoshino-san. I can understand what you mean. We are both women who know how to impose authority in the house when required. In fact, she and I are great friends. I can't wait to see her again," Kushina said with a smile. "Troublesome," was the only thing Shikamaru said. Hee, now our friend Choji is next," Naruto said, pointing at him. "Munch, very much. Munch, nice, Uzumaki-san," said Choji, eating potatoes. "You look a lot like your father. I still remember when we had ramen competitions. He always beat him," Kushina said with a smile. "Now we continue with Kiba and Akamaru," Naruto said, pointing at them. "My pleasure, I'm Kiba and this is my partner Akamaru," Kiba said, pointing to the dog on his head. "Arf," Akamaru barked. Hee, you are a cute little puppy and you must beat some sun, right?" Kushina said, petting the little white dog. "Do you know my mother?" Kiba asked with wide eyes. "Of course, we were friends, rivals in our time as students at the academy. We competed to see who was the strongest woman in the village, but at the same time we had fun making jokes on everyone. I also wish to see her again," Kushina said with a smile. "Now we continue with Shino Abirame," Naruto said, pointing at him. Shino greeted her with a hello, and Kushina said, "I see that you are reserved like your father. I like you." "Now Niji Hyuga, Hinata's cousin, follows," he said, pointing at him. Niji bowed to her and said, "It is an honor to meet you, Uzumaki-sama. Leave the bows and honorifics, I never liked them. I can see that you are the son of Hisashi Hyuga, a good friend of mine in that clan apart from you Hayashi and your wife," Kushina said, looking at the Hyuga present. "It's nice to see you again, Kushina. I'm sure my wife will be happy to see you again," Hayashi said, bowing. "I want to see her too, she was someone very kind," Kushina said, and then looked at Hinata. "And you must be my beautiful daughter-in-law, Hinata-chan. You are as beautiful as your mother, and from what my Sochi told me, you were one of the few people who loved him in his past life." "Nice to meet you, Kushina-san. I'm so happy to see the mother of the man I love, and as you say, I always loved him since he saved me that night," Hinata said with a bow. Kushina hugged Hinata so lovingly that it almost suffocated her, as she said, "Oh, you're so cute, I'm glad my Sochi is with you." When he finally released her, Naruto stood next to Hinata and said, "That's right, Kaa-chan, Hinata-chan is a great woman, and I was able to live a happy life by her side. Well, you already met the future matriarch of the Uzumaki clan, but now I will introduce you to my other fiancés, and I will start with Sakura-chan." Sakura bowed to Kushina somewhat fearfully and said, "A pleasure, Kushina-sama. I have heard great stories about you, and it is an honor to be part of your clan." Kushina looked at her with a smile and said, "Calm down, daughter. Minato-kun told me about you when he came to the pure world with me, and I will not criticize you for how you treated my son in the past. You were a girl blinded by the fangirl crush, and that's why you couldn't see beyond it. But you were able to learn from Tsunade-ba-chan and managed to become a great kunoichi. Now you have a second chance to start from scratch, and you are doing well, so I can gladly say, welcome to the family." Sakura had tears in her eyes, and she threw herself into Kushina's arms to hug her as she cried. When they separated, Naruto continued. "Now follows Ino-chan, from the Yamanaka clan." Ino stood in front of Kushina and said, "I am Ino Yamanaka, Naruto Uzumaki's fiancé, and it is an honor to meet her. I love her hair, it's so beautiful as if it were a princess of her." Kushina laughed at that and said, "Well, I was the princess of Yuzu in my childhood, before my clan was attacked. But thanks, Ino-chan, you are a girl who likes to be beautiful and at the same time strong. That's good, whenever you want we can go shopping together." Ino smiled at that and joined the others so Naruto could continue. "Next is Yujito-chan, she is from Kyumo village. Reikijay is a good friend of mine, and he made some girls from his village, and he got engaged to me. Yujito is one of them, and she is the Jinchuriki of Matatabi, that is, Nibi." Yujito stood in front of Kushina and knelt before her, surprising everyone, as she said, "Kushina-sama, on behalf of Kyumo I apologize for what we did. Our leader is very sorry for what happened between you and the village." Kushina could only sigh at that, and placing a hand on Yujito's head, she said, "Don't worry, I know very well how much your current leader has helped my Sochi in that war. When I learned about that, I managed to forgive Kyumo for what happened in the past. But it's good to have you in the family, and I know you will make my son happy." "Thank you, Kushina-san," Yujito said with a smile. "And finally, I present to you our spy in Akatsuki. This is Zetsu, and he is helping me with the plan to bring Kaguya back," Naruto said, pointing to Zetsu. "Nice to meet you, it's good to meet my new grandmother," Zetsu said with a smile. "Is it still difficult for me to see a Venus plant as the son of my Sochi?" Kushina said with her eyes rolling. He, don't worry. I treat him as a father since his mother became interested in him." "Well, father, I must return to the others or they will get suspicious," said Zetsu, leaving. When he left, Shinigami looked at Kushina and said, "Kushina Uzumaki, value this new life we have given you and make the most of it. After all, we are going to be family since I am one of Naruto-kun's fiancés." I still can't believe that goddesses like you, Shinigami-sama, are interested in my son, Kushina said, looking at her in disbelief. That shows the great potential that Naruto-kun has, so you should feel proud, Shinigami said with a smile. Kushina hugged her son with love and said, Of course I am, there's no doubt that my Sochi is a great man. When Naruto was able to get out of his mother's embrace, he looked at Shinigami and said, Shini-chan, I know I can't ask for another soul right now, but I want to at least check something. Is it possible that you can give me my father's soul next year? Everyone was surprised to hear this, and Kushina started to get anxious from such words. Is it possible, Shinigami-sama? Please, if I can be with my Sochi next to Minato-kun, nothing would make me happier, she begged. Shinigami poked him a little and then said, It's good that you asked me now, since his soul is in my stomach. I can use this year to extract his soul from him, since it takes me at least a year to extract a soul from my stomach, and when the time is right, have it ready to bring it to you. With those words, everyone started celebrating, with Kushina jumping happily with her son. Sochi is wonderful, we can live a family life with your father, Dadabaing, she shouted with great joy. Yes, and then Dad will be Hokage again, Dadabao, Naruto also shouted with joy. Hopefully, so I can rest from the paperwork, Hiruzen said with dreamy eyes. After celebrating, Naruto threw himself into her Shinigami's arms, leaving her in shock at the same time that the girls became jealous, and said, Thank you, Shini-chan, thanks to you I can have what I wanted most. Shinigami covered him with his arms and whispered, It is a pleasure for me to make you happy with my gifts, but when you turn 16 I hope you will reward me with what I want. Naruto couldn't help but imagine what he meant, and a trickle of blood ran down his nose, which he wiped quickly and discreetly. As they separated, Shinigami said to everyone, Well, I must return to my kingdom to take care of the souls that arrive there. We will see you in a year, Naruto-kun, and I will have your father's soul ready. Bye-bye. With that said, he disappeared in gray flames, leaving everyone alone. Then, Hiruzen asked Kushina, Kushina-chan, what will we do with the council and the people of Konoha? We will have to tell them something to justify your return, and I don't know what to say. Kushina just smiled at him and said, Don't worry, Gigi. I already have something planned to cover my death and Minato-kun's. I will speak about it at the council, and you should know that I plan to return to the shinobi ranks to support the village. But I will not act as those geezers or the civil council wish. I will only support the shinobi side, and I will take my place as leader of the Uzumaki clan to protect my son. Hiruzen nodded with a smile and looked at Naruto to ask, Naruto-kun, what is your next move? Naruto looked at him seriously and said, The Uchiha Massacre. I have made some advance moves and I have some people to support me. I won't be able to avoid it completely, but at least I plan to save one person from that massacre and prevent Danzo team from getting what he seeks. I just hope everything goes well. Chapter 5, The Uchiha Massacre. It was the night of the massacre, and two figures stood in the darkness. I see you've arrived, the taller figure said. That's right, I have planned for this massacre to turn out in our favor, and at least there will be no repercussions in the future, said the shorter figure. Don't worry, Naruto-kun, your plan is worthy of a wonderful shinobi, and I was not wrong to put my faith in you, the tall figure said. Thank you, Itachi, at least we can save one more person besides Sasuke, said Naruto. I appreciate that, she deserves a happy life instead of a death like our past life, Itachi said with sadness in his eyes. Thus, the two put on their crow and kitsune masks to begin their plan. Itachi gained his memories of him from Naruto a year ago and explained his plan for the Uchiha Massacre, which Itachi gladly accepted. Itachi managed to postpone the massacre until after Naruto's birthday, and now they were both running around the Uchiha compound to carry out said plan. Itachi had already spoken with Danzo and Madara Obito, so everything would happen like the other time, but this time Naruto would not let everything go as they planned. Naruto was running around the compound looking for the bodies of the Uchihas and taking out their Sharingans so that Danzo couldn't get that arm. He had to be careful not to run into Obito yet, or the whole plan would go to shit, but he wasn't the best at stealth for nothing. He moved like a ghost throughout the compound, finding bodies, taking out the Sharingan and transporting them to another place. He saw that several bodies no longer had the Sharingan, and he assumed that it must be Obito's work from him. After a while of collecting Sharingans, Naruto sensed a living person in a house. He went there out of curiosity, and upon entering through the window he found a girl her age wounded with a powerful poison from a shuriken. Naruto thought that he couldn't leave her there and that if he could save one more Uchiha, the better. He took her in bridal style, took out a bottle that Sakura gave him to relieve poisons and made her drink it. "Baby, I won't let you die from this massacre," he told her seriously. The girl drank the liquid and soon felt better, although the poison was still in her system. She was to take her Ella to Sakura for healing, so she opened a portal to the Namake's residence, finding her mother Ella with Hinata chatting. "Sochi, who is this poor girl?" Kushina asked, taking the girl in her arms. "We don't have time, Hinata. Call Sakura to come and help this girl. I must return to the Uchiha compound to finish the plan," said Naruto, having removed his mask upon entering. Before putting it back on, the girl opened her eyes a little and could see the face of the boy who saved her. She closed them again and murmured weakly, "Thank you." In her eyes, a 3-volume Sharingan could be seen in all its splendor. Back at the Uchiha compound, Itachi had already done his part, even with the great pain he felt, and was currently in his parents' house. Upon entering their room, he found them in the same way as in his past life and heard his father say, "I see that you have made a decision, son." Itachi just went towards them and, standing behind his father, put the sword on his back. "Father, you have committed a crime of treason against the village of Konoha, and it is my duty to eliminate you. However, my mother will not suffer this punishment since she did not participate in your plans," he said in a dark voice. Fugaku Uchiha took a deep breath and looked at his wife Mikoto to tell her his last words. "I'm sorry for giving you a miserable life. I know you never accepted our arranged marriage, and I must confess that I didn't either. Since I was a child I loved someone else, but because of that arrangement I was forced to leave her. Then I found out that she had died in the Kyuubi attack, and that made me so angry that I decided to go against the village. Now I can go with her to the other side, and I only wish that you find happiness with her. Goodbye, Mikoto, and thank you for the family you gave me." Mikoto could only let out a few tears and said, "Goodbye, Fugaku, and I hope you are happy with her on the other side." With that said, Itachi pierced Fugaku's heart with his sword, killing him immediately. When his father's body fell to the ground, Itachi looked at his mother and said, "Mother, someone is coming to take you to a safe place, so I want you to go with him." And Mikoto was going to ask who it was when a portal appeared before them, revealing a boy with a fox mask. "I see that you have already done your part. Now I will take Mikoto-san to my residence so that she is safe," Naruto said seriously. Mikoto looked at him for a moment and then said, "Are you Kushina's son? Are you Naruto-san?" Naruto smiled behind the mask and took it off to reveal his identity. "Indeed, I am Naruto Uzumaki, and I will take her to my father's residence so that she is safe. There he will meet someone with whom he will have a lot to talk about. But we must leave at once. Sasuke must be arriving and I can't allow him to see me here." "Itachi, don't be so mean to him when you say goodbye," said Naruto, guiding Mikoto to the portal. "Don't worry, Naruto-kun, I have something different for him," Itachi said with a smile. Naruto smiled and walked through the portal with Mikoto towards his house. Upon arriving, they could see Hinata, Sakura, Ino and Kushina taking care of the girl who was already better and awake. Mikoto watched Kushina with open eyes and her redhead gave her a smile, saying, "Hello Mikoto, it's good to see you again. How do you feel after that?" But she couldn't continue since Mikoto hugged her while saying, you are alive, my friend. I can't believe she can see you alive." Kushina smiled and returned her old friend's hug from her with a smile. "I am also glad to see you alive, and that you are not a victim of that massacre." After a while, they both separated and Mikoto asked, "But how are you alive again? I heard about your death. I went to your funeral and cried for you." "Well, it's all thanks to my Sochi. I'll tell you everything that happens," Kushina said, sitting her on the couch. Meanwhile, Naruto was with the girls checking on the Uchiha girl. How are you, Sakura-chan? Naruto asked the pink-haired girl. She is stable. They attacked her with a powerful poison and I am surprised that you found her alive since she kills it almost instantly. I guess her willpower has helped her survive, Sakura explained. Between the three of us we took care of her, and we were able to remove the poison from her body. Now she must rest to heal, Hinata said seriously. Naruto nodded and looking at the girl, asked, What is your name? The girl looked at him with those eyes black as the night and said, Akino Uchiha. Kuyaneris? Naruto smiled and showing his thumb he said, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze and the future Hokage. Akino widened her eyes at those words and after remembering something, she said, You are the son of the Yandere Minato Namikaze and the blood habanero Kushina Uzumaki. So you want to be like them? No, I want to trace my own ninja path. They are my sons and they are my inspiration to be a ninja, but I want to be recognized for being myself, Naruto said with a smile. Akino smiled at those words and said, I like you. Most of the Uchiha boys I always said that they would be like their parents, and that bothered me. My dream is to be the best Uchiha of all time without being compared to others. Naruto found his dream great and said, giving him a thumbs up. That is a great dream and I know you will achieve it. If you want, I can support you along with all my friends. With those words, the other girls joined in the support. That's right, Akino-san, I support you too. In the past, I was not able to perform my clan style, and it was seen as a failure. But thanks to Naruto-kun, I was able to overcome that obstacle and I will be able to become a great kunoichi for my clan as well as a great wife for Naruto-kun. Hinata told him with a smile. That's right. I am from the Yamanaka clan and before I was a fanatic next to the forehead here at my side. But thanks to Naruto, I got the inspiration to be a great kunoichi and be a pride for my clan as well as a good wife for Naruto, Ino said with a big smile. At this point, Akino looked at them due to the fact that they were both with the same boy. In my case I am not from any clan, but I want to be a kunoichi to show that even a civilian can be a ninja. And it is thanks to Naruto-kun that I can have the inspiration to move forward and I will also be a good wife for him, Sakura said with motivation. Akino saw the three of them and could understand that Naruto was the inspiration for all of them to achieve their dreams. He smiled with amusement and said, Well, if the boy becomes the girl's inspiration to be great kunoichis, I think I'll join the club. And who knows, maybe I'll also become a good wife to the future Hokage, right? Na Aryuta-kun? Naruto was going to answer when Kushina and Mikoto appeared, who hugged Naruto with tears while saying, Per Naruto, I'm sorry for everything you went through in that life. It must have been very hard trying to reach my son to bring him back. I did it because I saw him as a brother and I wasn't going to give up until I brought him back, Naruto said, somewhat embarrassed. Even though he didn't deserve it, Sakura said with annoyance. Mikoto looked at her and made a sad face as she said, I know what my son did to you and I ask your forgiveness on his behalf. When I get him back, I'll pull his ears from him for what he did to you. Don't worry, now I can be with the one who really loved me and he can look for Karen to be happy, Sakura said with a smile. Mikoto nodded and then looked at Akino. Akino, it's good to see that you survived the massacre too, she said, hugging her. Do you know her? Naruto asked curiously. Yes, she is my niece and I thank you for saving her, Mikoto said with tears. And Mikoto, this new opportunity that Naruto-kun has given me will help me fulfill my dream. I will be the best Uchiha of all time, Akino said with determination. Mikoto smiled at him and said, I know you will make it. But then they heard someone knocking on the door and some of them got scared. Naruto used his sensory ability to find out who he was and after sensing the person's chakra, he opened his eyes in shock. It can't be, how is it possible? The shocked man asked himself. Who is it, Sochi? Kushina asked worried. Wait for me here, I'll go open it and bring it with you, Naruto said, getting up. He walked to the door and taking a deep breath, opened it to find Sasuke Uchiha looking at him with a frown. I'll ask you a question. Do you know who I really am? Naruto asked seriously. Sasuke gritted his teeth and hit him on the head while shouting, "Why didn't you give me the memories when you came back, doe?" Naruto rubbed his head in pain and yelled angrily, "You already know why, because you hurt Sakura-chan with that dirty trick you did to her." Sasuke just looked away embarrassed and said, "I admit that I committed the worst act in the world, but I had no choice. It was the best thing to do so as not to give Karen problems." Naruto took a deep breath and invited Sasuke inside. As they both headed inside the residence, Naruto said, "I understand your point, but I demand that you apologize to Sakura-chan, and when you meet with Karen, bring her with you at once. Now you must see your mother, she is in the living room with the others." Sasuke nodded and they both entered the living room, where Mikoto saw her son with tearful eyes. "Sasuke," she shouted. "Mom," Sasuke shouted. They both hugged her for a while until Mikoto pulled away and started pulling on her son's ear. "Spoiled brat, how could you do something so low with a woman? I never taught you that kind of thing, so you apologize to the poor girl right now," she yelled angrily. "Aye, come on Mom, I'll do it. Sakura, I'm sorry for what I put you through," Sasuke said, rubbing his ear. "No problem, now I can be with Naruto-kun and be really happy. But when Sarada is born, you will take care of her like a real father," Sakura said without giving it importance. "Okay, now explain everything to me, Naruto, and don't skip anything," Sasuke said, looking at Naruto seriously. Naruto proceeded to tell him everything about his return and what he did next. When he finished, Sasuke was meditating on the information until he spoke. "Well, we must make Kagaya return, and for that we must revive the Jubi. I can't deny that having Kagaya on our side is a great advantage, but the method of bringing her remains the same." "Not really, we just have to make Obito make the statue appear and feed him the orb that Kagaya gave me. This way the Bcuz will not be used, and we can bring her back without killing the Jinchurikis," Naruto said with a smile. "That's a favorable point," Sasuke said, and then he looked at Akino. "I see you saved another Uchiha besides Mom." "What, another Uchiha? I'm Akino, your cousin, you idiot!" Akino shouted angrily. Sasuke looked at her confused and looked at his mother for answers. "She's your cousin, but you only wanted Itachi's attention from her and didn't realize her existence," she told him with a sigh. "I see, sorry for not realizing," Sasuke said, bowing. "I don't need it, I plan to be the best Uchiha of all time, and that means surpassing you too," Akino told him arrogantly. Sasuke sighed and said, "Well, it starts with the attitude. One of the worst mistakes of the Uchihas is our arrogance. At least Sarada was not affected by that, and she was someone happy with a good life." Akino looked at him in surprise and lowered her head in shame. At that moment, Naruto received a message from Hagoromo and smiled. "Good news, Sasuke. I will be able to give you your Manjikyu Sharingan and the Rinne Sharingan from your past life," he said. "Really?" Sasuke asked without believing it. "Yes, old Hagoromo has given me the opportunity to give them to you." "Stay there," said Naruto, approaching him. He placed his hands over Sasuke's eyes and after a while, removed them. Sasuke opened his eyes, revealing the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and the Rinne Sharingan. "Well, can you get used to your eyes?" Naruto asked. "It will take time and good training, but I will achieve it," Sasuke said. "Well, I guess Hokage Jiji will call us about the massacre, and we will have to explain many things to him," Naruto said seriously. Akino looked at Sasuke's eyes with jealousy, but she promised herself to be stronger than him without needing those eyes. And so, the Uchiha Massacre ended with 3 survivors. Chapter 6: Visit to Iwagakure. A few months later, Naruto and Sasuke were attending the Ninja Academy with everyone else, including Akino, who was placed in the same class as them, and they were now at recess. It's incredible that Sasuke isn't the arrogant man he used to be at the academy. He continues with an attitude of not being interested in what happens, but he no longer believes himself to be the best of all, Kiba said with a smile. "At least I'm still better than you, dog breath," Sasuke said with an arrogant smile. "What did you just say, shitty Uchiha?" Kiba shouted angrily, being supported by his dog Akamaru. "Troublesome," Shikamaru said, leaning against the tree. Choji just ate his fries without worry and Shino remained stoic about the events. Don't start fighting, you two! Sakura shouted angrily. That's right, Kiba-kun, behave! Hinata shouted next to Naruto. Seriously, with those two, they have started a rivalry like cats and dogs, Ino said on the other side of Naruto. Leave them, I have read that a rivalry is good for strengthening ties and becoming stronger, Akino said with a smile. Does the Uchiha say that she has no manners and she is a nuisance all the time? Hinata asked with an annoyed face. An angry twitch appeared on Akino's forehead and she shouted. Shut up, Hyuga, don't think so much. Just because you have those special eyes you only think you are important for being noble and having those eyes. Hinata looked at her angrily and yelled. Don't talk, Uchiha, I know you are like others who glorify themselves with their Sharingan and see others as inferior. At least I can fight without my Tensigen and I can prove that I don't need it. What are you without your Sharingan? Don't provoke me, Hyuga, I will prove that I don't need my eyes to surpass you, Akino shouted with anger. That's right, Hinata and Akino became rivals to show which of the two was better, and that worried Naruto. He feared it would be a rivalry like him and Sasuke, ending in something bad. Sasuke saw Naruto's concern and said, Calm down, Naruto. I can assure you that their rivalry will not end as bad as ours. Take it as a rivalry similar to that of those two. He pointed to Sakura and Ino, who were also fighting for some reason, and with that, Naruto calmed down a bit. Then, he said to Sasuke, Sasuke, I plan to go to Iwagakure to see old Onoki and give him his memories of him as well as Kuratsuchi. Sasuke looked at him seriously and said, You know that at this moment you are not well received in that village because of your father's reputation. How do you plan to get in without being attacked? Naruto smiled at him in a foxy way and showing him his eyes said, With these. Don't worry, nothing will happen to me and I will be able to make Iwagakure allied with Konoha like Kumo. Besides, you will go with me. Sasuke frowned at this information, but sighed and said, Okay, if you want it that way, Naruto said with anxiety. Days later, Iwagakure. The Tsuchikujo Onoki was at his desk struggling with the powerful paperwork, and was wondering why he hadn't kicked the bucket once and for all, when a kind of portal opened in front of him. What's going on? An attack? Damn, I'm too old for this, he said with pain and preparing himself. But he saw how two children came out of the portal, one with jet black hair and black eyes, and that blonde hair and those blue eyes, the Yondaime Hokage Onoki shouted, preparing to fight. However, crimson chains held him, and upon looking carefully, he realized that they were coming from the blonde boy. Let go of me, legacy of the Yondaime. Don't use cheap tricks against me, the Tsuchikage shouted with anger. Naruto looked at him with a friendly smile, and said, Don't worry, old Onoki, I'm just here to give you something you need. Are you coming to give us back all the lives that your father took from us? It's too late, nothing is going to change what? Onoki shouted with pure anger. But he saw Naruto's Uzurigan and was calm. After a while, the old man looked around and when he saw Naruto, he shouted with happiness. Young man, it's a great joy to see you again. Naruto smiled and removed the chains to free the Tsuchikage. With things calmer, old Onoki said, I suppose that the fact that he came back to life has an explanation. Sit down and tell me everything that happens. Both children sat in front of him and Naruto was going to begin his explanation of him, but a new person entered the office. Grandpa, those silly shinobi are angry because of an innocent prank I played on them. Can you go too? Said a girl with short and pretty black hair. He stopped when he saw that her grandfather had company, and when he saw Naruto, he pointed at him angrily. You are the spitting image of that Yondaime from Konoha, you're bad and I'm going to, she shouted in a fighting position. But he saw Naruto's eyes of her, and instantly regained his memories of her. She looked at Naruto for a moment, and then rushed towards him to hug him as she screamed. Naruto-kun, what a joy to see you alive, you are quite a tough boy. Hee, I'm also very happy to see you, Kuro-chan, Naruto said with a smile. Mew, I already told you not to call me that, Baka, Kuratsuchi said with a pout. Kuratsuchi, get off young Naruto and let him explain to us how we came back, Onoki said seriously. Kuratsuchi looked at him with tears and jumped towards him shouting, "Grandpa, what a joy to see you alive!" I hugged the poor old man who was having severe attacks of back pain with such a hug. "Kuratsuchi, my back," the old man shouted. "How could he?" "Sorry, Grandpa, I think I went too far with my happiness," Kuratsuchi said, sticking out his tongue. Now recovered, the old man looked at the two children while his granddaughter was lying on the office couch listening to everything. "Very well, young man, tell everything about what happens and without omitting anything," Onoki said seriously. "Okay, man," Naruto said, taking a breath. Thus, he told the two everything about his return and his plans. After finishing, Kuratsuchi said, "That damned Ishikki attacked my village and destroyed everything. He died after losing everything he loved, and now I feel weak. But with this new opportunity, one will be able to become stronger and protect my people like a rock." Onoki looked at her proudly and said, "Well said, my adorable granddaughter. I guess I should go to Konoha to talk to old Hiruzen and form an alliance. I already want to see that old monkey. He is a good man, and I also want to see the Reikage to talk. I imagine they'll both be pleased to see you, old man. However, I know the stupid people on the council, and I know that they will try to take advantage of the alliance with you and your village," Naruto said seriously. "He's right, especially at your age, and I don't think they'll take pity on you for that," Sasuke said with a frown. "They are right. A question, Naruto. How did the Reikage achieve the alliance without any problem?" asked the Tsuchikage, looking at Naruto. "Well, he made conditions that I'd be under his protection from him, with the threat of war if they did anything to me, and he engaged me to several women from Kumo," Naruto responded normally. Onoki widened his eyes at this, and Sasuke facepalmed with a smile as he saw that Naruto was still so slow to understand what he was doing. I can put you under the protection of my village, but I don't know who I can commit you to in my village. There aren't many girls with potential that I know," Onoki said thoughtfully. With those words, Naruto finally realized what was happening and was going to tell him that such a thing was not necessary when Kuratsuchi spoke. "In that case, I am willing to commit to Naruto." Everyone looked at her surprised, and Onoki asked, "Are you sure, Kuratsuchi?" "Of course, Grandpa. I know Naruto very well. I have seen him as Hokage, as a husband, and as a father. I'm sure those fools on the Konoha Council will be pleased if the Tsuchikage's granddaughter and the Yandame's son are in an engagement. What do you say, Grandpa?" Kuratsuchi said with a big smile. The Tsuchikage looked at Naruto and asked, "What do you think, Naruto?" Naruto looked at Kuratsuchi and asked, "Do you really want to be one of my wives?" "Yes, you are a good man and I want to have a family with you," she said with a big smile. Naruto sighed and shrugged his shoulders. He said, "If it is your wish, I will not object. Welcome to the family, Kuro-chan." Kuratsuchi jumped for joy and went to Naruto to hug and kiss him. When he stopped, Naruto looked at Onoki and said, "Well, we will return to the village. However, we will wait for you when you go to form the alliance, and remember that you will have my house to stay." "I'll keep that in mind, young man. Tell Hiruzen that I will see him in a few days." Onoki said goodbye. "Goodbye, Naruto, see you soon," Kuratsuchi shouted with joy. Naruto and Sasuke said goodbye to them and went through the portal back to Konoha. A few days later, Namake's residence. Naruto was with his mother, his girls, Hayashi, Sasuke, Onoki, and his granddaughter in the dorm room talking about the meeting with the council. "I imagined they would be too angry," Naruto said calmly. "I was about to attack those fools from the civil council when they dared to say that my Sochi didn't deserve anyone's protection because he was just a demon. Damn them," Kushina shouted furiously. At least the Hokage was able to control the situation by reminding them that without Naruto-san we would be in a war problem with Kumo and Iwa. Hayashi said calmly, drinking tea. "That was good, but that crippled mummy came with his proposal that my Sochi should join his root force and I almost killed him," Kushina shouted again angrily. "Don't worry, Kushina-san, I gave the warning that young Naruto must remain in the shinobi forces like a normal ninja or we will not accept the alliance," said the Tsuchikage with a smile. "Thanks, dude. I loved seeing that mummy's angry face. It was wonderful, Kushina said with a big evil smile. Yes, it was. Now, Naruto-san has the protection of Kumo and Iwa, making him a very famous child. I wouldn't be surprised if Kiri and Suna knew about him, Hayashi said with a smile. Well, we will take care of Suna in a few years. However, I have a plan with Kiri about that war and I will do it in 2 years. But for that, I will need to bring my father to life, Naruto said seriously. Oh, will you bring back the Yondaime? Sounds good, a good plan, young man, Onoki said with a smile. It's true, I already want to have Mina-kun back, Kushina said happily. Then, Sasuke looked at Naruto and said, Naruto, we must do something with Danzo and we must do it now. If he remains alive he will continue to cause harm to our lives. Naruto sighed knowing he was right and said, I have that very clear. However, we need to get him out of his protection with the council so we can attack him, and I'm very afraid we can't do that now. We need him to send Sai with us so we can get him out of his control, and that can only happen when we go to find you at Orochimaru's base. Therefore, we need him to remain in his place for now, even if we do and like it. Sasuke clicked his tongue at that, but got his point across. Hey, it's okay to bring Sai back, but I'll make it clear to him that I don't want anything to do with him anymore, said Ino, who was chatting with the girls. Let's hope he doesn't want to lock me up with his drawings of him because of that, Naruto said with a drop of sweat. The most likely thing is that he will try, Sasuke said mockingly. Then, Kushina looked at her son and asked, Sochi, how are you going to solve that war in Mist? From what we know, the Yondaime Mizukage is under the control of Obito's Sharingan, and he has the Sanbai. It will be very dangerous. Naruto looked at her with a smile and said, Don't worry, I plan to go first with the rebellion to see a very important person for my plan. Who are you talking about, Naruto-san? Hayashi asked interested. Naruto put on a foxy smile and said, The one who was the Godaime Mizukage in our past life, the beautiful Mei Terumi. Chapter 7 Minato's Return. October 10th. A big party was being held at the Namikaze residence for Naruto's birthday, where everyone remembered was celebrating another year of life for the person most special to them. Kushina had thrown the party in a big way as it was the first birthday party she had celebrated for her son, in addition to being the day her husband Minato would return. Of those remembered, the girls like Hinata, Sakura, Ino, Hana, Yujito, Akino, Kuratsuchi, Samui and Mabui were with Naruto so he could enjoy the party with them. Also at the party were the Hokage, the Raikage, the Tsuchikage, Hayashi with his wife, Mikoto with Sasuke, Sim who was with the other girls, the parents of Rookie 11, Kiba, Shikamaru, Choji, Shino, Niji and Hanabi who was with his mother. The party lasted from afternoon until night, where they gave Naruto gifts for his birthday, and one of them was the sword of the Uzumaki clan from his mother, which Tenten looked at her with stars in her eyes. However, when night came, Naruto stood up and said, It's time. Let's go to the sealing room to summon Shini-chan. Everyone and agreed went with him to the sealing room to summon Shinigami. When everyone was already in the room, Sim asked, Hey puppy, are you sure that goddess is not dangerous? It's not that I do and trust you, you have given us back our memories of her and we thank you, but we do and know much about her except that she is the goddess of death. Indeed, Naruto returned the memories to all of Rookie 11's parents so that classmates like Ino and Shikamaru, who lost their father, could have a new chance with them. Naruto looked at her with a smile and said, Sim-chan, we can trust Shini-chan since she has given me back my mother, and now she can give us back my father. You do not have to worry. Sim smiled at him, and just like that, Naruto began the summoning. Invocation Jutsu. Before everyone, the gray flames formed again, which took the shape of the goddess of death, and when she saw Naruto, she rushed towards him with joy. Happy birthday, Naruto-kun. I'm so happy that you call me on every birthday, she said, crushing Naruto on her huge breasts again. It also makes me happy to see you on my birthday, Shini-chan, but you crush me with your breasts and I can barely breathe, Naruto said, gently tapping her arm to make her let go. All the men saw the scene with some envy, and the women also saw the goddess with envy for her divine beauty. When Shinigami released Naruto, he asked, "Shini-chan, do you have my father's soul?" Shinigami pouted and said, "You're bad. It seems that you only called me for work and I brought you a birthday present." Everyone saw this with surprise since the goddess of death was acting like a child, and Naruto scratched his head in embarrassment. "Forgive me, Shini-chan, it's just that I'm anxious to have Dad back and I didn't realize that," he said with great shame. Kushina approached him and said, "Sochi, I also want to have Min-kun with us as much as you do, but Shini-chan deserves that you make her happy by loving you and giving you the opportunity to have us. Let me give you her gift from her and spend time with her. We can wait a little longer." Naruto knew his mother was right, and he said to Shinigami, "I'm sorry, Shini-chan, please stay and spend my birthday with me." Shinigami smiled happily and hugged Naruto, burying him in her huge breasts again. The party continued in the same ceiling room, where Shinigami chatted with the adults and told them stories from his world that surprised them. She also talked to all the girls in Naruto, giving them advice and becoming friends with them all. He talked to Kushina and managed to get along with her, since they were both women who radiated death when they fought. After a while of partying, Shinigami said to Naruto, "Naruto-kun, it's time to give you my birthday gift before the main matter." Everyone paid attention to what he would give him, and Naruto was eager for the gift. Shinigami made a long box appear and gave it to him, saying, "This is my gift. It is a sword that I ordered to be made with the best material in the world of the dead. The blade has the ability to damage a person's soul, and if you manage to stab in the center, you will be able to send the soul to my domain. Use this sword to punish anyone who deserves to go to my domain to be judged." They all watched as Naruto pulled out a sword in a gray sheath with the death symbol on it. As they unsheathed it, they saw how the blade glowed in a silver light and the power of it could be felt from afar. Naruto looked at the sword with a smile, but Tenten had stars in her eyes when she saw such a magnificent weapon. Naruto sheathed it, much to Tenten's pain, and putting the sword away, he said, "Thank you very much, Shini-chan, it is a wonderful gift, and I will see if I can use it together with my mother's sword." I'm glad you like it. Now let's go to what you summoned me to." "I'm sure you want your father's soul, right?" Shinigami said with a smile. Naruto smiled, and the Sandaime had another prisoner brought in for the soul exchange. When they brought him in, Naruto saw the goddess and said, "That's right, Shini-chan. Did you manage to get it?" Shinigami smiled and began the process of accepting the prisoner's soul. The prisoner began to scream in pain, and instantly, he was replaced by a blue flame before everyone. "Here it is. It was a little difficult to get it out of my stomach, but I managed it in the end. Now, the rest depends on you," she said. Naruto agreed and, making hand signs, shouted, "The judgment of the Tensei." The king of hell appeared before everyone, who devoured Minato's soul and after a while, opened his mouth to spit out Minato Namake's naked body. Kushina immediately covered him with a blanket, and Naruto says to Shinigami, "Thank you, Shini-chan. With this you have made me so happy, and I promise that I will pay you back when I grow up." I know it will be like that, and I assure you that you will enjoy it too. Okay, now I'll go and tell Minato everything so he understands. Goodbye," Shinigami said, disappearing in gray flames. When he left, everyone looked at Minato as they waited for him to wake up. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked around to see people he knew as well as some he didn't. "I returned? How is it possible? The last thing I remember was fighting in the Fourth Great War against Madara and saying goodbye to my son," he said, somewhat confused. Then, Naruto and Kushina rushed at him with tears to hug him. "Dad, I'm so happy you're alive!" Naruto shouted, crying. "Min-kun, I'm so happy to be in your arms again!" Kushina screamed into her chest while crying. "Naruto? Kushi-chan? Are they really you?" Minato asked, even without being able to believe it. "Yes, Dad, it's us. We are together as a family," Naruto said, looking at him with a smile. Minato looked at Kushina and with tears asked her, "Are you really alive, Kushi-chan? Isn't it an illusion or a dream?" Kushina gave him a warm smile and gave him a loving kiss on her lips, which moved everyone present. When separating from the kiss, Kushina said, "Was that kiss an illusion? You know my kisses too well to realize if it's real or not." Minato couldn't take it anymore and started crying into Kushina's chest while she stroked his yellow hair. Everyone saw this with a smile, until Minato managed to calm down and saw the rest in the room. "Sandaime, I'm glad to see him alive," he said, looking at Hiruzen. "It's nice to see you again, Minato-kun. I hope that with your return you can return to your position as Yondaime," said the Sandaime with some hope. "We'll see, old man. With this new life I want to be with my family." "Inoichi, Shikaku, Choza, I'm glad to see you again," Minato said, looking at the three. "It's good that you're back, friend," Inoichi said, hugging him. "Troublesome, but I'm glad to see you alive," said Shikaku. "Welcome back. Do you want to go eat at the barbecue?" Choza said with a smile. "Maybe later." As wild as always," Minato said, looking at her. "Hello, Minato, you should have said that you had married the alpha of the village. But that doesn't matter, now I'm with your puppy, Konoha's new alpha, and I'm going to have a great time with him," said, stroking Naruto's hair. "I don't know what to say to that, but I'll allow it." "Hayashi, I'm sorry for leaving before completing what you asked me to do," Minato said, looking at Hayashi. "Don't worry, your son was able to bring the Hyuga clan out of its darkness and gave my daughter a happy life," Hayashi said with a half smile. "Thank you for your words. Mikoto, I'm glad to see you alive this time. You were a very special friend for our family," Minato said, looking at her. Mikoto approached him and, to the surprise of everyone present, kissed him on his lips with love. Everyone looked at Kushina to see what she would do, but their jaws dropped at the sight of her smiling so happily at the scene. After finishing her kiss, Mikoto said with some tears, "Minato, I wish to be with you. Now that I am no longer with Fugaku, I can be free to choose who to be with, and I have been in love with you since the academy, but out of respect for my friendship with Kushina, in addition to my arranged marriage with Fugaku, I had to stay away from you. But this is a new opportunity, and Kushina supports me in this, so the three of us can be together." Minato looked at Kushina in disbelief, so she said, "She is my best friend, and after telling me the truth of her secret love for you, I couldn't refuse when I knew you would come back to life. Min-kun, I ask you to accept it from her so that you can fulfill that wish." Minato looked at Mikoto to see her with eyes full of hope, and with a sigh he said, "Okay, if Kushi-chan doesn't have any problems, then neither do I. I will accept you and make you happy, Miko-chan." Mikoto jumped into her arms full of happiness, and Kushina joined the hug with the same happiness. All the men saw, thinking this, that the Namikes were damn lucky, and Sasuke only smiled, knowing that his mother would be happy and that he would have a good stepfather, in addition to having Naruto as a stepbrother. Then, Minato looked at those present again and said, "I'm glad to see you, Reikage. It's good to see him as an ally of our village." "Ha! Come on, brat, it's no big deal. Your boy showed great courage in that war, and I respect that. Now we must unite for the prosperity of our people," the Reikage said with joy. "I also think the same," Minato said, and then looked at Tsuchikage. "Tsuchikage Dano, now that you are with us, I apologize for all those IWA deaths at my hands." Oanoki just smiled at those words and said, "Ha ha ha ha, don't worry, Yondaime Dano. It was a war, and I had to accept that there would be deaths in it. Now, we must work together to lead our people along a solid path like a rock, and your son is the pillar to achieve it." "Thank you for your words, Tsuchikage Dano. But now I would like to know what is really happening. How did I get back, and what's happening?" Minato asked seriously. Naruto began to tell him everything since he said goodbye to him in the war until today. When I finished, Minato was shocked. "I'm glad to know that my son had a beautiful family with Hinata-chan, but I'm worried about those Otsutsukis and what they plan with our world. I suggest that we prepare for their arrival, so we can avoid that catastrophe. For that reason, I will accept the position of Yondaime Hokage again to begin preparations for the arrival of those Otsutsukis," Minato said seriously. Hiruzen raised his arms to the sky and shouted, "Thank you, Kami-sama, so I can free myself from the horrible paperwork." Minato looked at him confused and asked, Sandame, haven't you ever used the multi-clone shadow jutsu to finish the paperwork? As much as the Sandame, the Reikage, the Tsuchikage, and, surprisingly, Naruto fell to the ground with a depressive cloud while saying, Why didn't it ever happen to me? Everyone laughed at this and ended Naruto's birthday party with Minato congratulating him on a new year of life. The next day, Council Chamber. Everyone in the Civil Council and the three elders saw Minato with their eyes wide open as well as their jaws on the floor. As you can see, Minato Namikaze is alive and has decided to take the position of Yandame Hokage again, Hiruzen announced with a smile. Everyone still stood still in surprise while the Shinobi Council smiled at the reaction, but one person disagreed. This has to be a hoax, that can't be our Yandame. We want proof that it's really him, Danzo shouted furiously. He didn't understand how this was possible if Madara was supposed to have killed him and there was a funeral. Minato looked at him with his usual shinobi gaze and disappeared from the place to instantly reappear before him with a peculiar three-pointed kunai pointed at his eyes. Don't you think this is enough proof, Danzo? He said with a cold voice. It's him, it's our beloved Yandame, yes, he has returned to finish what he started and put an end to the dam, shouted a chubby councilman. But she was silenced when Minato cut her throat in the blink of an eye, which shocked the civilians as well as the elders, and then, the blonde shouted. Let it be very clear to you that Naruto Uzumaki is my son, and anyone who speaks ill of him will receive the same fate. I never thought this town would hate the one who keeps them safe. Can't they tell a kunai from a scroll? They have disappointed me. Everyone in the room lowered their heads in shame, and Kushina smiled to see how her husband still maintained his Hokage aura. I left Naruto with the hope that you would see him as a hero, and I went with my wife Kushina so we could recover from the battle against the Kyuubi. And what do I find when I return? A village full of hatred towards the boy who keeps them safe, and on top of that, I find out from my wife that they have gone on fox hunts towards my son on every birthday of his. We must use my power and destroy this village completely because of their stupidity. Minato shouted again with pure hatred. All the civilians trembled at his words, and the elders looked for a way to calm the situation. The Shinobi Council enjoyed their suffering, and the Sandame only smoked his pipe with a big smile. However, my son loves this village too much, and wants so much to become his Hokage. Therefore, I will take charge again to guide my son on his ninja path towards his dream. Oh, and I have decided to enter the Ciare, but I will only take Mikoto Uchiha as my second wife and will not accept any more. That's all, and see you. Minato concluded, leaving the room. When he came out, everyone in the room was speechless, and Kushina was amused by their expressions. Danzo thought that now everything was going wrong and that he would have to go with Orochimaru to plan something against Minato. Hiruzen put down his pipe and only said, It seems that everything went well. Everyone looked at him with their mouths open as the Shinobi Council laughed, and with that the meeting ended. Chapter 8. Visit to the Rebellion. Minato's return gave a huge turn to the Konoha village. Since it was known that he was alive, it was also revealed that he was Naruto's father, so most of the villagers were sorry for what they did to him. Among the shinobi, there were many who were very happy for his return, especially Kakashi, who was crying for having his sensei back. Taking over as Hokage, Minato ordered that all the merchants who treated his sons badly receive punishment, and all of them were tortured by Ibiki and Anko and Iti with the help of Ino, who enjoyed using her dark abilities to make them pay. After that, he decided to create a special team of shinobi to deal with situations of maximum danger such as invasions, and called it Kitsune no Hai, Fire of the Fox. This team was currently made up of Kushina and Mikoto, with whom they were in charge of threats to the 5 great nations. However, both parents had agreed to have time for their son, and most of the time, they were with him to lead a family life. Minato spent his time training Naruto at that time, teaching him the Hiraishin so he could master it, and other incredible jutsus to make him stronger. Kushina decided to be an exemplary mother, and talked to him about her land. She played with him, and taught him about Fuinjutsu so that he could be a great Uzumaki. 2 years had already passed in which the village was prospering thanks to the Namikaze family, and Naruto's group was becoming even stronger. Naruto, now 10 years old, had grown taller than in his past life, becoming taller than the others and almost reaching the height of his father's chest. Naruto's hair became a little longer, taking the shape of his father's hair but with crimson streaks. He was quite muscular, without that baby fat that he had in his other life, and that was due to his mother's rigorous diet. Although he still liked the color orange, he was wearing a black jacket with orange tones that at least did not attract much attention, blue pants, top-notch equipment, and everything chosen by Sakura and Ino's good taste of him. In these 2 years, he grew stronger to be able to face everything that would come in the future. Right now, he was in the lap of a certain girl with crimson red hair with fox ears, who was caressing her spiky hair lovingly. "Just look, the brat who accused me of being lazy is also in my lap," the girl said with a foxy smile. Naruto opened his eyes and giving her the same smile, he said, "Come on, Kurama-chan, it's very comfortable to rest on your lap. Let me sleep a little more like this." That's right, this girl was none other than Kurama. A year ago, Naruto managed to extract her Deella from her sealed Deella with the help of her parents' Deella and was now living in the Namikaze's residence with them. She possessed the ability to enter the signal whenever she wanted and become a huge or small nine-tailed fox if she wanted. Kurama was about to say something when a small white two-tailed fox appeared before them and spoke. "Naruto-sama, Kurama-sama, I come with news." "What's wrong, Auntie?" Naruto asked, looking at him. "I have been able to discover where Kiri's rebels are at the moment. They are on a mountain with a waterfall near the borders of Kiri," said Auntie. Kurama smiled at him and threw him a small rabbit while saying, "Well done, Auntie. You deserve this as a reward. Now return to the other foxes in my domain, and wait for us to call you again." Auntie put on a foxy smile and taking the rabbit in her teeth said, "Always to serve Kurama-sama and our master, Naruto-sama." With that, he disappeared in smoke from the place. "It's a good thing he will sign the fox's contract since they are excellent at stealth," Naruto said with a smile. Kurama smiled and said, "My little ones are great pranksters, and for that, they are the most secretive creatures in existence." "It's true, even my son Boruto had great stealth to escape from me every time I made a joke," said Naruto. "That's true. Boruto managed to escape from you in many of his jokes, but he never managed to escape from my mother's fury," said a voice in front of them. Looking over, they could see Hinata looking at them with a smile. She was wearing a purple dress that left her arms exposed and highlighted her great beauty. Her outfit from Naruto the last, but according to her age in this new life she decided to let her hair grow earlier than her age, and wore it tied in a ponytail. She had gotten a little workshop and her body was already beginning to show changes from puberty. Naruto looked at her with a smile and walked towards her to hug her. "That is true, and that is why we must build a safe future for them. It is for that reason that I will go to Kiri to see the rebellion and talk to Mei-san," he said after separating. Hinata looked at him a little worried and said, "I know you are stronger than in our past life, but I still worry about you. Maybe I can go with you." Naruto was a little surprised by those words. She seems to have decided to take this new opportunity more seriously. She no longer behaved like a shy girl who was afraid of hurting someone. She was now a determined woman with the courage to protect what is precious to her. She looked a bit like the sassy version of her from that dimension she visited with Sakura, although not as sassy as there. However, she suspected that her rivalry with Akino also had something to do with it. "I think it won't be bad if you accompany me on this mission. We will go tomorrow so we can prepare," he said with a smile. Thus, Naruto, Kurama and Hinata went to the Namikaze residence to prepare for tomorrow. The next day, Kiri limits. The rebel army was in their camp due to the war they were in, and in one of the tents there was a 25-year-old woman of great beauty looking at the papers on the table. She was a woman with reddish hair, a beautiful figure, and she was dressed in a blue suit that showed off her perfect body. This was Meitarumi, who was leading the rebel force against Yagura and was currently in a crisis due to said war. "This is bad, our forces cannot handle Yagura's power, and we are short of resources. What are we going to do?" she said with annoyance. He sighed a little and resting his cheek on his hand said, "And to top it all off, I'm still single. I'm in my mid-20s and all the men I've ever met aren't worth it. I just want to not be single for the rest of my life and a handsome guy may appear. And so if the sky had heard her request, a portal opened in front of her and 3 people came out of it, a woman with red hair tied in a ponytail, a girl of about 10 years old with dark blue hair tied in the same way, and finally. May did not know if what she saw was a dream or the gods had heard her wish, since in front of her there was a 10-year-old boy with 2-color hair, blonde and red, tall for his age and a masculine beauty that I had never seen in another man. Damn, it's so hot it seems like a sin for a woman like me to hell. Who cares if he's a brat? I must make it mine, she thought with desire. The boy looked at her with a smile and said, Greetings, Mei-chan. I come from Konoha to deliver something very important to you. Mei looked at him with her visible eyes and with a flirtatious smile she said, Wow, handsome. You're pretty attractive for a messenger. And what are you coming to give me? Naruto got a little nervous. He knew that his new appearance would attract more women than necessary, and Mei was not going to be the exception. But since she never got married in her afterlife, it wouldn't hurt to grant her that now, would it? He looked at her with her eyes and said, I come to give you your memories so that you come back like us, Mei-chan. After having her memories of her, Mei looked around, and when she saw Naruto, she asked, Naruto Uzumaki, what about you? Hee, yes, I am Databao, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head. Mei went to him and hugged him with love and tears while saying, I'm so happy to see you alive. After we found out about your death at the hands of that unfortunate man, he came to Kiri and devastated the entire place. I tried everything to stop him, but he was too strong and I couldn't do anything, ending up dead. But how are we back? Naruto proceeded to tell her everything about her return, and when he finished, Mei said, Well, it is a great opportunity to avoid that catastrophe, and we can prepare for the future. But one question, isn't that woman with red hair? Kushina looked at her with a smile and introduced herself. Hello? I am Kushina Uzumaki, the mother of my Sochi Naruto. Mei was amazed by Kushina's presence of her and said, It's incredible, I am before the legendary Kushina Uzumaki, you're my idol. Kushina scratched her head in embarrassment, and Naruto continued. Well, in view of our return we can provide aid for the civil war. My father Minato Namikaze is willing to help in the war, and Konoha will provide the best shinobi for that. Mei smiled at Naruto and said, It's good to know that. With this we can end this war faster and… Sorry to interrupt, Mei-chan, but I think we should postpone our attack for 3 years. Naruto interrupted. Mei looked at him with her mouth open and asked, But why? Because we must look for a man who wants to end this war, and I can only find him in 3 years by having a certain mission, Naruto answered seriously. Mei opened her eyes in surprise and said, Zabuza Momochi. You're right, he is necessary for the war, and being able to have him alive can benefit us a lot in the future. Well, I will make a message for Zabuza that you will give him when you find him. It would be the best, so I can avoid having to convince him, although I can give him the memories and Haku, Naruto said with a smile. Mei smiled, and as she wrote the message on a scroll, she looked at Naruto with a flirtatious look. However, Naruto, I see that you have become very handsome now, even at 10 years old. I imagine you must think that I am an old woman, and since you have Hinata you are not interested in someone like me, she said with feigned pain. Naruto was going to answer, but Hinata beat him to it. Mei-san, you must have heard that Kumo and Iwa are in an alliance with Konoha, right? She asked diplomatically. Yes, I have heard something about that. I guess Naruto-kun has something to do with it, right? Mei said with a sweet smile. Indeed. In this new opportunity, Naruto-kun's goal is to restore the Uzumaki and Namikaze clan, which is why he has entered the CRA. Kayumo and Iwa have made engagements of some kunoichis with Naruto-kun, with Kuratsuchi-san among them. There are also some of the girls from our village with me as the matriarch of the clan. That is why I can offer to enter into a compromise with Naruto-kun if he assures us that Kiri will be Konoha's ally at the end of the civil war. Hinata told him with the typical attitude of the Hyuga clan. Mei looked at her with wide eyes. Kushina was smiling to see how her daughter-in-law had applied what she taught her, and Naruto was a little worried, thinking that now Hinata would be the one making decisions without taking his opinion into account. Mei smiled and said, "It's a good offer, and I can't deny that I like the idea of being with him. Okay, I will join Naruto-kun's family, and when this war is over I will go to Konoha to make the alliance." "Perfect. In that case, we will retreat and return in 2 years when I find Zabuza to end this war. See you soon, Mei-chan," Naruto said with a smile. But Mei threw herself on him and gave him a hot kiss on the lips that left Naruto stunned. Incredible. I thought her kisses were melting, but they are incredible. How could she not get a boyfriend in her entire life? Naruto thought, enjoying the kiss. As they separated, Mei licked her lips and said, "I love it. I'm going to become addicted to your lips." Then Ao and Chojuro arrived with concern. "Mei-sama, are you okay?" Ao asked, preparing to fight. "Don't worry, they are not bad people." "Naruto-kun, could you?" Mei said, looking at Naruto. Naruto and agreed to use his Uzurigan to return both of their memories. Explaining to them, Chojuro said, "It's good to see that you are okay, Naruto-san. It was horrible what happened. I thought we would not survive. You must be more confident. If you were the Mizukage, it can't be. In my times our age served to learn from experience, and not with our efforts," Ao said seriously. "Age equals years, wither equals getting old," two women thought in their heads. Two hands grabbed Ao's shoulders, and the poor man could see Mei and Kushina with demonic aura as they said, "Ao, shut up or we'll kill you." After that, the three returned to Konoha to tell Minato about Mei's decision, and Hinata told the girls how Mei would enter the family. Meanwhile, Mei was telling her group about Konoha's help and how she had finally gotten a boyfriend. Ao tried to reason with her for choosing a 10-year-old boy, but her redhead brushed it off, saying that Naruto was going to grow up. Days later, Namikaze's residence. Naruto was training with his father in the Hiraishin, when Kushina walked in next to Hinata and said, "Dinner is ready, come eat." They both left training and went to the dining room to eat, with Hinata as a guest, although she was a guest most of the time. While they were eating, Minato asked Naruto, "Hey, they are. What will you do now? There are 3 years until you graduate and be on a genin team." Naruto looked at him seriously and said, "Well, for now I won't do anything else, since in order to get to Suna, I must wait for the Chunin exams and give his memories of him to Gaara. Also, in that exam we will meet Orochimaru, and I have a plan with Sasuke for that time. I think now we will enjoy my new life until graduation." The three agreed to his words and continued eating their food. Chapter 9: Graduation. 3 years later. We found ourselves in the village of Konoha, where everything was calm, well, until one of the typical jokes of a certain boy with two-color hair is shown. Ha 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 ha. You could hear their laughter at the Hokage monument, in which you could see 4 faces carved in stone, and one more, painted orange. Hokage-sama shouted to a shinobi entering Minato's office. "Don't tell me. My son again?" he asked with a sigh accompanied by a smile. "That's right, Yandame-sama. She has painted her face next to his face again," the shinobi said with a chuckle. Minato laughed, and putting on his Hokage cloak, he went in a flash to see what his sons did. Already at the top of the Hokage tower, everyone saw what their favorite rogue had done. "Naruto, I look great on you, but stop causing problems." "Good job, but stop doing it now." "Excellent work." "Look what he's done, it's a work of art, but it damaged the monument." Those were the cries of both support and scolding from the shinobi at the top of the Hokage tower in response to what they saw. "Thanks for your support. After all, none of you would be able to do this. I'm incredible," Naruto shouted at them with a big smile. "Look what you've done, idiot." "Yandame-sama, I apologize for Naruto's attitude," Iruka said next to Minato. "Calm down, Iruka. This is just something normal for an Uzumaki, and I already told you to call me Minato since Naruto considers you a second father," Minato said with a smile. "I'm sorry, Minato. But now I'll take care of him," Iruka said and took a deep breath to let out a powerful scream. "What the hell do you do during class hours? Get down here, idiot." Oh no, it's Irika Oto-san, Naruto said with fear. A while later, at the academy. Irika was in the living room in front of a tied Naruto, who was smiling foxily at him. Naruto, tomorrow is the graduation exam and you're acting like the class clown again with your jokes. This is not the time to cause problems, idiot, Irika said furiously. Yes, whatever you say, Naruto said in a mocking tone. In the seats, Sakura, Hinata and Ino sighed at their fiancé's attitude while some like Kiba and Sasuke only smiled at her blonde's actions. Then, Akino appeared before Naruto glaring at him, which caused him to panic and said to Irika, Don't worry, sensei. I'm in charge of putting it in its place along with the others. Come on, Naruto-kun, you must receive your punishment for the problems you cause. Thank you, Akino. At least this time you are there to maintain a little control over Naruto, Irika said with a smile. No, you can't do this to me, Irika-sensei, you are a traitor. Help, Naruto shouted like crazy. But nothing could save him from the beating his girls gave him, and now he was in his seat in a heap, while Irika spoke. Very well, we will do an exam on the transformation jutsu. Everyone online. They will transform perfectly into me, he said. Moments later, the henge exam was performed. Hang Akino shouted. It transformed perfectly into Irika and he saw the transformation with a good eye. Very good, it seems that your Sharingan is helping you a lot, he said with a smile. Akino dispelled the transformation and said with a smile. I haven't used my Sharingan at all. I have trained my jutsus without him so as not to depend on my Dijutsu. This is just a small sample of my true effort. Oh, that's wonderful. You are a good example of hard work like Naruto and Rock Lee. I congratulate you, Akino, Irika said with a smile. Akino turned to Hinata and showed her the victory symbol with her fingers while sticking out her tongue, which provoked the pearl-eyed girl's fury. Okay, next, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Irika said looking at Naruto. Naruto smiled foxily and prepared for the show. I hope you're not thinking about using that jutsu, Naruto, Irika warned him with pure seriousness. Quien? Naruto asked with an innocent smile. Naruto, Irika shouted angrily. Henge, Naruto shouted without making hand signals. Immediately, a girl with two color hair and two pigtails and naked with smoke almost covering the most important thing appeared, blowing a kiss to Irika in a daring pose. Irika couldn't take it and was thrown backwards in a nosebleed. Naruto returned to normal as he laughed. Ha ha ha, he fell flat again in my hexijutsu. Ha 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 ha, I laughed heartily. The others couldn't hold back their laughter and started laughing with him, until Irika stood up and shouted. I warned you not to use that stupid technique, although I was surprised that you could do it without stamps, so I give you a good mark. Naruto smiled at that, and just like that the day at the academy was over. Moments later, Namikaze's residence. Naruto was eating a nice bowl of ramen that his mother had prepared for him and was chatting with them. So, tomorrow will be graduation, Sochi? Kushina asked excitedly. That's right, and I'm sure I'll end up on the same Team 7, right, Dad? Naruto said looking at his father. Well, you might be in for a surprise, Minato said with a smile. What have you done, Dad? You know I have to be with Sakura-chan and Sasuke for certain events, Naruto said angrily. And I know. But I thought of something that you're going to like, Minato said, still smiling. Naruto didn't understand what his father was talking about, but he decided to find out when the teams were announced. The next day, Ninja Academy. Naruto was in the room with Sasuke and Shikamaru to take the graduation exam and Irika was giving the instructions. Well, in order to graduate they must perform the Kawarimi, the Henge and the Bunshin. When I call you, go to the next room, he informed. Problematic. We'll have to do this test again to become ninjas. Why don't I stay at home looking at the clouds? Shikamaru complained. Don't complain, Shikamaru. It is necessary to take this test to graduate and be placed on a team. Remember that we must become ninjas to be able to execute Naruto's plan, Sasuke told him before being called by Irika. Sasuke is right, Shikamaru. It is necessary to become ninjas to be able to proceed with the plan. Remember that the war must be carried out, and we can only participate as ninjas. Naruto told him seriously. Shikamaru looked at him with a frown and with a smile, he said. Giving me lessons. You have become more mature. Naruto just smiled at him, and Iruka's voice was heard. Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto stood up and walked in to find Iruka only as an examiner. Iruka-sensei, what happened to Mizuki team? The confused man asked. Iruka looked to his side for a moment, and then gave Naruto a smile as he said. Don't worry about him, he's teaching in prison right now. Now, I know that you are not capable of performing the Bunshin, so I will allow you to use the Kage Bunshin instead. Let's start with the Kawarimi. Naruto nodded slyly, and in a flash of orange, a chair was in its place to be replaced again in the same manner. Wow, it seems that you managed to master the Yandame's Hiraishin to use it as a Kawarimi. Very well done. Now use the henge to transform into whoever you want, except what you already know, Iruka told him quite seriously. Okay. What a party pooper, Naruto said resignedly. A cloud of smoke covered him, and before Iruka was an image of his father the Yandame. Iruka looked at him carefully and acknowledged. Very good, it is an exact replica of your father. Good job. Lastly, he performs the Kage Bunshin, but make sure you do the minimum, he said with a smile. Naruto, nodding and forming the seal with one hand, said, The judgment of the Kage Bunshin. From several bursts of smoke, about 100 Narutos appeared with a sly smile, and Iruka looked at Naruto in confusion. Naruto, I asked you for the minimum, the one said seriously. And this is the minimum. My chakra reserve is much larger than before, so there is no longer a limit to the number of clones I can make. Right now, the minimum is 100 clones and I can only make one, but that clone is as strong as when I fought Kaguya that time, Naruto told him, shrugging his shoulders. Iruka looked at him with surprise at such information, but he gave him a smile, and taking a ninja band, he put it on while saying, You never stop being so unpredictable, always giving surprises. Well, it makes me so happy to say that you have already graduated as a ninja. Congratulations, Naruto. Naruto smiled at him, and after hugging him, he left the room. After school, Naruto walked out with Sasuke and Akino to find Minato, Kushina, and Makoto waiting for them with a smile. I see that they managed to graduate. I congratulate you, Minato said with a smile. It was easy, surely they could have graduated us without the tests, Sasuke said. Kushina looked at Naruto and said, I'm proud of you, Sochi. Naruto looked at her with a smile and then saw what she had in her arms. Thanks, Mom. I am happy that you have come to congratulate me, and above all, I am happy to see my little sister with you. But are you sure about coming here in your condition? He said, somewhat worried. Indeed, Kushina Uzumaki was with a girl of about 2 years old on her arm with red hair like hers, and her belly showed that another was on the way. Don't worry, Sochi. Your little brothers won't get hurt just because I walked here to see you just graduated, Kushina told him with a sweet smile. Then Sasuke looked at Makoto and said, I suppose you will say the same since you are also pregnant. Makoto smiled at him and caressed her belly the same size as Kushina's as she said, You know that I am not a weak woman and I can move easily despite carrying your new brother in my belly. Don't worry. Also, our new children will be very close siblings as they are Minato-kun's children, Kushina said, looking at the two with a smile. Naruto and Sasuke looked at Minato, who was scratching the back of his neck nervously. Then, the four beauties of the academy approached: Hinata, Ino, Sakura, and Akino. Kushina-sama, we already invited all our friends for the celebration, Sakura said with a smile. Magnificent, Sakura. We already prepared everything at the venue, Kushina said happily. And what are we waiting for? Let's start the party, Ino shouted with joy. I had forgotten about the party. Well, since Mizuki team is in prison, I have all night to celebrate. Let's go, Naruto shouted with joy. Already at night, a big party was being held at the Uzumaki campus for the graduation of Naruto and his friends. There were all the new genin, his parents, the Sandaime, Iruka, and there were even some jounin like Kakashi, Kurenai, Asuma, Guy, and Anko. The party was going well when Naruto was called by a maid from the Uzumaki house. "Naruto-sama, Mito-sama, wishes to see you," she said. Naruto sighed. He had revived Mito Uzumaki on one of his birthdays since he considered having one of the most important people in the clan alive. However, she was what she was considered a very difficult lady. When he revived her, her character Ella turned out to be a much worse bomb than her mother Ella or Tsunade when she got angry, and that was due to the fact that he revived her in her 24 years, so it was a much worse problem. Mito, upon learning that Naruto was an Uzumaki and Jinchuriki of Kurama, decided to take him as his apprentice to make him the best leader of the Uzumakis, and for Naruto it became a problem. They had arrived at the Uzumaki mansion, and the maid led him to the meditation hall, where a beautiful young woman with red hair was relaxing. "Why did you want to see me, Mito Oba-chan?" Naruto asked naturally. A chain came out of Mito and hit him in the head, causing him a lot of pain. "I have told you many times not to call me an old woman, Naruto," she said, glaring at him. Naruto rubbed his head and said, "You look like Tsunade Oba-chan with this." Myth made a sad face and said, "I want to talk to you about her." Naruto looked at her seriously and sat down in front of her. "Listen, I want to go with you when they go to look for her and give her memories of her. I want to take advantage of this new opportunity to be with her, and I want to look for her with you," Mito said pleadingly. Naruto thought about it a little to say, "Maybe it's the best. When we find her, she might have trouble giving him her memories of her, and with you she might have a chance." Mito smiled and took out a scroll from her kimono. "Thank you, Naruto. And as a thank you, I will give you the contract of the Uzumaki clan, the contract of the dragons. And I hope you do well on your genin test," she said, giving him the scroll. Naruto took it with a smile and bowing said, "Thank you, Mito Oba-chan." "Oh. I already told you not to call me an old woman, brat," she yelled, hit him. Naruto ran out of there to return to the party, leaving a smiling Mito. "He looks like you, Hashi-kun," she said, meditating again. Chapter 10, Equipment. It was a new day in the Konoha village, and at the Namikaze residence, Naruto was getting out of bed. After dressing, he went down to the dining room to have breakfast, meeting Minato and Kushina with little Hitomi at the table. "Good morning," Naruto said with a smile. "Good morning, Sochi. Ready for team selection?" Kushina said with a smile. "I am, although I am worried about the surprise my father prepared," said Naruto, starting to eat. "Don't worry. I assure you that it will be favorable for your team." "Well, finish your breakfast and go to the academy to see your team," Minato told him with a smile. "Okay, Dad," Naruto said, finishing his breakfast. Later, Naruto was walking down the street when he saw a lump on a fence, and a certain brown-haired boy came out and shouted, "I caught you, Naruto." But Naruto just stepped aside, which caused the boy to fall to the ground. "What do you think you're doing, Konohamaru?" Naruto asked with a smile. Konohamaru looked at him with a smile and said, "That was a very clever move, that's why you were the 7th Hokage." Naruto smiled. He had given him the memories the day the photo was taken, and the boy determined to be strong enough to not fall to Ishikki again. "I'm sorry, Konohamaru, but I have to go to the academy to see my team," said Naruto. "Oh, so they'll put you back with Sakura Oni-chan and Sasuke Oni-chan?" Konohamaru asked curiously. "Don't know. My father told me that he would have a surprise at orientation, so I should prepare." "See you, Konohamaru," Naruto said, leaving. "See you," Konohamaru said with a smile. Moments later, Ninja Academy. Naruto was sitting next to Sasuke and Hinata when Akino came to sit next to her cousin and said, "I just hope he doesn't end up on a mediocre and useless team. I want to be the best kunoichi, and I don't need anyone to slow me down." "At least you won't be on my team and I can be free of your arrogance, Uchiha," Hinata said with a smile. An angry twitch formed on Akino's forehead, but Sasuke told her, "Akino, don't start another fight." Akino remained calm, and suddenly, the footsteps of certain girls were heard. The door opened to reveal two girls fighting each other to get in first. "I got there first, pig," Sakura said with a lower tone of voice than before. "No way. I got there first, big front," said, panting. Everyone looked at them, especially the boys who saw them with perversion. On this occasion, Sakura and Ino had become more beautiful than in their past lives and were part of the four queens of the academy along with Hinata and Akino. Ino was just as beautiful as her in her life, but her body developed better, having D-cup breasts now and a bigger butt. But Sakura wasn't far behind. Unlike her past life, she was no longer a board and she had C-cup breasts thanks to the diet suggested by Kushina and her, but was the envy of all the girls. She had her hair tied in two pigtails like her teacher Tsunade and was wearing an outfit similar to her past life after training. They both went to the line in front of Naruto and gave him a tender kiss on their lips, causing the jealousy of the boys and girls who were fans of Naruto. "Good morning, Naruto. How are you?" Sakura asked with a smile. "Hello, Naruto-kun. Did you dream about me?" Ino asked in a flirtatious way. "Hello, you too. I'm fine and I dreamed about ramen," Naruto responded with a foxy smile. "Ah. Well, it doesn't matter. When will sensei appear?" Ino said, sitting down. "I don't know, but it must be coming," Shikamaru said, lying next to him. Meanwhile, at the Hokage Tower, Minato saw everything that was happening in the crystal ball with the Jounin senseis and said, "It seems that my son is ready to start his ninja career. Well, Naruto-san has shown great potential since he was a child, and it is not surprising that he is already prepared," Yui Kurinai said with a smile. "However, his ninja career will be within sight of 3 villages and that can be a lot of pressure for the boy," Asuma said while smoking. "You shouldn't worry. Gaki can handle any pressure or he wouldn't be the 7th Hokage," said Enko Mitarashi with a sly smile. Minato looked at Kakashi and asked, "What do you think, Kakashi?" The silver-haired man looked at the crystal ball seriously and said, "I think Naruto should prepare not only for what will come in the future, but also for what the present holds for him. He is already an important figure in the shinobi world and everyone will be expecting great things from him, so he cannot disappoint anyone." Minato nodded, but put on a serious face and said, "Kakashi, I want you to dedicate yourself to training your entire team and not have any favorites. I know very well that you spent your time training only Sasuke and left the other two to their fate. I'm warning you, train your entire team or I'll ask Kushi-chan to destroy all your books as punishment." Kakashi sweated coldly at those words and said, "How do you order, sensei?" Minato nodded and looked at the crystal ball where his son was shown and thought, "Good son. I hope you like my surprise." Back in the living room, Iruka entered the room to assign the teams and said, "Very good, guys. They will be assigned to a team of 3 members with the Jounin as sensei. I will name the members of each team, and they will have to wait for their sensei in this room." Everyone agreed at his words and the sensei continued, "Now I will announce the teams. Teams 1 to 6 don't matter. Team 7 will be a special team of 4 members and 1 Jounin. It will be composed of Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, Sakura Haruno, Sasuke Uchiha and Akino Uchiha. His sensei will be Hatake Kakashi," Iruka reported. "What-e?" Almost everyone shouted. "Hey sensei. Why are they a team of 4? Asked a student. "Well, it's because the Yondaime decided so," Iruka responded simply. "So this was the surprise? Good thinking, Dad," Naruto thought with a smile. "Well, at least I'll be on the team I feel most comfortable on and I'll be able to take care of my cousin," Sasuke thought. "Sha, it was my turn again with Naruto-kun and Sasuke, plus I will have Akino as a partner," Inner Sakura thought happily. Akino looked at Hinata and gave her the victory sign by sticking out her tongue, to which the Hyuga sent her killer instinct. "We are going to continue. Team 8, Hinata Hyuga, Kiba Inuzuka and Aburame Shino. Your sensei will be Yui Kurinai," Iruka informed. Hinata looked at her team with a smile, to which they smiled back. "Hey Kiba. I entrust you with the protection of my Hime, okay?" Naruto said to Kiba. "Sure, Naruto. Leave it in my hands, the Inuzuka responded with a smile. Team 10, Ino Yamanaka, Shikamaru Nara and Choji Akimichi. Your sensei will be Asuma Saratobi. Those are the teams, Irika concluded. After that, there was a time when everyone could meet each other and Naruto's team went outside. They arrived at a park and sat on the bench to talk. Do you know? This bench was where I said all those horrible things about Naruto. I seriously regret all that, Sakura said with pain. Don't worry, I already forgot all that. Now we must look at our new life and look at our new future, Naruto told him with a smile. Sakura smiled back and could see that Sasuke and Akino were gone. Apparently they left us alone. Hey Naruto. I still remember when we were about to kiss that time you transformed into Sasuke. Do you want to try it again? Sakura said in a flirtatious tone. Naruto smiled foxily at him, and they slowly brought their lips together until they kissed. The kiss started simply, but the intensity increased until it became one full of pure passion, full of caresses. After a long while, they both separated for air and looked at each other with a smile. Wow, you're really good at kissing. I know why Hinata always said that she loved your kisses, Sakura said panting. Heh, she was very addicted to my kisses and she always asked me for one when she could, Naruto said. Oh really? In that case I'll ask you for one when I feel like it. We better go back or sensei will scold us, Sakura said. Kakashi-sensei? That pervert must be in the stone visiting Rin, and he will surely be late, Naruto said with annoyance. You're right, but it'll be better to go back so as not to waste time, Sakura said seriously. Naruto huffed in annoyance and followed Sakura into the living room to join the others. Already in the living room, the four of them were waiting for his sensei. However, as usual, they had been waiting for almost 2 hours and Kakashi had not arrived. Are you going to start arriving late again? We've been waiting a long time, Sakura shouted angrily. Cha, if he's any longer late I'm going to kill him, Inner Sakura said. Naruto decided to play a prank on Kakashi, but this time he had to be a big one since the one with the eraser knew it. She thought for a while until she smiled foxily and said to the other three. Listen, Kakashi-sensei will still be late, but we can give him a good punishment. The three saw him interested and Sasuke told him. Are you talking about a joke? It sounds good, but you should already know the one in the draft. Which one do you have in mind? Naruto put on a very foxy smile and said. Listen to me very well, because you have to do exactly everything I say. The three of them smiled and just like that, they all set a trap for their lazy sensei. After a long while, they heard Kakashi approaching, who upon seeing the door could see a draft like the other time. Same joke, it's good to know that old traditions are never forgotten, thought the silver-haired man with an eye smile. He opened the door and the eraser fell on him, covering him with chalk. It would have ended there, but the eraser had a cable that activated a series of mechanisms with seals that the Jounin followed with his gaze and saw how a seal activated above him releasing some kind of liquid, and it fell on him. But it didn't end there, the mechanism continued until the end, in which a seal exploded, throwing many bird feathers towards him and now, Kakashi looked like a kind of chicken with silver hair. Ha 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 look, he fell flat, Naruto shouted, clutching his stomach. Ha 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 I see, we have a chicken like a sensei, ha 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 we'll call him Galena sensei, ha 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 Akino laughed, holding on to Naruto to keep from falling over laughing. Ha ha ha, that's what happens to you for being late, Sakura laughed with amusement. Sasuke just snickered at his Uchiha pride and Kakashi thought. They managed to pull off a team prank. I was worried that when Akino joined the team there would be some imbalance that would not allow them to work as a team. But it seems I shouldn't worry. How could I say this? My first impression of you, you are still a bunch of idiots. Go to the roof in 10 minutes, I must see the Hokage first, Kakashi said, disappearing in a shunshin. The four looked at each other and, nodding, went to the roof. Meanwhile, Hokage Tower. Minato was reviewing a report with his wife Kushina by his side with little Hitomi in his arms, when Kakashi appeared still as a silver-crested hen and Minato looked at him confused. Kakashi, what happened to you? He asked without understanding anything. Kakashi could see how Kushina was holding back her laughter and said, Naruto and Team 7, that happened. I'm just here to tell you that I decided not to test them because with this joke I could already see his teamwork. I'm leaving, sensei. See you, Kakashi, Kushina said, imitating a chicken in mockery. Little Hitomi burst out laughing and the poor silver-haired boy walked away in shame. Naruto can't seem to stop joking, Minato said with a smile. Of course not, he's an Uzumaki and little Hitomi won't be left behind. Right, my pretty princess? Kushina said, looking tenderly at the girl. Minato just sighed as he imagined his daughter and future grandchildren causing chaos in the village. Chapter 11, Mission in the Waves. On the rooftop. Kakashi looked at the 4 genin in front of him with an eye smile and said, Well, I know 3 of you and we could skip the introductions, but the best thing would be to introduce ourselves again. I think the same. But you must introduce yourself first, Kakashi-sensei, Sakura said seriously. Yo? Well, my name is Hatake Kakashi. What do I like and what do I dislike? I have no intention of telling them. My dreams for the future? And I have many hobbies, Kakashi said lazily. Akino looked at the others and said, That doesn't help us, he only told us his name. Ha ha ha, that's what I said the other time, Sakura said, laughing. But Naruto started to laugh, and while Kakashi looked at him suspiciously, he said, Ha ha ha, stop giving blowjobs, Kakashi-sensei, that is a vile lie. Yes, this is Hatake Kakashi. What he likes is pornography and erotic books about him. He dislikes people who abandon a teammate, and those who try to take pornography away from him. His dream for the future is to get an old friend back and be able to have the entire Ika Paradise collection. And his hobbies are reading porn. The 3 saw how Kakashi was with a gray cloud and said with tears, You're bad, Naruto. Now everyone is going to know me as a pervert sensei. Bah, everyone already knows you as such. It won't make much difference, Naruto said mockingly. Kakashi became even more depressed, but recovered quickly and said, Now it's your turn. Let's start on the left. Naruto smiles and begins to introduce himself. My name is Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. I like ramen, my hymns and training. What I dislike are the ignorant, the rapists, and those who think badly of the ninja world. My hobbies are training, being with my hymns and eating ramen. My dreams for the future are to become Hokage again, rebuild my clan and avoid a tragedy in the future. Kakashi smiled and said, I see that you have a more set goal. Now you go, Shadow. Sasuke smiled and said, My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I like tomatoes, training and being with my mother. I dislike those who see the Uchiha clan as just an evil clan and those who are ignorant. My hobbies are meditating, training and eating tomatoes. My dream, to recover my future, but this time with those I lost by my side and with Karen as my wife. Naruto, Sakura and Kakashi smiled at her, and Akino looked at her cousin with some sadness, as she imagined how lonely he must have been in her other life. Very good, you have established a perfect goal for your future. Now you go, Pink Healer, Kakashi said, looking at Sakura. Sakura smiled mischievously and began to introduce herself. My name is Sakura Haruno. I like medical jutsu, my companions and my new family and Naruto-kun. I dislike ignorant people, rapists and those who don't know how to distinguish a kunai from a scroll. My hobbies are healing, shopping with my friends and training. My dreams for the future are to become the best medical ninja, surpassing Tsunade, and starting a beautiful family with Naruto. Kakashi nodded and said, Well, it's an excellent goal for a kunoichi like you. Only you remain, punk girl. Akino looked at him with some annoyance at the strange nickname and said, My name is Akino Uchiha. I like chocolate, training and Naruto-kun. I dislike rapists, Hinata's pearly eyes, and those who see the Uchiha clan only as evil. My hobbies are training, listening to music and eating with Naruto. My dream for the future is to become the best kunoichi in the world and change the Uchiha clan. Do you know that once you marry Naruto you will be part of the Uzumaki clan? Sasuke asked, looking at her. So what? I will still be an Uchiha and I will be able to fight for both clans, she replied with a smile. Kakashi smiled and said, Very well, tomorrow we will start with the D-rank missions. Will we start with the missions? Won't we have proof of the bells? Sakura asked seriously. Kakashi gave them a nice smile and said, No. You already know the true purpose of the test, and you would get Akino to work as a team with you. Furthermore, the classroom joke was enough proof for me that they already work as a team. Good, that saves us the test. But I don't like going back to those D-rank missions, Naruto said with clear displeasure. Come on, Naruto. Think of it as something to do before your mission in the waves. I need a few of these missions so Akino can join the team, Kakashi told him with a smile. You're right, but I still hate them, Naruto said with disgust. Akino looked at him with a drop of sweat and asked, Are they really that bad? Time after. What is the distance of the target? Kakashi asked through an earpiece. 5 meters, I'm in position, Naruto said. I'm ready, Sasuke said. Me too, Sakura said. This has to be a damn joke, Akino said with annoyance. Okay. Come on, Kakashi said after hearing them. The 4 genin launched themselves against the objective, and it is captured by Naruto, who had moved with great speed while the other 3 cornered him. I caught you, Naruto said with some malice towards the target. A bow on his right ear. Are you sure it's Tora? Kakashi asked from the headset. Yes, it's him. I would never forget this demonic cat, said Naruto, looking at the cat with hatred. Good. Search mission for the lost pet, Tora, completed, Kakashi said with a smile. Back to the Hokage Tower. Oh, my cute little Tora-chan. She was so worried, said the feudal lord's wife while she crushed the cat. Naruto and his team watched with pleasure as the cat was tortured, even Akino, who had had to fight that damn demon many times. Minato looked at them with a smile and said, Very well, you have managed to do a good team job with your D-rank missions. Now, it is time for your first real mission. Finally, she was already fed up with these missions, Akino shouted with joy. The others saw her with some amusement, and Minato laughed a little at seeing an Uchiha acting so similar to an Uzumaki. Hee, it's good to see such dedication. Now they will know their client. Hey, you can come in, Minato shouted towards the door. A drunken old man entered from it, who when he saw them he grunted and said, What is this? Aren't they a bunch of super jerks? They're just a blonde with a stupid face, a black-haired guy with duck-butt hair, a girl with bubblegum hair, and a brat with a stupid face. Are they really ninjas? The 3 remembered had to support Akino, who wanted to throw herself at the old man to kill him. I'm going to kill you, she shouted angrily. What logic is there in killing the man we have to protect, idiot? Naruto shouted at her, trying to calm her down. Look who's talking, Sakura, Sasuke and Kakashi say with laughter. Shut up, Naruto shouted angrily at them. The old man looked at them arrogantly and said, My name is Tazuna. I am a great expert bridge builder. I expect super protection from you until I reach my country and complete the bridge. Well, go prepare for this mission. Naruto, go to the house so your mother and I can talk to you, Minato said, ending the meeting. Everyone agreed and retired to their homes. At the Namikaze's residence, Naruto entered the house and was greeted by his parents, who told him, Welcome, they are. Your father told me that you will go on the mission on the wave, Kushina said with his daughter Hitomi in his arms. That's right, we are going to help the builder Tazuna and finish off Gato, Naruto said, trying to go to his room. Don't worry. I already packed your luggage in these storage stamps, her mother told her, giving her some scrolls. Thank you, Mom, Naruto said, taking them. Son, are you carrying the message for Zabuza? Minato asked him seriously. Yes, I have had it in a signal since I received it, Naruto answered normally. Son, be careful with Zabuza. I have fought with the 7 swordsmen of the mist, and I know how dangerous they can be. Remember everything I taught you about Kenjutsu and protect your 2 companions, Kushina told him, very worried. Of course, don't worry about me. I'll manage to give Zabuza and Haku their memories after a good battle, Minato said with a foxy smile. I hope so. Oh, and make sure that damn Gato suffers and send his soul to Shini-chan, Kushina said angrily. I'll do the same. Well, I'll go with my team to the country of waves. I'll see you when I get back, Naruto said, leaving the house. See you, son, they both said goodbye. At the entrance to the village, Naruto arrived with the others and Kakashi asked him, Do you carry the message? That's right, I have it in this seal, Naruto responded, showing a seal on his wrist. Well, it is necessary to hand it over to achieve our alliance with Kiri, Kakashi said seriously. I know, and you have nothing to worry about, ha ha ha, Naruto said laughing. Hey, am I really safe with this moron? Tazuna asked with annoyance. Naruto looked at him with annoyance and thought, But this shitty geezer is still the worst possible customer. I should give him the punch I couldn't give him. But to everyone's surprise, Akino pointed at Tazuna angrily and shouted, Hey, old man, don't mess with Naruto. You don't know what he's capable of. One day he will be the greatest of elite ninjas. The Hokage, remember his name very well, old man Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze. Naruto couldn't help but feel grateful to her, and the others saw her with a smile. Tazuna looked at her petulantly and said, Hokage? Isn't that the title of the strongest ninja in your village? I doubt that a kid like that will reach a rank like that. Be still, he will make that possible. He will be the Hokage, and when he achieves it, we will come to see you to rub it in your wrinkled face, and you will recognize what he is worth, Akino shouted angrily. Tazuna looked at her mockingly and said, I'm not going to admit anything, brat, even if that kid becomes Hokage. Akino looked at him angrily and tried to attack him, shouting, I am going to kill you. Don't worry about that, Akino, Sasuke told her, holding her. I'll tell you one thing, if that little kid becomes Hokage, it will be when I grow wings and start flying, Tazuna told him arrogantly while he drank. Naruto smiled evilly and thought, I had forgotten that. It will be fun when I return her memories of her, but I will do it at her house. Akino looked at Tazuna with a malicious smile and said, You better remember that, old man, you'll have to do it very soon. Kakashi looked at them with an eye smile and standing in front of them said, Very good, team, come on. Yes, everyone said. Chapter 12, Road to the Land of Waves. Everyone was walking towards the Land of Waves when Akino asked, Kakashi-sensei, I understand that the country of waves does not have ninjas but the rest of the countries do. Why is this? You're right. The country of waves does not have ninjas, but the rest of the elemental countries do. There are other hidden villages, therefore there are ninjas there too. Although it has different cultures and customs than ours, Kakashi explained. He continued explaining about the 5 elemental countries and the Kages when they saw a puddle of water. Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura looked at each other with a nod, and Sakura launched herself at him to hit him with her fist. Shinero, she shouted, attacking with her fist. He destroyed the ground with everything and puddle included, from which the 2 shinobis emerged from the fog very dazed. Sasuke appeared before them and put them into a genjutsu with his Sharingan, with which Naruto finished the job by impaling them both with his death sword. Everyone else saw this in surprise, and Kakashi said, Good job, team. They have proven to be the best team in the village. Then he looked at Tazuna and said, I must talk to you. Those are Chunins from the hidden village of the mist. These ninjas are famous for fighting no matter what. There is something I need to know. Who are the 2 of them after? Tazuna looked at him with sweat and asked, What do you mean? That they were behind you. This has become a B-rank mission. We could go back to the village and forget about your request, but we have an important message to bring to that country. Therefore, we will go with you since we are also heading there, Kakashi told him lazily. Tazuna looked at them with tears and said, Thank you very much. Naruto smiled slyly at him and said, Calm down, old man. He will be escorted by the future Hokage. Come on, guys. Sometime later, near the country of waves, they were all on a boat through a thick fog that didn't let them see anything. What a dense fog! I don't see anything, Akino said, trying to look for her. Naruto, do you feel his presence? Kakashi asked, looking at the blonde. Yes, but it's a bit far away, Naruto said seriously. We will soon see the bridge. The country of the wave is at the base of the bridge, said the boatman. The ship approached the bridge under construction, leaving Akino amazed by such a work. Wow, it's huge, she shouted with joy. Hey, shut up, why do you think we hide in the fog and don't use the engine? We will have a big problem if Gato finds us, the boatman told him angrily. Everyone stayed silent and Akino remembered what Naruto told her about Gato, so she stayed silent. We will arrive soon. Tazuna, it seems we haven't been found until now. But, just as a precaution, we will take the route that has vegetation. This way it will be more difficult for them to find us, said the boatman, looking at the old man. Okay, thank you, Tazuna said, now sober. The boat passed under the bridge to reach a greener area where they could see the wave town. They arrived at the dock where the boatman left them while he said, We're done now. Bye and good luck. Yes, thank you very much, Tazuna said, looking at him. When the boatman left, the old man began to walk while saying, Okay, take me home safe and sound. Yes, yes, Kakashi said with a drop of sweat. The team began to walk down the path and suddenly, when they heard a noise, Akino threw a kunai while shouting, There! Naruto sighed as he saw how she was so similar to her previous self and went to the bush to pick up the poor white bunny, which was trembling in her arms. Akino, you just traumatized a poor bunny, he said in a mocking tone. Sorry, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to do it, bunny, Akino said to the bunny as she hugged him. But Naruto threw a shuriken towards a tree and everyone watched as a huge man with a great sword fell to the ground to look at the blonde with a frown. How did you find me, brat? He asked with clear confusion. Naruto looked at him with a smile and said, Number 1, that bunny is a snow rabbit, and it is still spring for it to change color. It was locked in a box to prevent it from changing color, so it is used to deceive enemies. The man looked at him with a smile under his bandages and said, Very smart boy. Naruto gave him a foxy smile and held up 2 fingers to continue. And number 2, I am a sensor, one of the best, and I was able to detect you even when we were crossing the lake. Therefore, I always knew you were around, watching us, and I just waited for the right moment to make you come out. Zabuza started to laugh heartily at the blonde's words and said between laughs, Ha 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 ha, you are very good, Gaki. You remind me of a red-haired woman I was able to fight years ago. They look too similar even with your red locks. Naruto looked at him funny and said, Yes, that was Kushina Uzumaki and she is my mother. Upon hearing this, Zabuza stopped laughing and looked at the boy with clear surprise. Are you serious? Are you really the son of the bloody habanero? She asked him even without being able to believe it. Naruto just put his hand on one of the seals on his arm and took out a red-hilted sword with a swirl to say, Do you recognize this sword, Zabuza? Zabuza looked at the sword with great surprise and said, That is the Red Death. It is the only known sword capable of standing up to the 7 swords of the mist. It seems that you really are her son. What is your name, Gaki? Naruto smiled foxily and said, Naruto Uzumaki Namikaze, son of Kushina Uzumaki, the blood habanero, and Minato Namikaze, the yellow flash of Konoha. Kakashi smiles at the blonde's words and says to the rest of the team, Surround and protect Tazuna. Don't get in Naruto's way. Zabuza gave Naruto a challenging look and taking his sword from him, said, I like you, Gaki. However, I'm not here to chat. I have to kill the old geezer. But it seems I must defeat you first. He disappeared from where he was to reappear in the lake and make a hand sign for a jutsu. What is he going to do? Akino asked confused. Zabuza concentrated his chakra to move the water beneath him and said, The magic of death. Instantly, Zabuza disappeared from everyone's sight and the fog became more intense, causing them to be unable to see anything. The fog is spreading, Akino shouted, looking around. Akino, use your Sharingan, Sasuke shouted seriously. Because? I can overcome this without needing. Akino tried to refuse. Akino, it's okay not to want to depend on your dijitsu, but there are times when you're going to need them no matter what. This is one of them. Sasuke shouted angrily. Sasuke is right. Akino, your Sharingan will help you see through the fog, and with that you can be safe, Kakashi shouted seriously. It's true, Akino, you must put your pride aside and resort to your best tool in a life or death situation, Sakura also shouted. Akino looked at them with some conflict since she did not want to depend on the Sharingan and be the best kunoichi in the world on her own merits. But upon hearing those words, she realized that there were times when her eye could save her. Thus, she activated her 3-atom Sharingan and looked around her to be alert. Naruto, on the other hand, was with his clan katana and with Uzurigan activated, as well as attentive to Zabuza's presence of him. He would not use Great Death, the katana that Shinigami gave him, because he would use it against those who he deserved to be sent to Shini-chan or when he fights with 2 katanas. He was looking everywhere when he heard Zabuza's voice through the fog saying, 8 options: larynx, spine, lungs, liver, jugular, artery, aorta, kidneys, and heart. Which of these points will be my objective? Hearing those words, one could feel such a dangerous aura around them, but the entire team was calm about this. Suddenly, Zabuza appeared before those guarding Tazuna and tried to attack them, but Naruto blocked him with his katana to throw him back into the lake. Very good, Gaki, I wanted to see if you were fast enough to save them, and I see that you have not disappointed me. However, Zabuza said, looking at him with an eye smile. Instantly, another Zabuza launched himself at the old man, but Sakura stepped forward and hit him, turning him into water. A water clone? Akino asked when she saw this. Zabuza looked at the pink-haired girl with a frown and said, Wow, it looks like they are a good team. However, another Zabuza would attack Kakashi to get him away from the others, and then he would try to do the same with Sasuke, but Akino would kick him to destroy him like the other clone. Oh, they are very good. Looks like this will be harder than I thought, Zabuza said with a chuckle. But Naruto would stand in front of him and take his mother's kenjutsu pose, he said to the swordsman. Zabuza, your fight is with me. Leave the others for now and fight me. I'm sorry, Gaki. My mission is to kill the old man, and I won't waste my time fighting with you, Zabuza told him with annoyance. Naruto smiled foxily and said, So how about a deal? If you fight me and beat me, we will let you kill the old man without interfering. That? Shouldn't you protect me, you damn kid? Tazuna shouted angrily. Zabuza looked at him cautiously and asked, And if you win? You will leave for the moment, but you will grant me favor, Naruto answered cunningly. Zabuza thought about it a little, analyzing the options when seeing the strength of the team, and after a while, he said, Made. With that, he cancelled the water clones he had made and stood in front of the blonde to strike a pose with her. The rules are simple. The one who manages to make a single cut on his opponent will win. Consider it in favor by not making death the rule, he said with a smile in his eyes. Naruto just smiled slyly at him and, placing his katana in position, said, It's a relief. I would not like to kill you and be faced with the fury of that woman. Zabuza looked at him funny and said, Damn arrogant Gaki. Chapter 13, Naruto vs. Zabuza. Naruto and Zabuza stared at each other, ready to nervously make the first move while the others watched closely. A few minutes of intense staring passed until a leaf fell into the lake and both ninjas launched themselves at each other at high speed. Upon reaching the middle of the lake, they clashed their swords with such force that the water moved from such power. Awesome. I can see that the bloody habanero taught you well. Your posture is impeccable, you have no blind spots, and your strength is just like that of a swordsman of the mist. Now let's see your technique, Zabuza said, looking at Naruto with clear interest. He pushed the blonde with his sword and then began to make several expert cuts to try to cut him. Naruto quickly blocked them all, managing to surprise the bandit ninja with such skill. The others watched the fight in amazement, and Kakashi said, That is clearly Kenjutsu Uzumaki. I've seen Kushina-sama use it so many times that I can identify it. What is Kenjutsu Uzumaki? Akino is interested in this before. That's how it is. It is a kenjutsu where speed and resistance were used as an advantage. The movements that Naruto uses support the speed that he possesses, and how Zabuza's sword has a lot of weight. Naruto's speed is the ideal weapon for this fight. Besides, with the Uzumaki resistance that he possesses, we can already tell who he will win, Sasuke said with a smile. Let's not trust ourselves. Zabuza-san is a swordsman with years of experience. Naruto barely learned the art of the sword from Kushina-sama and has had no experience in that art. Let's hope he can win, Sakura said seriously. Akino looked at Naruto nervously and implored him to emerge victorious from this battle. Meanwhile, Naruto and Zabuza were enjoying the combat with gusto and had already caused great chaos throughout the lake. However, Naruto moved quickly with his katana and launched a slash at Zabuza's face, which he successfully dodged. I'm sorry, Gaki, but you still don't have the experience to cut me, Zabuza said, looking at him with a smile. Naruto returned to a sly smile and said, Maybe not the experience, but the cunning to achieve it. At that moment, Zabuza felt something running down his cheek, and when he touched it, he saw that it was blood. He looked at Naruto in disbelief and heard something black on the katana that seemed to sharpen it so he could understand what happened. I see, you used the method of molding chakra into the blade to reach me. Very smart, Gaki. I guess I already lost. So, what is that, please? He asked, putting away his sword from him. Naruto looked at him with his Uzurigan and said, Help us finish off Gato. Once Zabuza had his memories of him, he looked around and upon recognizing Team 7, shouted, How is this possible? I was dead and they revived me in that war to fight. I was fighting Kakashi and then, I returned to the pure world. What's going on here? We will explain it to you later. For now you must take this message and leave with your partner. We'll see you soon, Zabuza, Naruto said, throwing the scroll to the ninja. Zabuza caught him and was about to leave, but stopped to say, I'll wait for you on the bridge to see if I can take this new opportunity. See you, Gaki, and thanks for that battle. With that, he disappeared as if nothing had happened, and Naruto looked at the rest of the team. Did your partner also retire? Kakashi asked. Yes, I no longer feel his presence here, the blonde replied with a smile. Then, he was knocked down by Akino, who was in tears and said, Baka, baka, baka. Don't worry, I like that again. Naruto smiled at her and stroked her beautiful black hair to comfort her as he said, Don't worry, I will never leave your side. Everyone saw this with a smile, and Kakashi said, Well, let's go to Tazuna's house. Some time later, Tazuna's house. Everyone had arrived safely at the builder's house and was greeted by a young woman of about 29 years old, who went to hug her father with joy. Father, what a joy to see you again, she said with tears. So do I, Tsunami. Guys, this is my daughter Tsunami, Tazuna said, introducing her daughter to her. Nice to meet you and thank you for protecting my father, Tsunami said with a bow. No problem, it's our job, Kakashi said with a smile. Naruto looked at them both with a foxy smile and said, Could you look at me in your eyes? I want to give them something they need. Tazuna and his daughter looked at Naruto's Uzurigan, and immediately their memories returned. Meanwhile, in the forest, Zabuza was walking through the forest while analyzing what was happening, when a masked boy appeared in front of him. Zabuza-sama, what happened? He asked worriedly. Zabuza looked at him with serene eyes and said, Don't worry, Haku. They are sent from Materumi, and they want us to fight in the war. Haku took off his mask, revealing a girl with a beautiful face, and she asked him, How can you be so sure of that? Zabuza showed her the scroll that Naruto had given her, and upon reading it, the girl showed a perplexed expression. Understood. What will we do now, Zabuza-sama? She asked, looking at him. Zabuza looked at the horizon and with a smile hidden under his bandages said, We will see how the Gaki has improved on the bridge in a few days, and then we will go to Miss to respond to Mei-sama's call. Haku looked at him for a moment, trying to figure out what he was planning. But finding nothing, he sighed and only said, As you order, Zabuza-sama. Good. However, I need you to do something for me. the ninja said, looking at him. The girl looked at him somewhat confused, but willing to obey his orders. Back with Team 7. I really need a drink, Tazuna said, trying to grab a bottle of alcohol. No way you will be sovereign until Naruto-kun and his team leave the country, Tsunami yelled at him, hitting his hand. Team 7 was laughing at what they saw until Naruto said to Tazuna with a foxy smile. Hey old man. In our past life he said that the day he became Hokage, he would grow wings and fly. He achieved it in that past life, so, come on, I want to see him fly. Tazuna looked at him very nervous and said, Hey boy. That was just a joke. How do you think I'm going to grow wings and fly? Naruto laughed at that, as did the others, and Kakashi said, Well, we managed to bring Zabuza back and he may accept Mei-sama's request, so we only have to protect Tazuna until the bridge ends, fight Zabuza again and eliminate Gato. Therefore, I am going to train them. The three looked at him approvingly, and Naruto said, Sounds good, we will train until we can improve, and we will put an end to that damn cat. However, a voice caught their attention saying, That will not happen. Everyone looked at the source to see a small child glaring at them. Naruto, Sakura and Sasuke gave her a friendly smile, but Akino yelled angrily, And who the hell are you, damn dwarf? Oh Inari, how nice to see you, Tazuna shouted with joy. Inari went to him to hug him while saying, Welcome, grandfather. Inari, I want you to greet these people. They are the ninjas who protected grandfather. Tsunami told the boy with a serious face. Inari just looked at them with fury, which amused the three remembered, and he said with a cold voice, Mom, they are going to die. What did you say, little brat? Akino shouted at him full of anger. Inari looked at her with icy eyes and said, There is no way they can beat Gato. Everyone looked at him sadly at those words, and Akino tried to go towards him to hit him while shouting, Brat, I'm going to. Why are you angry with a child? Calm down, idiot cousin, Sasuke yelled at her as he tried to calm her down. Hey brat, do you see that boy over there? He is a superhero who will one day become an amazing ninja called Hokage. I don't know that cat, but he's nothing compared to him. Akino shouted at him with a defiant smile. Inari chuckled and then said mockingly, What do you think, idiot? Heroes do not exist. Akino lunged at the boy in a rage, but Naruto stood in front of her to stop her. Naruto-kun, let me teach him a lesson so he learns to respect heroes, she said angrily. Naruto gave her a reassuring smile, and after kissing her on the forehead he said, Don't worry, we won't hurt an old friend. Akino could only sit resigned, and Inari saw how Naruto looked at him with very strange eyes that he had never seen before. Those heroes don't exist? Ha! It's strange to hear it from a child who was raised by one, and saved by another right in front of him. The blonde told him with a foxy smile. Having his memories of Ella back, Inari looked everywhere, and finding Team 7 in his house of Ella as well as his family of Ella, he got a little scared. But when she saw Naruto carefully, a smile appeared on her face, and she threw herself into her arms while she screamed, Naruto and I, what a joy to see you again. Hee, same thing, Naruto said with a smile. After a beautiful hug, Inari looked at the others with joy and said, It's incredible, I never thought I would see them again. Sakura, nay, I see that you are more beautiful than the first time we met. Oh Inari. Don't be so cute, Sakura said, embarrassed. Sasuke and I see that you are stronger, the little boy said with a smile. And whenever you want I can teach you to be an elite ninja, Sasuke told him with a smile. Kakashi-san, you haven't changed anything, Inari said with disappointment. Kakashi had a depressive cloud over his head and said, Children today are so cruel. Everyone laughed at this, and Inari looked at the new member of Team 7. And who is the bitter one? He asked so easily. A tic formed in Akino's head and she yelled angrily, I'm Akino Uchiha, you damn brat, the future best kunoichi in the world and one of the girlfriends of the future Hokage of Konoha, Naruto Uzumaki. You better remember it and apologize for everything you said. Inari looked at her surprised and said, Wow, I didn't think Naruto and I had other girlfriends in this new life. Sorry for what I said earlier, and I hope we get along well. But what is happening? Naruto smiled at him and sitting on the ground said, Sit down, it's a long story and after we tell you, we will go train with Kakashi. Everyone and listened to the blonde's story so they could go train. Chapter 14, Training and Reconstruction. After Inari learned everything about the boys' return, Team 7 went to the forest to train. Very good, guys. Now we will start the training. Before we start, I want to know something. Do you already know about chakra? Kakashi asked, looking at everyone. The 4 genin nodded at his words and the silver-haired man continued. Very well, in that case you must already know how to climb trees and walk through water using chakra, right? The 4 nodded again and Kakashi smiled and then said, Well, in that case, I will give each of you a scroll with a jutsu that I have learned so that you can train. Sensei, I have my own training thanks to a scroll that someone special gave me and I will go to train on the bridge while I protect Tizuna, Sakura said, leaving. I will go to a secluded place to train my cousin in the use of the Sharingan, Sasuke said, walking towards the forest. See you later, Naruto-kun, Akino said, saying goodbye to the blonde. When they left, Kakashi looked at Naruto and asked, And what will you do? Naruto let out a sigh and said seriously, I plan to go to a certain place for the moment, and when I return, I will train a little for battle. Kakashi nodded and left to go to the bridge. Naruto just took a breath and activated the Uzurigan to create a portal ahead and cross it. In certain ruins near the country of waves. Naruto left the portal to find some ruins that he knew perfectly well. Well, I have arrived at the ruins of Yuzu just as Mito asked me to. Now, the first thing I will do is take everything our people hidden from our enemies and then rebuild the village to its former glory. Thanks to my Uzurigan I can achieve it in a few hours and then I will put up a barrier so that no one can enter except those who are trusted. Let's work, he said, starting to walk through the ruins. Naruto was searching in every place that Mito had told him, taking out all the scrolls, articles and documents that the Uzumakis hid in that massacre, and when he finished, he put the scroll where he kept all that in his kunai holder. Then, he went to the shore of the island, where he had a very wide view of the entire village and activating his 6 paths mode as well as his Uzurigan, he said, Well, it's time to rebuild this place. And just like that, the 6 orbs behind him began to move towards the village as Naruto used the power of gravity to move all the debris. Meanwhile, in a building in the forest, Zabuza and Haku were resting in an armchair, when a short, ugly man with a bad face appeared and told them, If you came back with those cuts I must assume that you at least killed them, right? Zabuza glared at him and Haku was completely wary of the 2 swordsmen who came with him. They both started to draw their swords, but the little man stopped them saying, Wait a second today, there is no need to be silent. What if? But when he tried to go to Zabuza, Haku took his hand with a murderous look and said, Do not touch Zabuza-sama with your dirty hands. The little man looked at her angrily and the 2 swordsmen tried to attack her, but she was faster. She took their katanas from her and pointed it at her neck with clear intent to kill. Impossible, it moved in an instant. They both thought with surprise. They shouldn't have done that. Now I'm angry, Haku said with murderous eyes. Everyone looked at her with clear fear and Gato told them angrily, One more time, if you fail one more time you will not be welcome here anymore, remember that. With that, he left with his 2 swordsmen, leaving Zabuza and Haku alone. Haku, you didn't have to do that, Zabuza told him seriously. I know. But it's too early to kill Gato. If we cause trouble here, they will come after us again. We must be patient, Haku told him with a smile. Zabuza smiled back and said, Yes, you're right. But now you must go to your destination to do what I asked of you. Haku looked at him with some doubts, but nodded and said, As you wish, Zabuza-sama. As he left, Zabuza thought with a smile, I hope you can give him his regards, Gaki. With that, I will be in your debt. Back in Uzumaki village, Naruto had already made great progress with rebuilding the village since the orbs were very good at molding stone and binding it together. The village already looked like several buildings were in good condition, Some areas were clean and all the debris was gone. There were still several collapsed buildings and houses to be rebuilt, but it was little compared to how destroyed the village was. Then, a portal opened next to Naruto, and he could see Sasuke and Akino appear before him. "What are you doing here?" the blonde asked them curiously. "Akino wanted to see you on her break, and after tracking your chakra, we came to this place." "Is this Yuzu's village?" Sasuke said, looking around. "That's how it is. I am rebuilding it to have my land ready for the future. Mito-chan asked me to do it so that this place will come back to life." Naruto responded, resting from his task. Akino looked at the entire place with admiration and asked, "This place is beautiful. But what is the village of Yuzu?" They both looked at her strangely because of that, and Naruto asked her, "Did my mother never tell you the history of our clan? From the Uzumaki clan? He only told me little about them and their capabilities." "Why?" she asked, confused. Naruto sighed at the lack of importance his mother gave him to that part of the story and began to explain. "Well, I guess you know that we were one of the most powerful clans along with the Senju and the Uchiha, right?" "Yes, Kushina-sama explained that to me," she responded, sitting on one of the benches reconstructed by Naruto. The Uzumakis were a clan that built their own village in this place, and became so powerful that they were feared by the 5 great nations. "This is the Uzumaki village, Yuzu," Sasuke continued while he tied a tomato. "An entire village for one clan? It's incredible, but why did it end up in ruins?" Akino asked again, looking around. Sasuke looked at Naruto to check how he felt and saw him looking at the village with melancholy and responded, "Our clan was so feared by the other villages that 3 of them joined together and caused a genocide to the entire clan." Akino looked at him in horror at those words, since she was a survivor of something similar along with her cousin and her aunt. "Do not compare it with the massacre of our clan, Akino. It only took my brother and another Uchiha to annihilate our entire clan, leaving only 3 survivors. However, it took the best ninjas and an army of 3 villages to wipe out the Uzumakis. But even so, a few managed to escape, and those 3 villages did not come out of that massacre very well because almost everyone who was involved was eliminated by the Uzumaki resistance," Sasuke told him seriously. Akino looked at the 2 with her mouth open at what she heard and said in admiration, "They are incredible. I suppose they were very powerful to achieve such things." "Well, we were the best in the art of sealing and kenjutsu. In addition, we have enormous chakra reserves and enormous resistance. It was well known that if you fought an Uzumaki, you had to be prepared to fight for a long time or you would get tired while we still had a lot of energy," Naruto explained with a smile. Wow, he began to believe that Uzumakis are better than Uchihas. "He asked me what an Uzumaki born from another clan would be like," Akino said thoughtfully. "Well, there are several examples that they would be people as powerful as any other. We have the Adobe present here who managed to become the most powerful ninja in his past life. We have Tsunade Senju who has Uzumaki blood from Mito-sama and was the Godame Hokage. There are the Dobe's children with Hinata Hyuga. Which one my student was able to combat major threats like the Otsutsukis, and the others was able to scare 2 of the 9 Bcuz with ease. Lastly, there is my daughter Sarada that I had with Karen, and was able to be on a par with Boruto," Sasuke said with a smile. Akino was clearly amazed by everything she heard and said with a smile, "I'm sure that my children with Naruto will be as wonderful as them." Naruto smiled at those words and getting up said, "I don't doubt it, Akino-chan, I don't doubt it. Well, I'm going to continue with my work here to return to the others." "I understand. In that case we will return to Kakashi to continue training." "Come on, Akino," said Sasuke, creating a portal with his Rinnegan. "I'm coming see you, Naruto, and I hope you bring me back here so I can see your village better," Akino said, giving the blonde a loving kiss on her lips. "See you, and don't worry. You will be able to see everything in my village when it is finished," he told her with his usual sly smile. When the 2 left, Naruto looked at the progress of his work and with a smile said, "When it is finished, the next generations of Uzumakis will be able to be on these lands in their own right, and this place will once again be the beautiful land of the whirlpool of yesteryear." Meanwhile, on the bridge, Sakura was sitting on the edge of the bridge while reading the scroll Kami gave her while Tazuna and the workers were working. But he was interrupted by Tazuna, who asked him with a smile. "Hey girl. Can I ask you why you decided to be with the blonde boy in this life? From what I remember, you were with the emo boy and you had a daughter with him." Sakura smiled sweetly at him and said, "I'm sorry, but I can't give you many details about what happened for you to be with Sasuke. What I can tell you is that I decided to be with the man who truly loves me, and I will make him happy with Hinata, Akino, and the others." Tazuna whistled at what he heard and said, "How lucky that Gaki is." Sakura laughed a little at what he said, but one of the workers appeared before them and said to Tazuna, "Sorry friend, but we have decided to abandon this. With Gato on the prowl, we don't feel safe to continue in this." Tazuna looked at him seriously and said, "Don't worry, go back to your house with everyone else and you can come back whenever you want. I will continue my work with the ninjas I brought." The man looked at him surprised, but thanked him and left. Sakura looked at Tazuna with a frown and asked, "Did you let them go because of the battle that is about to happen?" "It's the best, so they can be free to fight without getting hurt," Tazuna said seriously. "You're right, I just hope that Naruto and Sasuke are ready for combat," Sakura said with a serene look. Chapter 15: Encounter in the Forest. They had returned to Tazuna's house after training and were now eating a delicious meal that Tsunami had made for them. "How did it go, Naruto?" Kakashi asked, looking at Naruto. "Good. I have managed to rebuild the lands of my clan and now it has the beauty it had many years ago," Naruto said with a smile. "In that case, those lands could be occupied by our children in the future. It's good that we have a place to rest and our future children can take care of any need," said Sakura, eating happily. "In addition, Naruto offered me that those lands also be occupied by the Uchihas as a sample of the relationship between both clans. Except so that my cousin and my daughter Sarada can enter," Sasuke said with a smile. "That makes me happy. With that, the Uchiha will no longer be seen as an evil clan, and we will have a brotherly relationship with the Uzumakis just like the Senjus," Akino said with great happiness. Kakashi looked at them with a big-eye smile and said, "I'm sure that if Hashirama-sama and Madara were alive, they would be proud of how they act towards the future of their clans." The four genin smiled at that praise and just like that, they continued with their food to continue their training. On the 6th morning of training, Naruto was sleeping in the forest after doing some training with his sword and was waiting for Haku to appear. Elsewhere, Haku was changing to collect medicinal herbs for his master and headed into the forest. He was picking some herbs along the way when he came across the sleeping Naruto. He recognized him as the boy who had managed to battle Zabuza and wondered if he should eliminate him for his teacher. But Naruto had already sensed his presence a long time ago and smiled internally when Haku approached to try to eliminate him. He opened his eyes to find her looking at him with a beautiful smile as he said, "You will catch a cold sleeping in a place like it is." Naruto smiled back and stood up to say, "Hopefully. Strangely enough, colds go away from me. And what is a beautiful girl doing in this forest?" Haku blushed at these words, which Naruto noticed and thought, "I knew it, she's a girl that. I'm a boy. Nonsense is just a means of protection against displeasing guys, plus, I can smell the female hormones coming out of her when she blushes." Later. "Is this the plant you need?" Naruto asked, showing a plant he picked up. "That's right, put it in the basket," Haku said with a cute smile. Naruto continued collecting plants to put in the basket and decided to continue talking to her. "Work early to be a beautiful girl," he said mischievously. Haku looked at him nervously at those beautiful words and said, "You too. What were you doing here at this time?" "Train. I must be strong to protect my precious people," said Naruto, observing the girl's every action of hers. The black-haired woman looked at him in amazement at those words and said, "So, you become stronger for someone else. That's okay. When a person has something important to protect, that is when he can become truly strong." Naruto smiled at her words and looking at her with his Uzurigan, he said, "Those words were the ones that guided me in my past life and those that marked my ninja path, Haku. Having his memories of him back, Haku looked at Naruto with some tears and asked, "Naruto-san? Is it really you?" Naruto smiled at him and with a sincere smile said, "It's good to have you back, Haku. I'm glad you remember me after you gave your life protecting your precious person." Haku couldn't take it anymore and threw herself into Naruto's arms to hug him with big tears while saying, "I'm also happy to be able to see you again. You were someone that I appreciated a lot before dying and regretted not having been able to see you fulfill your dream." Ha ha ha. Well, I did it, and I was able to start a family that I set out to protect. But then I lost everything, and thanks to some very special people, I was able to return. Naruto said with joy. "It's true, how come I'm back? And where is Zabuza-sama?" Haku asked desperately. "Peaceful. I'll tell you all about our return and what I have planned for the future. Listen to me well and don't interrupt me," Naruto said seriously. And in that way, Naruto told her everything that happened after she died and how he returned to the past thanks to the deities, as well as his plans for what was to come. When he finished, Haku was clenching his fists furiously at a piece of information that Naruto told him. "So the person responsible for my mother being murdered by my father was actually that masked man who controlled the Yondaime Mizukichi?" she asked furiously. "Yeah. He was the one who started all that bloodline hunting and caused many deaths in the mist. But now we can eliminate that hunt thanks to Mei-chan. She wants Zabuza to support her in the war, and with Konoha's help, we can free Yagura from that masked man's control," Naruto said with a smile. Haku looked at him with surprised eyes and then laughed, confusing the blonde a little. "What's so funny?" he asked without understanding. "Where did that energetic little boy go who shouted that he would be the strongest so that they would recognize him? Now I only see a young man with the qualities of a great leader who fights for the most important people in him," she said with a sweet smile. "Hey, I'm still the same," Naruto said, somewhat angry. She laughed a little more when she heard that and said, "Yes, but you have improved. One question, how did you know she was actually a girl?" Naruto touched his nose and said, "Because of my sense of smell. My sense of smell is much more developed thanks to my tenant, and with that I was able to smell your female pheromones. Furthermore, I learned in my past life that kunoichis can hide their gender early on by putting bandages on their female parts in order to evade rapists. You are barely developing, so it is very easy for you to appear to be a boy even if you have that beautiful face." Haku blushed even more at her words and said with a smile, "You caught me. I see that in your past life you managed to learn everything necessary to be a great shinobi. Indeed, I am a girl, and the reason I pretend to be a man is to stay by Zabuza-sama's side and keep men like Gato away from me. But I guess I can be a girl with you in this new life." Naruto smiled at these words and getting up said, "Well, you better go back to Zabuza so they can prepare. We will see them on the bridge to pretend to be in battle and get Gato out of his hiding place. Thus, we will eliminate him, and you can go to the rebellion to support Mei-chan." Haku approved and prepared to leave. But he turned to Naruto and rushed towards him to give him a loving kiss on the lips that left the blonde surprised. Oh, her lips are cold but sweet. They taste like delicious vanilla ice cream, he thought, enjoying the kiss. When they separated, she gave him a flirtatious smile and said, "My gift for giving me a new opportunity. See you at the bridge, Naruto-kun." Then, he started running towards Zabuza's hiding place while Naruto stood still while smiling foxily. "Oh, I didn't think she would have this attitude like a girl. I like it," said Naruto, returning to Tizuna's house. The next day, Kakashi was working out while the four genin prepared for battle. "Are you ready for the battle on the bridge?" Naruto asked, checking his storage signs of him. "Yo soy. I will make sure to protect Tizuna with my strength and heal anyone who gets hurt," Sakura said, preparing her medical equipment. "Me too. I will fight Haku on the bridge with my cousin to buy time until Gato arrives, and I will make sure everything goes as planned," Sasuke said, preparing his katana. Naruto looked at Akino, who was looking at her Sharingan in a mirror with a frown, and said, "Is something wrong, Akino?" She looked at him with serious eyes and said, "Neru, What you said about uniting the Uzumaki clan and the Uchiha clan. I'm a little scared. Naruto and Sasuke looked at her in surprise and she continued. I know very well that the history of the Uchihas is full of betrayal and evil pride. I'm afraid that this will spread to a clan as kind as yours, Nara. What would happen if our children were born with that evil and created discord in the family? If something like that happened, I wouldn't forgive myself. She began to cry desperately and Naruto hugged her lovingly while saying, Calm down, Akino-chan. Don't think like that because that won't happen. The reason all those Uchihas were evil was because they were taught to be evil. Since the time of the Sage of the Six Paths, the Uchihas were instructed by evil to walk the wrong path. If someone had shown them the right path, I am sure their story would have been different. Really? Akino asked, looking at him hopefully. He is right. Indra, the first Uchiha, was taught the path of evil by Zetsu. Madara was taught the path of hatred by his father. Obito was taught the path of revenge by Madara and I was taught in my past life by my father and by Orochimaru. But something common to all of us is that before that, we were people who lived with good in our hearts. The only thing is that we took a wrong path after losing something very dear to us. Sasuke said with some remorse. Akino looked at him with wide eyes at that information and Naruto said, Do you see it? There is a brighter path for our children. If you teach them that path, they will be able to lead our clan to a great future. Akino smiled at those words and said with determination, Yeah, I will make sure that our children are great Uzumakis who wield the Sharingan and create a great story. I swear by my ninja way. Naruto and the others smiled at those words and thus, they concluded their work for the day. Somewhere else. Zabuza looked at Haku with an eye smile and said, It's good to have you back. And I see that you have decided to take this new opportunity seriously. Before him, Haku was changed. She had left her bandages and now she was wearing a kunoichi outfit that highlighted her feminine figure, making her more beautiful. She tied her hair in a ponytail and her gaze reflected a determination worthy of a kunoichi. Naruto-kun has convinced me to show myself how I really love. Now I will fight like a woman and I will walk into the future like one, she said with a smile. Zabuza smiled at his words and thanked the brat for his influence on the girl. He rose to take the sword from him and said, Okay. We'll be leaving soon, Haku. When this is over and that fool Gato is eliminated, we will go to Kiri to join the rebellion. Haku looked at him with determined eyes and said, Yes, Zabuza-sama. And so, they both left the hiding place to prepare for the next day. Chapter 16, Battle on the Bridge. The next day, Team 7 was leaving Tazuna's house, leaving Naruto to protect Tsunami and Inari. See you at the bridge, Naruto. Protect Tsunami-san and little Inari when the swordsmen sent by Gato appear, Kakashi said looking at Naruto. Calm down, sensei. I will eliminate them quickly and then go to the bridge to support them with the battle, Naruto said with a smile. Sasuke went to little Inari and said, Support Naruto with what he teaches you. I know you can do it. Of course, Sasuke and Inari said with a big smile. Akino hugged Naruto with love and said, Make sure you get to the bridge soon and alive or I myself will go to the pure world to bring you by the ears. Naruto smiled at those words and said, Don't worry. I'll be there before you can say chocolate. Akino pouted as she used her favorite food and looked at Inari with serious eyes. And you, child. You better be brave and not cry while they attack your mother or else I will give you a good blow for being a coward, she said in an annoyed voice. Inari smiled and showing a face full of bravery said, You will see I will protect my mother like a brave ninja just like Naruto ni and you will see that I am a great hero like my father. Akino smiled at her words and just like that, the rest of Team 7 left for the bridge, leaving Naruto with Inari and Tsunami. A while later on the bridge, Kakashi and the rest looked at Zabuza and Haku who were already there, looking at them with a smile and Kakashi said, Are you ready for battle, Zabuza? Zabuza laughed a little at her words and looking at Haku, who nodded, he said, We are ready, Kakashi. But where is the Gaki? Oh, he's guarding the boy and his mother from two unlucky swordsmen, Kakashi said with an eye smile. Zabuza laughed when he heard that and said, "Ha ha ha, poor idiots. At least those two will be eliminated once and for all. In that case, let's get started." He made a hand signal and instantly, the same fog formed around the bridge, putting everyone on caution. "Get ready, it's time for them to show how much they've improved Sakura. Protect Tazuna and provide medical support to the others. Sasuke, Akino, you guys will fight Haku. I'll take care of Zabuza for the moment," Kakashi said in a very serious voice. Everyone agreed and the two Uchiha cousins disappeared while Sakura stood in front of Tazuna with her medical equipment ready. With Sasuke, Akino and Haku. Akino charged at the ice girl with her Sharingan shining in her eyes with fury, which Haku saw with a smile. "Another Sharingan user? It's curious to see that Naruto-kun has such a peculiar companion," she said, looking at her curiously. Akino looked at her with cold eyes and asked, "What interest do you have in Naru?" Haku smiled sweetly and said, "Very personal interest and with a view to the future. I think you can deduce what I mean, right?" Akino smiled furiously and clenching the kunai in her hand, she said, "You look too much like that damn Hyuga I have as a partner. You're annoying me." On the other hand, at Tazuna's house, the two swordsmen had arrived at the house and destroyed the door, alerting Tsunami and Inari. One of them looked at Tsunami with a malicious smile and said, "Are you Tazuna's daughter? I'm sorry, but you're coming with us." Tsunami looked at them with fearless eyes, something that baffled the two swordsmen. "Wow, a brave woman. I love those types of women," said the other with a sadistic look. He tried to approach Tsunami when a fireball hit him in the face, and when he managed to recover from that attack, he shouted, "Who did it? I'm going to cut you." But the only thing they saw was a child who looked at them with cold eyes. "What is this child doing here? Hey brat, who attacked my partner?" the other shouted with murderous eyes. But Inari just smiled like a certain blonde and threw some shuriken from his back towards the two swordsmen, who saw this with surprise. "So this brat wants to fight? Well, I'll love to cut it," said one of the swordsmen, pulling out his sword from him. However, Inari made a hand sign and shouted, "Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu." The shurikens multiplied before the astonished sight of the two swordsmen, and they tried to block them all, but some stabbed into their bodies. "Arg damn demon brat, now you've made me angry," one of them shouted furiously. Inari smiled even more at them and said, "I'm ready to face them. I will protect my mother with my life if necessary. If something is very precious, even if you lose your life, you must protect it with your two hands." Tsunami smiled proudly upon hearing her husband's words from Inari's mouth, and then a voice was heard saying, "That's how you talk, Inari. That is the spirit that a ninja should have. Protecting those most precious with your life is the path that every ninja should have." The two swordsmen watched as a boy with bicolored hair stood at the destroyed door looking at them with a sly smile. "Wow, wow. But he is one of the sneaky ninjas that Tazuna hired," said one of them with a malicious smile. Naruto looked at Inari with a big smile and said, "Good job distracting them. Now I'll take care of everything." The two swordsmen launched themselves at Naruto, who took out his sword, Red Death, and launched himself at them. "Ha, nice sword. But it won't help you against," shouted one of the swordsmen with a confident smile. However, his hand was instantly cut off without him realizing it, and he let out a huge scream that terrified both Inari and Tsunami. "Oh really? Zabuza would have seen that slash and blocked or dodged it. I don't think you guys have been samurai before, and if you were, you should have been expelled for being so weak," Naruto said with a foxy smile as he looked at his blood-filled katana. The other swordsman looked at him with rage and, taking out his katana, he launched himself at the two-color boy to finish him off. "Damn demon kid! Now I'm going to make mincemeat of you while I enjoy it," I shouted angrily. But when he attacked him, he only managed to pass through him and was stunned by what he had seen while looking into the boy's face with eyes he had never seen before. You must analyze your opponent before attacking him. It is a big mistake to attack with your emotions at the top because that can cost you dearly. A valuable lesson if you want to be a great ninja or samurai. Remember that when you meet Shini-chan," said Naruto, taking out the katana that Shinigami gave him. He launched himself at the swordsman at great speed and stabbed his silver katana into his chest. They all watched as the poor man lost life in their eyes and fell to the ground deader than they could believe. Incredible, Naruto ni Inari shouted with excitement. Naruto looked at him with a smile and then approached the other, who was looking at him with some terror at what he had seen, while he began to beg. Please do not kill me, I'm only with Gato because of his pay, I don't even like that guy, how about I become your bodyguard and work for you? But Naruto just looked at him coldly and said, Did you grant mercy to those who asked for it? The man looked at him in pure horror at his words, and Naruto stabbed him in the chest as he said, Then, I won't do it either. When everything was over, Naruto looked at the two behind him and said, Stay here and wait for us. Everything will end very soon. And with that, he disappeared into a doorway, leaving a boy proud of what he did and a grateful woman. Back on the bridge. The battle had begun long ago in the vast fog, with Kakashi fighting Zabuza in a fierce match and Akino fighting Haku in an even fight. Both attacked each other with kunai and senbons with elegance worthy of a kunoichi, until they collided forcefully while looking at each other with fury. Awesome. You are an admirable kunoichi if you can be on my level. May I ask what your goal is in the shinobi world? Haku asked with a curious smile. I seek to become the best kunoichi in the world, surpassing Tsunade Senju and demonstrating that I can be powerful without needing the power of my clan. Also, I do this for the person who saved my life, Akino said with a smile full of pride. Haku looked at her in amazement at her words and said, Interesting. I know very well that Tsunade Senju is by far the best kunoichi that has ever existed in the 5 great nations. Your goal is very high, and to reach it you must overcome those who are out there who can compete with you, Mei Terumi-sama, Kushina Uzumaki, Mikoto Uchiha, the old woman Chiyo of the Sand, Kurina Yui, and some more that you will meet on the path of your dream. Will you be up to all of us? Akino smiled defiantly at those words and said, Do not be a moron. I will surpass them all, even my rivals in Konoha, and I will rise as the strongest in the world. Haku smiled sweetly at this statement and said, I see. But I think you won't be able to surpass me yet. I have already gained 2 advantages. 2 advantages? Akino asked, looking at her confused. Haku looked at her maliciously and said, The first is the water on the floor, and the second is that I have blocked one of your arms. Now you will only be able to flee from my attacks. He began to make signs with his free hand, leaving Akino in shock as she thought. One-hand signals? I didn't think she would be at that level. Hijitsu, Sensatsu Soisho Special Jutsu, Flying Water Needles, Haku shouted with a smile. Instantly, the water on the ground rose up, taking the shape of hundreds of needles that surrounded Akino. Sasuke watched the battle to see her cousin's progress, and watched as she closed her eyes as he concentrated. When the needles headed towards the Uchiha, he could see how she had disappeared, causing the needles to collide with each other. Awesome. You can tell they are cousins, Haku said as he looked around. He began to jump to avoid the Uchiha's attacks, which almost hit him, until he heard Akino's voice behind him. You're quite slow. Now you will only be able to flee from my attacks. Haku turned to see how the Uchiha attacked her with her kunai, blocking it with her hand. But he saw how she sent a kick to her face and had to lean back to avoid it when he saw how Akino jumped on her to kick her to the ground with great force. The impact left her in a crater, releasing some blood from the force that the Uchiha put into such a kick. Zabuza saw this in amazement and asked Kakashi, What did you teach that girl so she could leave Haku like that? Kakashi looked at him with a drop of sweat and could only say, The truth is, Naruto has taught him more than me, and if he is that strong it is because of what he learned from him. Zabuza opened his eyes surprised at this information and saw how Haku stood up as he said, Good. I guess I can entertain myself until Naruto-kun arrives if you're that strong. Come on, Uchiha, show me what you can do to give me fun. Akino smiled at his challenge and, preparing her kunai, said, With pleasure. I will have fun with you until Naru arrives, and I will show you what I can do. Chapter 17, End of the Mission. The battle on the bridge was intensifying with every second, with Kakashi fighting Zabuza and Akino fighting Haku. Both kunoichis attacked each other with everything they had, causing the ground to break beneath them and the air to freeze even more. Then, Haku walked away from Akino and said, "You are good. You have fought on par with me and I must admit that you have impressed me. But you still need to learn more to beat me." He made a hand signal that Sasuke recognized and instantly, ice mirrors formed around Akino, who saw everything with surprise. "Hijutsu, Makyu Hyusha Special Jutsu, Demonic Ice Mirrors," Haku said as he did the jutsu. "Ice mirrors? Naru and my cousin warned me that she possessed the Hayatan element, but I never thought she could manifest mirrors. She will be less than she will be careful," thought Akino looking around. Haku got into one of the mirrors and instantly, her image of her could be seen in all of them, which caused shock to the Uchiha. "Okay, let's start. I'm going to show you my true speed," Haku said, looking at her with a smile. Akino watched as she created ice senbons and the next moment, she felt hundreds of senbons being thrown at her body at high speed. He had closed his eyes waiting for the pain, but he felt nothing. When she opened them, he saw something that left her horrified. Before her was Naruto with multiple senbons on her body and bleeding enormously while he covered her with her body. "Nah, are you?" Akino said without believing it. "Naruto-kun," Haku shouted coming out of one of the mirrors. Naruto spat out a large mouthful of blood from his mouth and while smiling fondly, he said to Akino, "Heh, don't be surprised, Akino. You should have known that I would do this for you, and for each of the others. I have always told you that my ninja way is to protect my precious people. For that very reason, I am willing to give my life to achieve it." Akino cried over Naruto's prone body, not wanting to believe this was happening while the others watched everything with such strange calm. "No. You can't leave me. You said you would be Hokage again and that we will unite our clans. You can't leave us all now," Akino shouted with big tears. Naruto smiled at her words and said with his last breath, "That makes me happy. At least I can leave knowing that you loved me that way. Thank you, Akino, and tell the others that I'm really sorry." With that, he closed his eyes for the last time and upon seeing this, Akino let out a heartbreaking scream. Instantly, a large whirlwind of chakra came out of her, and some could see blood falling from the Uchiha's eyes. Akino opened her eyes furiously to look at Haku and everyone could see something that shocked them. A new Sharingan with the pattern of a black sun in her red pupil. She had awakened the Manjikyu Sharingan. "Damned, you will pay for having killed Naru," Akino shouted, looking at Haku with great fury. Haku looked at her in fear and tried to get into the mirror to safety. However, Akino shouted, "Takamikazuchi." Instantly, Haku was frozen as if time had not passed by her, surprising everyone, and Kakashi said, "Did you stop her time?" It seems that her own ability allows her to manipulate the time of anything she sees with her eyes. It is a powerful ability. Instantly, Akino launched herself at the frozen Haku and hit her with a powerful kick, sending her crashing into one of the mirrors after time returned. Haku woke up in pain and wondering what had happened to her, when she saw how Akino made several hand seals and said, "Katan, the judgment of the Gakakyu." He sent a large fireball towards the ice user, who ducked into the mirror to avoid it. However, he was surprised to find himself facing the fireball again and was shocked by the event that he did not understand at all. "How is it possible?" she shouted, looking at how the ball was centimeters away from her. The ball hit their spot, causing everyone to freeze at what they saw. Akino looked at the place where his technique hit with cold eyes as he said, "I'm sorry. You may have done it accidentally, but Naru is one of the people I still have left in the world. We would have been great companions if only you hadn't killed him." But when the smoke cleared, she was shocked to see Naruto holding Haku like a bride and looking at her with a smile. "That? Ace? When? Naru? Are you alive?" Akino shouted without understanding what was happening. He looked at the lifeless Naruto on the ground and watched in surprise as he exploded into smoke. "A clone?" she asked herself without being able to believe it. "That's how it is. I decided to fake my death so that you could achieve the Manjikyu Sharingan more safely, since it takes the loss of someone very precious for it to happen. I'm sorry for making you sad like that, but it was the only way to do it, Naruto said nervously. Akino looked at him somewhat confused, and Sasuke pointed to the mirror so she could see herself in it. When she saw her reflection, she saw how her Sharingan was different with the pattern of a black sun, and she was amazed by them. This is the Manjikyu Sharingan? Incredible. Does that mean he gains new abilities? She asked excitedly. Yeah. Apparently they are temporary abilities with which you can manipulate time. Recently, you managed to freeze Haku in time, and then made her go back in time to get her out of the mirror, Sasuke explained with a smile. Akino was impressed by those skills, and Naruto told her. But you better not use your eyes too often. By using the Manjikyu Sharingan abilities regularly, you will end up losing your sight. Oh really? Well, that won't be a problem since I want to be stronger without depending on these eyes, Akino said with a smile. Yes, but it is better to do something about it now. The only way to avoid blindness is to implant the eyes of someone in your family, such as your brother or your parents, Sasuke said seriously. Akino lowered her head at these words and said, I had no siblings and my parents died in that massacre. I don't think we can have their eyes now that they are dead. You're wrong about that, Naruto said with a smile. Everyone looked at him confused, and he continued. When the massacre happened, I was in charge of taking the eyes of most of the Uchihas so that Danzo and the masked man couldn't have them. When I found Akino in that house, I made sure to take his parents' eyes right in case and put them in good condition in the Uchiha's secret chamber. Akino looked at him with a big smile, and Sasuke said, In that case, it will be better to implant them when we return to Konoha. Naruto nodded and then looked at Haku to say, You fought very well against Akino-chan. I am surprised by your determination as a kunoichi. Haku looked at him with a blushing face and said, You inspired me to accept myself as a woman, and that is why I am fighting as such. Naruto smiled at her words and then looked at Zabuza to say, I guess it's all over now. It is not necessary to continue fighting among ourselves. Zabuza looked at him seriously and asked, What are you talking about? Naruto pointed to the end of the bridge to find a certain short guy with a cane looking at them all with a wicked smile. Oh, but what a moving conversation there is here. How disappointing. Everyone looked at him with cold eyes, and Zabuza said, Cat, I see you brought your goons to finish the job. Gato looked at him maliciously and said, The plan has changed. Well, actually I was thinking of doing this from the beginning. I'm going to have to kill you, Zabuza, since I never thought about paying you any money. But to their confusion, Zabuza burst out laughing, causing the bullies to glare at him until he said, Did you know? I don't care if you don't want to pay me because I've already made the decision not to work with you anymore. Keep your money if you can. This boy will take your life in my place while I take those of all these inept people. He pointed to Naruto, who was looking at everything calmly, and Gato looked at him with a mocking look as he said, Who is this stupid boy? Naruto just took out his sword, Grey Death, from the seal on his wrist and said, I'm the one who sent you to Shini-chan, damn dwarf. Gato looked at him with fury and shouted to his people, It's enough, kill them. Zabuza looked at Kakashi and said, Do you want to eliminate all of these with me? Kakashi smiled with his eyes and preparing his kunai said, Clear. It will remind me of old times. And in that way, both of them launched themselves against the army of thugs to eliminate them. They both passed through all the thugs with their weapons, cutting down anyone in their path at surprising speed. Puss saw in horror how all the bullies were falling easily and how they were getting even closer to him. At the end, both shinobi reached the dwarf, leaving a wasteland of corpses behind them on the bridge. Puss watched in horror as they both looked at him with cold eyes. No, please spare my life. I'm just a businessman looking for wealth, Gato shouted, begging for mercy. It's not us you should beg for mercy, it's him, Zabuza said, looking at Naruto. The blonde was approaching them with her silver sword ready to end this, and Puss looked at him with pleading eyes. I implore you, forgive me. What do you want? Money? Women? I can give you anything you want. I only ask you to spare my life." The dwarf shouted with fear in his soul. Naruto stood in front of him and, showing the silver blade of his katana, looked at him with emotionless eyes to say, "Many have begged you for mercy for their lives and you have not granted it to them. Do you think I will do the same?" Gato looked at him without being able to answer his question, and Naruto raised his katana while saying, "Here is your answer." And with that, he impaled the evil tycoon right in the middle of the chest to send his soul to his punishment in the Shinigami domain. Meanwhile, in Shini's domain, she was monitoring the state of the souls in her kingdom when two of her death samurai appeared before her, dragging a dwarf with a scared face. "Shinigami-sama, Naruto-sama has sent this soul that was in the Book of Damned Souls," said one of them. Shinigami looked at Gato with a cold gaze, and looking for a black book, he leafed through it until he found what he was looking for. "Oh yeah? Gato, the business magnate who has been causing pain in the world of the living. You have many charges for murder, tyranny, and many other vile acts against humanity. In that case, I have your sentence ready," she said with a deadly smile. Gato looked at her with pure fear at her words and waited for her to dictate her sentence. "Your punishment will be to wander through the kingdom of fire, in which you will walk for all eternity while you suffer all the existing pains, hunger, thirst, diseases, pain, to name a few. Take it." Both samurai dragged him away while he screamed for mercy. Shinigami looked at the photo he had of Naruto on his desk and said, "Well done, Naruto-kun. You're showing that we did the right thing by sending you back. Now." But he stopped when he saw the insane amount of papers on the desk and instantly became angry with an aura filled with death. "I swear by death that if I find the god responsible for this curse, I will send him to the deepest abyss of suffering. Damn paperwork," she shouted furiously. Back in the Naruto world, 2 weeks later, Team 7 was in front of the finished bridge saying goodbye to their friends from the country of waves. "We thank you very much for what you have done for us again. We have completed the bridge again thanks to you," Tazuna said with a smile. Inari looked at them with some tears, and Kakashi said, "Well, it is normal to help our friends. We hope that now your country can prosper thanks to the bridge." Naruto looked at Inari with a smile, and fluttering his hair, he said, "Don't worry. We will come to visit you soon." "You better," Inari told him with many tears. Akino watched him cry and with a smile said, "Come on, crybaby. Show pride in your great achievement in this battle. The hero of this country must smile before the people of it." Inari looked at her with some anger and shouted, "I'm crying because I'm going to miss them, and what about you? Aren't you going to cry too?" But Akino turned to start walking and only said, "Okay, bye." But her team could see how the tears were pouring out of her eyes without being able to control them, and Sakura thought, "How cute, I come to see him like a little brother." Upon reaching the borders that connected the country of waves with the land of fire, they found Zabuza and Haku waiting for them. "Will you go to the rebellion to help them?" Naruto asked, looking at Zabuza. He nodded and looked at Kakashi to say, "I will be supporting Mei-sama to end this war in Kiri and give Haku a better life. I hope you can help us to end this once and for all. That's what it will be like. Hokage-sama has declared that we will support that war, and that we will form an alliance with Kiri after everything is over," Kakashi said seriously. "In that case, after the war is over, I may visit Konoha for the Chunin exams. See you at Kiri, Kakashi. And you, Gaki. I hope you keep your promise to change this world for all of us," Zabuza said, looking at Naruto with serious eyes. Naruto smiled slyly at him and said, "You should already know that I never break my promises. That's my ninja way." Zabuza smiled, and Haku approached Naruto to give him a tender kiss on the lips and then said, "I will wait for you in Kiri so that we can fight side by side in that war. And then, I will go with you to start my new life by your side." This surprised Naruto a little, but he put on a big smile and said, "That's what it will be like. When that war is over, you can go to Konoha and we will receive you in my house." Haku smiled sweetly and ran to Zabuza's side to begin walking towards Kiri. When they left, Kakashi looked at his team and said, "Okay, let's go home." everyone and began walking in the direction of Konoha. Meanwhile, Tazuna looked at the townspeople and said, "We will call the bridge the Great Naruto Bridge, in honor of the boy who has shown us that if we fight, we can build a new future." Everyone agreed in that way. The Great Naruto Bridge was created as the blonde boy walked home with a big smile. Chapter 18: Supporting Kiri. It's been a week since Team 7 returned from their mission in the Land of Waves. That week, Sakura implanted her mother's Sharingan into Akino, and thanks to that, after 3 days, the Uchiha's eternal Manjiki Sharingan could be seen with a red shuriken in the center of the sun. In this way, Sasuke trained her in the basic skills of Manjikyu such as Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi, and Susanoo. At the end of the week, Team 7 was called by the Hokage to talk to them about something very important. "I have gathered you here to prepare to go to Kiri. In 3 days we will leave with a small group of shinobi to end the civil war. Are you ready to participate in that war?" Minato said very seriously. "Of course we will do everything possible to end that war so we can participate in the Chunin exams," Naruto said with a smile. "Count on us, Hokage-sama. We will do what we can to put an end to Obito's plans in that village," Kakashi said very seriously. "Don't worry. I promise you that we will do everything on our part to end that war," Sasuke said with a stoic look. "Exactly, Hokage-sama. I will support the war with my medical skills to heal all the wounded," Sakura said with a smile. "With my skills I will be able to support Naru so that he can reach the leader and end this once and for all," Akino said with an excited smile. Minato looked at them with that determination and smiling said, "Very good. Go prepare your things for the journey and meet at the village gate early on the 3rd day. You can leave, but I need Naruto to go home so we can talk as a family about this mission." Everyone agreed and left to prepare their things. At the Namikaze mansion. Naruto had arrived at the mansion, and upon entering, he found his mother looking at him with a serious face. "Welcome, Sochi. Come with me, we must talk about something very important," she said, entering the room. They sat on one of the sofas in the living room, and Kushina looked at him with the eyes of a kunoichi as she said, "Son, in this war you are going to face one of the sealed Bcuz, the Sanbai. Your father told me that you have asked him to be the one to take care of him, and that has left me somewhat uneasy." Naruto looked at her with calm eyes and with a smile said, "Don't worry. I will defeat Isabu and then I will free Yagura from Obito's control." Kushina looked at him with a sigh, and taking out a paper with a strange seal, she said, "I know that, but you can't help but worry me like a mother. That's why Kurumi and I created this seal that completely contains a Bcuz. It was created with her chakra, and thanks to that it is capable of containing a Bcuz below the 8 tails, with Kurumi and Gyuki being the only ones who can free themselves from this seal." Naruto took the sign with a smile and put it away while saying, "Thank you very much, Kaa-san. And don't worry. I will return safely and we will eat ramen as a family." Kushina smiled at his words and said, "Then I will make you a good cup of ramen before you leave so that you can be in that war with a stomach full of the taste of your mother's food." "Yeah, there is nothing better than going to a battle with ramen in your stomach," Naruto shouted with joy. 3 days later. Team 7 was gathered at the village gate with some experienced shinobi as they waited for Kakashi and Minato to arrive. "Hey, do you think we can deal with a war? Fighting in a battle against Zabuza and Haku was one thing, but fighting in a war where many strong shinobi want to kill you is different," Akino said a little nervously. The 3 looked at her, understanding what she was saying, and Sasuke said, "You're right. But if you trust what we teach you and fight for your dreams, you will be able to overcome all of them to return here." "That's right, Akino. I can understand you, since when I participated in the 4th Great War, I was also somewhat afraid. But knowing that my efforts in that war would help everything get better, I was able to fight with everything I had to get ahead." "Have faith in us," Sakura said with a smile. Akino looked at Naruto for advice, and he could only look at her with warm eyes as he said, "Akino, this will be your first war, and I am sure that you will be able to fight with everything you have. I can only advise you to think at all times because you want to fight and survive. That way, you will be able to advance until the end of the war and return home with us." Akino smiled at his words and putting on a determined face said, "That's what it will be like. I will fight to be stronger and return home with everyone." Everyone smiled at this, and at that moment, Minato and Kakashi appeared. "Are you ready for the trip?" Minato asked with a smile. "Hi," everyone shouted. "In that case, walk," said the Hokage, starting to walk. Behind them, Kushina and Mikoto watched their family leave while praying to Kami for their safe return. 3 days later, Kiri. Mei was in front of Ao, Zabuza, Chojuro and Haku, talking to them about what they should do when one of the shinobi of the rebel army appeared while saying, "Mei-sama, the Konoha shinobi commanded by Minato Namikaze have arrived." Mei smiled upon knowing that support had arrived and asked excitedly, "Is Naruto-kun with them?" "The Yandame's son is with them along with his genin team," the shinobi responded. Mei looked at the four in her tent with joy and said, "Let's receive them." And just like that, the 5 Miss Shinobi left the tent to head to the entrance of the rebellion camp to find the Konoha group led by Minato and Naruto. "Welcome, shinobi of Konoha, and especially you, Naruto-kun. We have been waiting for this day to end this war," Mei said with a sweet smile. "Thank you for accepting our help. I assure you that we will give everything we have to win so that your country can get out of this nightmare. But I must ask that you let my son take care of Yagura so that he can get him out of that control," Minato said seriously. Mei looked at Naruto with some concern and said, "Don't know. I don't doubt Naruto-kun's great power, but it's still not easy to deal with Yagura." "Don't worry, Mei-chan. I will manage to deal with Yagura and I will get him out of that genjutsu once and for all," Naruto said with his usual fox smile. Mei calmed down a little from the blonde's statement and looked at Minato to say, "In that case, allow me to explain how we are going to attack the Mizukage Tower. I plan for Chojuro and Zabuza to fight the 2 swordsmen guarding it while Haku-chan and Ao take care of shinobi who come as reinforcements. You guys will go to the village to fight against the forces established there while Naruto-kun and I will go to the tower to deal with Yagura. Are you okay with it?" Minato looked at the map where the entire village was shown and said seriously, "Could I use my kunais from the Hiraishin at these points to be able to move more easily?" Mei saw what he meant and with a sweet smile she said, "It seems like a good plan to me. If you use your legendary technique at those points, we will be able to eliminate more enemies with ease." "Very good. Do you have everything ready?" Everyone and thus agreed. They moved to begin the attack. A while later, with Minato and Team 7. Naruto had already left with Mei to the tower, and the rest of Team 7 was following Minato to the established points on the map. Will he really be able to place those kunai in all the points successfully? Akino asked with some doubts. Minato smiled and created 4 Kagebunshin and then sent them to the points. While later, Minato opened his eyes and said, "They are already placed. Now we just have to wait for Zabuza's signal to move." Everyone nodded and stood facing the entrance to the village to wait for the signal. With Zabuza and Chojuro. They were both approaching the guards at the entrance, who were more asleep than anything else, and they hit them both with the handles of their swords. "Very easy. If Yagura has such vigilance, this village is lost," Zabuza said annoyed. "Come on, Zabuza-senpai. Don't say something so bad about these poor men. I'm sure that in every village they are the same," said Chojuro with a drop of sweat. Zabuza just rolled his eyes at her words and sent the signal with the reflection of his sword. Back with Team 7. Everyone saw the light reflected by Zabuza's sword and Minato said, "It's the signal, come on." Thus, they entered the village using Minato's clones combined with the Hiraishin. The shinobi did not know how a blonde from Konoha had managed to enter each of the points with another person. Sakura stayed at the camp with one of Minato's kunai to receive anyone who needed medical attention. Thus, she began the attack on each of the points with the Konoha team while Zabuza and Chojuro opened the doors for the rebel army to enter. Meanwhile, with Naruto and Mei, they were both moving through the tower towards Yagura's location to end this quickly. Upon arrival, they entered the room to find the young Mizukage sitting in his chair, looking at them with a frown. "I was wondering how an attack of such magnitude had formed in the village, and look what we have here, the rebel Mei Terumi and the famous Naruto Uzumaki," To what do I owe the honor of your visits? Yugura asked with a mocking tone. Naruto could notice the way of speaking that Obito always uses in his Toby mask and said seriously. Coming from someone who spends his time hiding under a mask to wreak havoc on the world, it seems ironic to me. And I'm talking to you, Toby. Yugura showed a surprised expression at his words and laughed as he said. Ha ha ha, I should have imagined that you were very perceptive like your father. Nice to meet you, son of the Yondaime. In fact, I am actually Toby controlling this inept Mizukage, and the truth is that I am surprised that you have discovered me, considering that you are also the son of a woman as hyperactive as Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto looked at him with some fury for those words towards his mother, and Mei said angrily. Toby, or whoever you are, release Yugura this instant, or we will take drastic measures to end this. Yugura looked at her with amused eyes and only said in a mocking tone. Oh, but I'm so scared. I feel like my end is approaching. Ha 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 ha, don't make me laugh. Maybe you have that fox Jinchuriki by your side, but, even so, they won't be able to against the power of the Sanbai. And just like that, Yugura's eyes turned lifeless, and he jumped towards the two to attack them with his staff. Naruto and Mei jumped to avoid it, and Mei shot Yugura a jet of lava from her mouth that was dodged by the Mizukage himself, hitting the wall and melting it. Naruto created a Rasengan in his hand and launched himself at Yugura, trying to hit him, but the young man evaded it with agility, and the attack hit an office table. Good heavens! He's good at dodging our attacks, Naruto said with anxiety. But then, Yugura created a mirror with his staff and showed it to Mei and Naruto. This is bad, he will use the Mizukagami no Jutsu, Mei shouted, upset. Yugura turned the mirror 90 degrees in the reflections of Naruto, and Mei came out and attacked the originals. The Naruto clone attacked Mei with a Rasengan in her hand, and she only sent her special mist with which she began to melt him. The Naruto clone jumped back to escape that fog and then launched a kick towards the woman, who blocked it with her arm. TCH, even being a mere reflection, it is very strong. This shows that Naruto-kun is really strong and should not be underestimated, she said with a smile. Then, a taijutsu fight began against the Naruto clone, where they exchanged blows and kicks until Mei blocked his arms and trapped him on the ground with her body. She smiled maliciously while saying, You may be Naruto-kun, but you are just a defective clone. I'm really sorry, but I have to eliminate you. And just like that, he sent a jet of lava from his mouth that made him disappear completely. Fufufu, forgive me, but I only accept the shadow clones that Naruto-kun makes, Mei said with a sweet smile. Meanwhile, Naruto faced Mei's reflection of her, dodging the lava he threw and the dangerous fog that formed around him. He sent a kick to her face that sent her towards the Mizukage's desk and decided to take advantage of the moment to end everything. Rasengan, he shouted, creating a Rasengan in his hand. He launched himself at the collapsed Mei and connected the Rasengan to her entire body, causing her to dissolve into water. With both reflections eliminated, they both focused on Yugura, but noticed how he grabbed his head in pain and screamed loudly. What's wrong? Mei asked doubtfully. This is bad. Obito must be forcing the transformation into Bcuz to finish us off once and for all. I'd better use this now to deal with him, said Naruto, taking out the sign that Kushina gave him. Yugura then completely transformed into the Sanbai, destroying the tower in the process, and the entire village was horrified to see the three tails appear. Naruto carried Mei in her arms to a safe place and said, Stay here. I will seal Isabu with this seal and then use my Uzurigan to bring back Yugura. Mei agreed to her words, and Naruto launched himself towards the enormous three-tailed turtle that had begun to destroy everything in its path. Naruto ran at high speed towards Isabu, but the turtle noticed him and started throwing water projectiles at him that the blonde had to dodge. Seeing that the projectiles didn't work, he decided to create a Bijudama to end all this, which Naruto saw with concern. I won't be able to dodge that so easily. I think I'll have to use that, he said seriously. He activated the Uzurigan and kept his gaze on the Sanbai, waiting for him to launch his attack. After charging the Bijudama, Isabu sent it towards the blonde, and as he approached, Naruto shouted, Kamui! Instantly, A dimensional crack formed in the Bijudama and began to absorb it until it disappeared into another dimension. Everyone was shocked to see this, and the Sanbai was about to create another Bijudama when he felt like he was being held back by something. Then, he began to return inside Yagura until the young Mizukage returned to normal and saw how Naruto was in front of him with a strange paper that was touching him. He was going to continue fighting, but upon seeing his eyes, his memories of him returned and he was freed from Obito's control of him. What happened? How did I get here? Why am I not in the pure world? He asked himself, looking around. Naruto looked at him with joy and said, Welcome back, Yagura. Yagura looked at him in surprise and asked, Naruto? But how is it possible that he is before you and alive? We better go with the others so that you can end this senseless war and I will tell you everything with the others gathered, said Naruto, pointing to the people who saw them. Yagura looked at his entire village and could tell that the civil war had returned, so he acknowledged. They both went with all the people of the Mist Village along with the rebels and the people of Konoha. Mei was next to Ao, Zabuza, Haku, and Chojuro who were waiting for Naruto. Minato was with Team 7 and Mei's people when Naruto appeared next to Yagura, who started shouting at everyone. Stop this senseless war, we should no longer fight among ourselves and we should live in peace. Everyone looked at him in surprise, but one person shouted. And what will happen to the lives that were eliminated by your bloodline hunt? Will you pay for all of them? Yagura lowered his head at those words and said, I know my actions were unforgivable and I will live with the guilt for the rest of my life. That is why I am stepping down from the position of Mizukage to leave it to Mei Terumi. I hope this can compensate a little for everything I have done. People looked at him with acceptance, and thus began to shout in support of Mei as the new Mizukage. Yagura looked at Mei and said, I suppose you have also returned like me? I still don't understand how this happened and I hope Naruto can explain it to me. Mei smiled sweetly and said, Don't worry, he will explain everything necessary, and you will be able to understand what is happening. Better let's go to the camp so he can tell everything that's happening. Yagura agreed and like that, they went to the rebellion camp to rest. Moments later, at the camp, Yagura was perplexed by everything he had heard and was drinking a cup of coffee while analyzing the information. Well, it seems incredible to me that they sent you to the past to avoid that catastrophe, but with what I have seen today I have to believe it. And now what are you going to do? Yagura asked, looking at Naruto. Well, with this there will now be an alliance of 4 of the 5 great nations and only Suna would be missing. I suppose Kiri will participate in the Chunin exams that will be held in Konoha, right? Naruto said, looking at Mei. Indeed. We will go to Konoha earlier to formalize the alliance, and we will be at the exams so that our village can participate, Mei said with a smile. In that case, they have the Uzumaki compound so they can stay, and we will look forward to see them. Now in those exams I will be able to act to bring Gaara back and thus deal with Orochimaru's invasion, Naruto said seriously. Then we will support them when the invasion happens, Mei said, looking at him with a smile. Naruto smiled back and with that, they said goodbye to Kiri to return to Konoha. Mei gave Naruto a loving kiss on the lips and the promise that she would make him her fiancé in the alliance treaty. Team 7 said goodbye to their friends and Kiri with a smile and being remembered as great friends who helped end the civil war in the village. On the other hand, a certain masked man was thoughtful after he lost control over Yagura and was considering what he would do next. That Uzumaki brat has ruined my plans. I'd better be careful with him, or I could pay dearly for it. I guess I'll need a better strategy to reach the infinite Tsukuyumi. Naruto Uzumaki, you are a great danger that I must watch out for, said the masked man with hatred. Next to him, Zetsu was looking at him neutrally as he thought that the upcoming events would be crucial to his parents' plans.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.